E aí? Well. Veja só, estamos aqui mais uma vez em mais um domingo pra finalmente terminar Fata Morgana. Iremos ir até o fim, eu não quero saber. Pelo menos eu espero, né? Eu espero. Eu espero que, sei lá, 6 horas seja o bastante. Mas é isso aí, eu não quero ficar enrolando demais, porque senão a gente vai acabar perdendo o tempo, nosso tempo precioso que temos aqui. Assim, é carnaval, então a gente tem tempo. Glória seja, obrigado, Jesus. Mas, ainda assim é algo que tem que ficar esperto aí pra não acabar não enrolando demais. Eu vou voltar a câmera pra onde ela tava, porque eu fico incomodado com esse ângulo. Vou deixar assim mesmo, melhor. Vai até pausar o Fanservice Blade. Future Redeemed se chama FR pra Fanservice Reload. Fanservice Redeemed. Então sem mais delongas, deixa eu só ajeitar o negócio aqui. A gente vai acabar isso hoje. A gente vai até o tanto que precisar ir pra acabar isso hoje. Eu até, sem querer, querendo, tomei café às 6 da tarde, porque eu esqueci que eu tinha feito hoje mais cedo. Aí eu não vou desperdiçar café, ainda mais o preço que tá hoje esse negócio, né? Então, tem esse detalhe. E é isso. Let's go. Mas antes de ir pro último capítulo, eu deveria ir dar uma olhada no possível bad ending de eu seguir o conselho da Morgana. Nesse save aqui. Tá, beleza, então. Vou só dar lock nisso aqui, só pra ter certeza. You've made the right decision, Michelle. Your tragic tale has finally come to an end. You're free from the grip of this cursed mansion. Free to begin your life anew. I wish you a wonderful life, richly fulfilling and abounding in light. For you, my dear friend, I will not cast a curse, but give you my utmost blessing. Farewell, Michelle, until our souls cross paths once more in a boundless sphere of fate. Michelle? Something the matter, Michelle? Huh? I've been trying to get your attention for some time, but you were just staring off into the distance. Oh, sorry. I'm fine. What were you saying again? Are you sure you're okay? I was saying we need to settle on a destination for our trip next month. Anywhere you'd like is fine with me. That's always how it goes with you, isn't it? You're allowed to have an opinion of your own, you know. We'll end up going to Prague again if you let me pick. There's nothing wrong with Prague. We can go see Mucha's stained glass window at the St. Vitus Cathedral and visit the Petrine Gardens again. Maybe this time, We won't be late for the walk of the apostles at the clock tower. Alright, then we should start looking at hotels. It was a day just like any other. A layer of clouds drifted slowly across the sky. We sat across from one another at a cafe's outdoor table. Nothing particularly noteworthy ever happened. Our lives were quiet, unspectacular, but fulfilling. And yet, at the same time, I felt a sense of emptiness, like there was something irreplaceable missing. I can't seem to remember what it was, but I feel like something terrible happened to me. She was sitting there across from me, so I wanted to say something nice for her, something to make her smile. But for whatever reason, I couldn't get my mind off the cloudy sky. The last thing I wanted to do was make her worry, because her smile, so soft and subtle, meant the world to me. Her smile was always restrained, meek, yet somewhere deep down in the depths of my memory, slapped images of a wide, beaming grin. Oof, I didn't know anyone who had that smile though. Michelle? I lifted my head at the sound of her voice, and a gentle breeze like a baby's breath brushed across my cheek. Rather, my lips. What? An emotion I couldn't find a name for, couldn't put words to, suddenly sprung up within me. Michelle? Why are you crying? Crying? I am? Are you sure everything's okay? Yes, I'm fine. I think I just got something in my eye. Oh, alright. You had me startled there for a moment. I've never seen you cry before. Giselle. What is it, Michelle? Ugh. Never mind. The clouds are starting to thin out, so we should head home. I'm sure the cat's hungry too. Ah, meu Deus. Ugly Speckles Mark 5. Que pariu, mano. Oh! E essa é a imagem. Man, that sucks. That sucks so much. Tipo, uma encarnação diferente da Giselle, só que não é a Giselle. É tipo, é a mesma coisa, né? Da mesma forma como a Giselle via o Michel, ou a Michelle como o Michel, como a menina dos cabelos brancos, é a mesma coisa nesse caso. Man, that's sad. That's so sad. Enfim, vamos para o último capítulo. I brought you some food. You have to eat something. You barely touched your food yesterday. Come on. Please. Just leave it there. Her hands aren't bound. She can eat whenever she pleases. But she's not going to last much longer. The boy has a point. She won't eat. We lose our supply of blood. That's not what I meant. Ah tá, são os três. Tá bom, peraí, eu vou lembrar qual... Quem é quem? Eu devia ter imaginado, enfim. Lembrando como é que as vozes... Ok, acho que eu lembrei. Leave it there. Well, we'll be back. Do you really have to go? Yeah, things are pretty hectic right now. And when do you suppose you'll be back? Tomorrow, same time as today. And you have enough time to talk then? Will you... Yeah. Are you hiding something from me? You're acting kind of funny. You're my sister. I wouldn't keep anything from you. You're not. You're not yourself, though. What's so different about me? Well, you're not acting much like a prince. Ah, right. Of course. Don't worry, I'm still your prince, same as always. Good night, Nelly, my princess. Não sabe como descrever esse capítulo, então vamos apenas sentir. How did I end up in this mess? Never wanted this. All I wanted was a quiet life. Someone get me out of here. Take this thing somewhere far away. Tell me, I'm not the bad one here. Oh God, I'm begging you. Just make it all go away. Someone, anyone, get me out of here. Por que ela tem a cara da... qual é o nome dela? Amelie. Look. The stars, they're beautiful. Porque é ela. Though with it so bright out, I worry someone might see us. Everyone's long gone. I hope so. Are you ashamed? A little, but I still want to be with you. I've never considered leaving the convent. You can't just stop being a nun, you know? Assim, você pode, sim. It's not that simple. I've made vows, sworn my life to the service of God. Meu Deus, essa música, filho. I was not aware. I don't know much about these land's traditions. If I were to leave the church, it would have to be in my next life. I'd like to be a normal girl, lead a normal life, get married, have kids, and before I know it, I'm an old lady. Thinking, it wasn't an eventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's my dream. And it sounds very peaceful. I hope we can be together in our next lives too. Have a nice, quiet life together. Essa é a Pauline. Pera. Tá. Ok. We'll be a city on the water. Looking out over a beautiful, clean emerald sea. Eu não lembro como é que ela fez a voz dela. The blue sky spreading as far as the eye can see. The sound of the seabirds calling by the port. The two of us sitting shoulder to shoulder, just looking out over the city. Doesn't it sound wonderful? It certainly does. I would love that. The Harvest Festival, on the day of the festival. Three days until her death. Rough translation of the voiceover, if any of you guys are interested. Apologies for the broken English here and now. At the mention, you couldn't stop listening to this voice. The witch's one, where I was the sole person who could hear it. I was in the darkness and only you pitied me. I drowned, letting myself be carried away, without trying to understand your hate. In fact, you should have took the time to face Giselle and you much earlier. Da música? Uau, doido. Wake up. Please wake up. Come on. Open your eyes. Michelle. So bright. I'm outside. The light feels like needles in my eyes. The first thing I see beyond the mansion's darkness is blinding light. Pois é, mudando de estilo de Vayne de novo. The sun glares mercilessly overhead. A gentle breeze blows past, and I can hear birds chirping from several different directions. Deixa eu me acomodar pouquinho melhor aqui. Each breath I take fills my lungs with the scent of earth and grass. Porque tá doendo, tô com uma dor aqui na parte de trás das costas. Desde ontem, aliás. Acho que ajuda um pouco por causa do headset. So much time has passed since I've been in light. I almost feel like I'm alive again. No, not almost. What's going on? What on earth? Is this the era Morgana lived? Michelle? Huh? Oh, thank goodness. You can't hear me. Puta que pariu. A música entrando na hora. Ah! Let's go. Já pode começar a chorar. Now! No, now! Good morning, master. I hope you slept well. Giselle, is that voice really you? I swear it's me, 100%. Not that mean old phony. So don't you worry. No, I believe it's you. I just was not expecting to be able to hear you here. I did say I would always be by your side. I'm relieved. But where are you, Giselle? I can't see you anywhere. Well, I'm not exactly sure myself. You don't know? I don't know how to describe it. It's pitch dark all around me, like a black smoke churning in the darkness. It feels a lot like inside the mansion, but I don't think I'm actually in the mansion. So you're still trapped in a void then? Nossa, eles são demais. I can't see a shimmering light up in the distance through the fog, and I can hear sounds coming from that direction. It's like the outside world is leaking through the light. I can see the trees rustling, hear the birds singing. I can't see you though, so I assumed I was seeing through your eyes. And I thought I tried getting your attention. So that means you can see everything I can? Seems so. Though I don't think I can see quite as clearly as you. I wish you could be here to feel this too. Experience it in my place even. It's a bizarre sensation. All I could see and feel the words through the other doors. It was strictly in the capacity of an observer. We were merely watching, not actually present in the tales. But this time, like I've been resurrected and dropped into the world as a participant. It's all so vivid. Everything the mansion lacked. It's all here and I can feel it so clearly. I wish I could have been the one to experience this. It's okay, Michelle. I know you'll dispel this darkness I'm in. Won't you? I will. I'm more than happy just being able to hear your voice and being able to see what you see. It's like a miracle. I too am glad to know you're there, to have the chance to hear your voice again. Thank you so much for saving me. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be here. Oh no, I should be thanking you. I was overjoyed to learn how much you really cared about me. There are so many things I want to say right now. So many things I want you to know. So many thank yous. And so many I love yous. Hey now, is that really the best response you've got? Surely you can do better than that. You're embarrassing me. I am somewhat disappointed by one thing though. I can't get any hugs or kisses since I'm not there in person. Oh, come on, you're not very good at this, are you? And you're not very good at picking up how much you're embarrassing me. I'd expect, at the very least, say, me too. We should start by figuring out when and where exactly this is. You're not even trying, are you? I'm doing the best I can. Please don't ask more than this of me. It's okay, though. I might be able to see you, but we're together either way. You know, Michelle, I think I might be able to help too. While I can't be there in person, I can give you ideas, another point of view when you're not sure about something. With the two of us together, we'll find a way through this. Yes, we will. Where to begin? What do you say we get our bearings? List out exactly what we need to take care of. That's not a bad idea. I'm a bit frazzled at the moment, to tell you the truth. What? Why? I had assumed it would just be observers, like with the other doors, searching their memories for clues. I never expected I'd actually be thrown into their era. True, it's not at all like the other doors. No matter how the rules may change, I'm seeing this through the end. If our guess is correct, we have arrived at Morgana's past. Then we need to uncover the truth behind those events. Or rather, the three men's circumstances. What they felt, what drove them. My gut tells me there's something to be found there that even Morgana doesn't know. I could be wrong, and it's possible that even if I am right, what we find won't do anything to quell her hatred. But we won't be talking her out of it, that's for sure. Words won't break through that kind of animosity. We need something bigger. Something she could never have imagined. Something that would turn her entire worldview on its head. The Whitehead Guild might be a good place to start. She showed up at the mansion again and again, as though led there by some supernatural force. And she was involved with all three men in some way. I can't think of anyone else with such deep ties to both the mansion and the men. But at the same time, I have a hard time convincing myself that the Morgana we know and the Whitehead Guild could be the same person. They are about as different as two people can be. Which actually leads me to believe there's something there. There must be something. Some secret they haven't figured out yet that we can use. So let's find it. It won't be easy. If we are in the past though, I wonder, maybe we could change it. This could be a huge chance for us. Change the past. Yeah, we could prevent Morgana's death, or we could stop whatever led them down this path. There's an idea. If it's actually possible, maybe we can do something. The question is this world really... Now I'm getting kinda pumped. I've got my game face on, and I'm ready to do this. Doesn't do much good if no one can see it. It's a figure of speech. Okay, first things first, we need to find the mansion. Morgana should be at the top of the observation tower, and the three men shouldn't be too far off either. So the question is, where are we? Do we recognize the surroundings at all? I never really left the mansion, so I'm not especially familiar with the lay of the land. Give me a little spin, would you? At your request, I slowly spin around in a circle, and through the dense woods I spot a cluster of what appears to be stone formations. Squinting to get a better look, I realize they're buildings. It's distantly far off, but it appears to be the edge of a city. I think that might be the village I stayed at for a while. It's a bit big for a village. Don't you remember what Midday said about the village's history? Midday, fat bastard. Michelle, you didn't think something uncharacteristically vulgar just now, did you? Wouldn't dream of it. Yes, I remember. He said it was once much larger, and that it was destroyed in a single week with the witch's curse. Except rather than a curse, it was probably a disease. If that's the same city, then it fits with what Morgana said what happened. I believe he also said something about there being a large bridge on the outskirts of the city, and that following the path from there would lead to the mansion. So let's head down to the city. Alright. You don't sound very enthusiastic. Are you nervous you might have to talk to someone? Don't worry, you've got me here. Don't treat me like I'm antisocial. Because I am. You're not? No, that's not what's bothering me. It's something about this whole thing feels off. This world we're in. Never mind. I'm probably overthinking things, but now's not the time for that. We need to get moving. Let's go. Rather than waste time running over details, we need to get to the mansion like she said. Everything else comes after that. With each step, I can feel the earth compressing beneath my feet, the grass flattening. As I weave my way through the trees toward the city, the sensation of having a living, flesh and blood body slowly returns. Oh shit, it's him. White-haired man just appeared out of nowhere! And he's talking to me himself! I gotta get away before he does something. Hold it right there, Mel. You don't get to call me crazy and then just run off. How do you know my name? How? Why wouldn't I? We're just in a mansion together. Huh? Mansion? What are you talking about? Right, he hasn't become the shadow in the mansion yet. I doubt I would forget seeing someone as unusual as you. Who are you? And where did you come from? Where? I'd like to know that myself. I'm drunk, sorry. Say something, Michelle! He's not getting any less suspicious of you. You have to come up with some way to break the tension. Improvisation is exactly my strong suit. Ok, vamos salvar bastante. I am God. Que eu sou a Natsuiro. I am God. Michelle, I wouldn't believe you if you told me that. I already regret it. You're one of those pagan missionaries, aren't you? Here to spread the word of some other new god. And now he thinks I'm loony. I should get going. Hold on, you can't leave until I've made a better impression. My parents raised me to not talk to scary people like you. I'm with you on that one, Mr. and Mrs. Rhodes. God, this is a disaster. I was joking, I didn't actually mean I was God. Stop looking at me like I'm mad. But that still doesn't explain how you knew my name. Have you been stalking me? Why would anyone follow you around? It was all a coincidence. You look a lot like an acquaintance of mine. So imagine my surprise when it turns out you have the same name as him. Okay. We'll go with that for now. He would probably trust a bear before me at this point. Anyway, it would seem that like Morgana's, I'm the only one who can hear Giselle's voice. Regardless, you wouldn't have any luck converting anyone here anyway. Again, I'm not... Wait, hold on, why do you say that? Everyone around here worships the saintess. Sometimes I think she's got more followers than God the Father himself. She's practically her own religious figure. The saintess. You've never heard of her? She's a nun down at the church. Everyone calls her the saintess. So he's not talking about Morgana. No, actually, I have heard tales of her. Eu vi. I would be surprised if you hadn't. Anyway, in a few days, we're going to hold a festival at the church to celebrate the spring harvest. So while that's going on, I don't think you have much luck proselytizing. I'm forever doomed to be a missionary in his mind now, aren't I? When exactly is this harvest festival? In 3 days. You should stick around for it. 3 days. We're gonna die when the bell tolled noon of the day of the festival, which means she's got that much time left. This will be the first time we've had at the festival, so everyone's excited to make it to a big event. Something really memorable. And a young girl is dying behind the scenes of this seemingly pleasant celebration. But her death is 3 days from now. That might give us enough time to do something about it. Could I ask you to show me the way to the church? I would like to join in on the festivities. Sure, yeah, of course. The church's doors are open to all, friends and family and heathen missionaries alike. It's not far. Follow me. Thank you. I'm not a missionary, goddammit! It didn't occur to me until now, but this really is a strange experience. This is a boy from a completely different time period who I would never had the opportunity to meet. If he's here, then presumably the other two were as well. Which means Morgana's wish for their reconstruction was actually granted. The smell doesn't seem like any different in a person than the one I observed through the first door. Yet he played a part in Morgana's imprisonment. I have trouble believing he would voluntarily involve himself, though. I was scared for a minute there. That could have gone a lot worse. Peraí, essa é a música do passarinho, né? Não. Ok. Mas é da época do... Isso é da primeira parte. Plus, we managed to make contact with Mel in record time. He's interacted with him and the others before, so I guess this doesn't feel strange to her. You don't want him to hear you talking to yourself again. That's why you're not saying anything to me, isn't it? Actually, I think I can talk to you without speaking. Can you hear me? How are you doing that? I have a lot of experience talking to ghosts. That really drives home how bizarre things were for you in that mansion. We're not in similar circumstances when it was you and Morgana together. Yeah, now that you mention it. What a bizarre time we've both had in that mansion. You're just now realizing this? So, what's your impression of him? My impression, that he's the same Mel as always? In a little more detail? He's an amicable young man. Nice enough to show a complete stranger around. I agree. In Morgana's version of the story, he betrayed her. But he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would enthusiastically do something so malicious. He had to have some reason. We need to figure out what that was. Obviamente! A irmã! É isso! A irmã! The question is, how do we go about it? We hardly have enough time to earn his trust and convince him to tell us himself. We just have to put the knowledge I already have to good use. Oh, that reminds me. Something that might explain it? No. About Morgana. When you were alive, she was always right there with you, like I am now, right? Whenever it struck her fancy, yes. She didn't seem to care when or where. She would just start talking whenever she felt like it. Whenever? For the most part, yes, anytime she wanted. Giselle? You don't have to worry about that with me. I know when to keep my mouth shut, promise. What? You said you feel like you're alive again, right? My five senses all seem to be in working order. Which means you'll also be getting hungry, tired, sleepy, and you'll, you know... you have to go to the bathroom. Que isso, a gente já não tá na terceira base. I'll be polite and close my eyes and plug my ears while you're doing it. Thanks? What would possess her to bring that up? Does she even realize what she's saying? Oh gosh, now I'm red as a tomato. That answers that. Moving right along, we need to discuss how we're going to go about this. Right, that. The Harvest Festival is our deadline, which doesn't give us much time. We need a plan for when we arrive at the mansion. Você acha que a Morgana engajava em voyeurismo? Agora é uma pergunta a se fazer. How about we spill their secret? Tell everyone about the girl that they locked up in the tower and force them to set her free. Surely they wouldn't stand for that. Perhaps, but would anyone believe me? If I walked in and said I came from the future and that I know what's going to happen, would anyone actually buy that? Sure, with enough convincing. Even if I did manage to convince them, the tower door was locked and Morgana's rendition of the tale. You need 3 keys to get inside. Belle should have one of them, but stealing his alone wouldn't be enough to get into the tower. True. Giselle is right, and we can save Morgana and change the future. And that would indeed solve everything. Caralho, virou Xenoblade. No dia que tava escondido nas paredes, eu não tava falando da Giselle. Ah. But something about this whole situation still doesn't sit right with me. I have to do more than just set her free of that tower. I have to find the truth as well, as I initially set out to do. Regardless, I would like to try and stay on everyone's good side as much as possible for now. Okay, I'll do whatever I can to help. I appreciate it. I mean, as you know, conversation is not exactly my strong suit. Which means it's my job to hit the brakes whenever you say something stupid. It's a bit too late, I already said it. Anyway, step 1 is to get ourselves into the mansion. We can't hope to make contact with the other 2 men, much less get Morgana out of there if we're not staying nearby. I'll do what I can. We're almost there. See the big building in the distance? That's the church. It is the same mansion as I suspected. See it now, knowing what horrible things happened there. It's so disheartening. Are happening as we speak. In the tower we see in the distance, Morgana's locked up all alone. I wish we could just march in there and set her free. If we get into the tower where I only go, we could probably force a way in with a little work. Is something matter? Mel could probably overpower him and get his key. Hello? But the other 2 that almost certainly wouldn't work for. Can you hear me? Oh, yes, sorry, I was lost in thought. Seems... é isso que ele falou, né? Ok. É só assumir. Seems kinda strange, doesn't it? What does? I mean, it doesn't look much like a church. At a glance, you'd think it was some noble's estate. So it does. I spent so long there, it never even occurred to me. I was pretty much surprised when I first saw it myself. A peculiar place, all told. There's a chapel inside the mansion with its gorgeous stained glass window. It's quite a sight. Bora, meu, fala pra ele. If you are in need of money, help yourself to to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make our way to a larger town. Do you know why it was built like that? I'm, not actually sure myself, no. Anyway, I'll show you to the chapel. The Saint should be there too, so I can introduce you. Alright. On our way to the mansion, we passed through a courtyard of sorts. When I lived here, the area was overgrown with weeds. Apparently they keep it in better condition in this era. Following Mel's lead, we head through the chapel entrance. Oh my. I'm at a loss for words when I see what lies on the underside of those all too familiar doors. While it was barely recognizable as a place of worship in my memory, just 2 columns of battered pews and some piles of rubble, the room I'm looking at now is unequivocally a chapel. So this is what it used to look like. I wonder how far back this is from when we lived. It has to be more than a decade or 2. Maybe 100 years, or more. The views and beliefs about the world traveling in our time are not so different than those of this time. Perhaps the chapel was destroyed in the aftermath of the Harvest Festival. Sim, deve ser. Eu acho que deve ser muito esquisito pra muita gente ir pro passado desse jeito. Tipo, se imagina você ir pro passado, vivendo hoje. When I was first sent to the mansion, there were signs that repairs had been attempted. Especialmente quando visita num lugar onde, tipo, você conhece, né? The stained glass window is behind the pulpit. I'm guessing, though, we can't see it from here. And right next to it is the door to the observation tower. Ah, there she is. There's no priest here. She runs the church. You want to talk to her first if you're planning to participate in the Harvest Festival. I'll go fetch her for you. Sim, é verdade, tem isso também. Whisking his way between the pews, the boys disappears into the back of the chapel. We turn with a nun in tow. When I see her, my face twists for a brief moment. É ela mesmo. Good afternoon. You came to see the festival, I hear. It's wonderful to have you. Is that who I think it is? Small but certain at this point, all the major players from behind the 3 doors are present here. Not just the 3 men whose shadows remain unmentioned, but also the women who were important parts of their lives. Though dressed differently, the way she speaks and the way she holds herself resembles a woman killed by her lover behind the second door. They're all connected. What we thought were 3 separate tales, all stretched back to a single point in time before it all. What is that? Is there something the matter? No, I was just thinking how unusual it is for one nun to be managing an entire church all by herself. I guess. That's the usual reaction from new visitors. Even I think this assignment is a bit over my head. Assignment? Well, I was in another church before this one, a smaller building, and I wasn't the only nun. But the Lord of the Land ordered me to transfer it to a new, larger church he was opening, so here I am. The Lord. There's plenty of space on the property, but enough to provide shelter for orphan children and aid for the sick. It seems rather vacant from what I've seen. Yes, about that. We used to talk people in, but circumstances have made that difficult of late. What kind of circumstances? It's not something I can discuss with an outsider, sorry. I'm guessing it has to do with Morgana's imprisonment here. Do you think she knows about Morgana? We guess not. The man swore to keep it between the 3 of them. Tasha's being forced to oversee the mansion, completely oblivious of what's happening here. Which isn't to say she's not connected to it in some way. Which is the girl from the second tale, then she should be close with. Is something troubling you? No, my apologies. I got lost in thought, again. You don't look it, but you're actually a bit of a daydreamer, aren't you? Daydreamer? Mel would fit that description much better. Mel would fit that description much better. What? Why? Do I really look like that much of an airhead? Oh, I can see that. Someone has to watch out for him, or he's likely to lose his head in the clouds. I really don't think I'm that spacey. I'm not trying to say you're spacey, I just like I've gotta keep one eye on you at all times. It's a lot like what I imagine having a little brother would be like. I'm an oldest child, you know. What's the big deal? You don't want a big sister. Well, I want you to be my little brother. I don't want to be just a capital S sister to you. That's so stiff and formal. No, I want to be your sister. Sister. Qual é o nome qual é uma música popular deles? Eu esqueci. Twisted Sisters? Essa é isso. I wanna rock! Olhando aqui pros cílios, ele tá tipo só de olho aberto assim, deitado. I'm a little old to be playing make-believe. Oh, come on! They're quite friendly with one another, it would seem. Oh, I know. Why don't you become her brother then? Yeah. What? Will you? I will not. Besides, I'm clearly the oldest one here. Why not? I don't think it matters who's older than who. You don't really act all that old anyway. I have at least 10 years on you. Your youngest child insecurity showing. Insecurity? You two are pretty good friends, huh? We can discuss the veracity of that claim later. I would like to ask you a favor. What is it? I'll gladly help with anything I can. Could I perhaps borrow a room until the day of the Harvest Festival? I don't have anywhere to stay. Or a source of income, for that matter. Ela vai falar! Ela vai falar! I know we will be taking advantage of your generosity, but only me to intrude for a few days. I would be more than happy to offer you a place to stay at any other time, but right now I can't let you stay here. I'm so sorry. Well, damn, so much for that. Don't let one little no stop you. Keep pushing. What's on a show? All her sympathy. She's a lady of the cloth. If you make her feel bad for you, she'll offer you her aid. Put on a show, you expect me to act. I'm having another episode, and I was so sure this judge would be able to help. And that's not gonna convince anyone. Quiet, you. He was practically fine on our walk here. Shut your mouth, boy. As I said, we did once offer a place of respite for the alien needy, but regrettably, for the time being, we were unable to take anyone in. What I can't do, though, is give you medicine. Since we can't let people stay here, with a lot of generous assistance, we've been handing out medicine instead. So all you do here, then, is give people medication? Yes, I suppose that's what it boils down to. I'm honestly not sure why we're not allowed to offer shelter right now, but we are still able to provide assistance to those in need, so I assume it's just a temporary measure. We'll be able to take people in again before long. With how much he's done for the church, it's not really in my place to complain about his decisions. Actually, I'm sorry, I hope you understand. I'm supposed to ask for a TV in exchange normally, but just this once, it's yours, free of charge. Igreja. Could you tell me more about this medicine, please? It's called Saint's Blood, and it'll cure any disease. Saint's Blood? It's not real blood, of course, it's just what it's called. It sure sounds divine, doesn't it? No, that's not true. Huh? It is real blood. What do you... sorry to butt in. Do you mind if I bring him back to my room? I don't think I've mentioned it, but he's an old friend of mine. We got a lot of catching up to do. Alright. Hey, come on, this way. Well, that sure got quite the reaction out of him. And now he's incredibly leery of you. When she mentioned the blood, I couldn't stop myself. Probably should have kept my mouth shut, though. Mel doesn't say a word the entire way. His smile has retreated, and there's a hint of fear lurking beneath his now stony expression. I spend the trek through the mansion's corridors pondering how to answer the questions I know are coming, how to solve the problem I put myself in. We enter a bedroom, presumably his, and he closes the door behind us. I can see the distrust in his eyes as he glares at me. I have to ask, who exactly are you? Why did you say that back there? That Saint's blood is actual blood? In response to his pressing eye. Nunca mostre todas as suas cartas. We don't have much time, but it's in our best interest to tread carefully. There's too much we don't know yet. It would not be wise to make a rash decision. With him as tense and suspicious as he is right now, it won't be easy to get his key or persuade him to tell us how he ended up here. Furthermore, my experiences with the three shades tell me that if I'm not careful, I could be putting myself in unimaginable danger. Smart boy. A brief flash of what might have happened had I spoken too soon crosses my mind, sending a chill down my spine. If I want to get Mel on my side, I'm going to need something more, something decisive, something that will convince him he needs to come clean and set Morgana free. Regardless, being cautious isn't going to mean much if I can't get them to let us stay in the mansion. We need to be nearby to keep an eye on things, gather information. How to go about that, though? Assuming he's not voluntarily involved. Maybe all we have to do is ask for his help in setting Morgana free, and he'll work with us. Perhaps. Being so direct will only invite more suspicion, but she's probably on the right track. When I met his shadow, it was burdened with great regret. He begged me to help him. My remark about the Saint's blood, was based on stories I once heard about a person whose blood was said to have healing properties. Ele é bom. Stories? Maybe they haven't made it out this far, I don't know, but they tell of a girl born in a distant village, a saint and the daughter of God. I thought that perhaps the nun might be the saint spoken of in the stories, and I was hoping for the opportunity to see a miracle performed with my own eyes. I have to say, you looked more angry than excited. I didn't hide it very well, I guess. Maybe it appeared that way to you, but I've never had a very friendly face. If you say so, as long as you're telling me the truth. I, myself, have to wonder, why do my remarks seem to bother you so much? What? Is there something more to the saint's blood than you're telling me? No. Something that would make you want to get me alone and interrogate me? There's nothing. I just, didn't want to scare anyone with all the talk of blood, since there's not actually any in it. And I didn't know about the story, so... It's just medicine, I swear. As you say. It's got nothing to do with the saint in your stories. To change the subject, could I ask you to convince the nun to allow me to stay here? Huh? Weren't you listening? We can't take anyone in right now. Which is why I'm asking you for your recommendation. You live on the premises, don't you? I'm more a supervisor of sorts. You should have some say in the matter. Why? Until the Harvest Festival is all I'm asking. Why not get a room at an inn? If you need money, I'll spare you some coin. Quasi. I must stay in this mansion. But why? Those are my instructions. What? You know the stained glass window in the chapel behind the pulpit? It was named after the archangel Michael depicted there. The angel came to me in a vision, instructing me to watch over the festival here. Boa! From where you were standing, you couldn't possibly have seen the window in that much detail. You couldn't... Oh, I get it. You've been to the church before, and you're just acting like you haven't. There's a metal door off to the side leading to an observation tower. Yeah, you can see the tower from outside. Inside is a long spiral staircase, not made of stone but wood. There's a single door at the top of the stairs. Cara, ele é bom, hein? Isso tudo, eu tive uma visão do arcângelo. Yes, foi exatamente isso. How? Isso, fala. What are you really here for? All that vision stuff is a lie. I am not here to cause you any trouble. In fact, I am on your side. You show up out of nowhere and expect me to believe your nonsense. All I ask is for you to allow me to stay until the day of the festival. If you can do that for me, then I'll make you the promise I could not before. I have not forgotten your pleas for salvation. I know you want to be free. Let me guess, you saw that in a vision too. If you want to call it that, then you can. I've never once asked for you to save me. You're mad. But, fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. If I say you're a friend, the Saintess should be willing to accommodate you. Wait, I already told her you were my friend, didn't I? I'll try and persuade her. I don't know what your deal is, but try not to cause any trouble, okay? For your own sake. I won't. Only until the festival. You're not getting another day out of me or her. And this isn't your home, so don't act like it is. Of course. Thank you. Você não sabe de nada, Mel. You know, I never did get your name. It's Michelle. Ah, right. After the Archangel Michelle. Just like you said. I've never really cared much for Michelle, to be honest. He weighs your soul in one hand and on his perfectly balanced scales, and delivers its punishment with a sword on his other. He's not an angel of salvation. Que linha pra se dar, né? Que linha. Out of curiosity, could you perhaps be... No, never mind. It turned into a bit of a storage area, but there's an open room you can use. I'll show you the way. I appreciate your courtesy. Well, this is just lovely. There are cracks in the ceiling and the walls spilling off. There is a bed, at least, but it's coated in dust. It was a storeroom when I lived here, as I recall. Sorry about the condition. I didn't choose a bedroom for you on purpose, I promise. If you want to sleep somewhere more comfortable, you're not going to find that here. Not a problem. I'm grateful to have a room at all. If you say so. Well, I have work to do, so I should be on my way. I'll talk to the Saintess as promised. I imagine she'll make a supper for you at some point. But do keep your crazy talk to yourself around her. I'll make a note of it, thank you. See you. We made it work, somehow. Somehow? It's a lot of pressure being under that much suspicion, huh? My heart was pounding the whole time. And that the Archangel Michel came to me in a vision stuff. I never expected you to go there. Why'd you tell him that anyway? Because I didn't think telling him, I know the future, I need your help to change it, would have gone over very well. Besides, those who yearn for redemption have a tendency to latch onto the spiritual. I thought taking advantage of that would work to our benefit. You know, I bet you make a pretty good con artist, Michelle. I did what I thought was necessary. I know. Besides, I have every intention of keeping your promise, don't you? Whether or not Mel can be saved is up to him. I will lend him my hand, though. Oh, you say it's all on him, but deep down, and you know you're on his side. We're complete strangers to this Mel, but I can't bring myself to think of him that way. We just met today, but it feels like reuniting with an old friend. He's the same old Mel. And you were actually there, a part of his life, which I imagine makes the sentiment all the stronger. You don't feel the same way? I don't think of him as a total stranger, no. However, nothing. I was about to say something incredibly cynical, but I caught myself. What? It's nothing, don't worry about it. If you say so. I was always the one with nothing to offer, powerless to be of anyone's help. So if anything is motivating me, it's not concern for the boy, but a desire to prove that someone like me can do something. It didn't take much arm wrist twisting to get him to give us a room, so who knows? Maybe he'll come over to our side easier than either of us expect. Him giving us a room was not simply out of kindness. Keeping me nearby allows him to keep an eye on me. He doesn't trust me, but he also doesn't know enough about me to decide what to do yet. He needs time, and doing this gives him that time. If he decides keeping me around is not to his advantage, he will act accordingly. Do you really think he'll do anything to hurt you? Mel's a kind boy, and, well, to be frank, don't think he has the spine for it? It's hard to say, but even if he doesn't, we still have the other two men to worry about. Nevertheless, his cooperation would undoubtedly be the easiest of the three to gain. We're fortunate to run into him first. What makes you say that? Did you ever have a chance to see the shadows trapped in the mansion? Shadows? And one of them has more than spine for that. True, he has a sword. I might have, but around the time Hayden Rhodes passed away, I wasn't really there anymore. I stopped thinking, stopped trying to make sense of the things inhabiting the house. I had become merely another part of the cursed mansion. I was only able to converse with them after I had reclaimed myself. I suppose much like the rules differ between the realms of the living and the dead, so too the days differ for those who have lost their grip on reality. As I was searching for a way to get you out of the tower, I encountered and spoke with the three men shadows. Of the three, Mel was the least threatening. He bears a great deal of regret. He yearns for someone to save him. I heard him muttering, "This isn't what I wanted. He doesn't want to be involved in this. Someone else is holding the reins." My first guess would be the Lord, but regardless, they are not equals in this endeavor. If we once out, then maybe we would have agreed to help with. We told him we're here to save Morgana. Carelessly revealing our hand at this stage did not seem wise. We would have never gotten to this point if it were so easy to stop. So I guess our first task is to earn Mel's trust. Morgana's death is in... Tá, ih! Ainda tá o nome da Giselle. Morgana's death is in 3 days. We have until then to get all the 3 keys. Será que ainda tá a mesma coisa? Que estranho. Achamos oversight no texto. It won't be easy. I mean, we weren't even present as well until today. Exactly. We have no one to vouch for us. No one who even knows who we are. But we have knowledge. Quite a bit of it, in fact. We not only know what happened in this era, but you showed me their next lives as well. From that, we can deduce how they might behave and to whom they have ties. You're right, we do. We know things we should have no way of knowing. And we can't use that knowledge to our advantage. The various interpersonal relationships are where we can get our edge, I think. They each have the reasons for locking Morgana up, and if I'm right, they're doing it for other people. It's these powerful bonds driving them. Mel's driving force with his sister, for instance. Are they mere bonds, or is it fate that ties them together? You're right. You should find and talk to his sister. Mel is more likely to act if it's coming from her than us. I agree. If his darling sister is telling him to stop, he won't have any reason to continue his involvement. Knowing how the first tale ended makes me slightly uncertain, but for now we can work under the assumption that he does genuinely care for her. What do you want to bet she's somewhere nearby? Assim, ele sempre se importou com a irmã dele. Só que a história da primeira porta é um caso de tipo com uma pitada da crueldade da Morgana, né? Então, do rancor da Morgana. I mean, she will be. It was her death that sparked the chaos on the day of the Harvest Festival. Right, it was. No, you're exactly right. But what I was going to say is that people tend to keep those they care most about close by. We appear to have a bad tendency to focus too much on the facts. That was entirely unnecessary of me. Giselle did not need to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. Huh? What for? For being careless with my words. Inconsiderate. No need to apologize for the truth. Besides, you and considerate are like oil and water. And today you're the fire to my oil. We have 3 days to stop this tragedy. Let's get to work. Let's. We probably have much more luck than just searching for, asking than just searching for her. We can't find Mel, then now I know. Off we go. As I step into the chapel, I see an old man waving to the nun as he heads for the door. The man is practically beaming, and judging by the vial in his hand, he's happy about more than simply having a chance to see her. Is that Saint's blood? According to Morgana's account, the disease began spreading through the city at the Harvest Festival, eventually eradicating the population. In a time like this, where medical knowledge is so limited, a plague would be almost unstoppable. And the sight of so many people dying so quickly could appear to them to the work of a demon or a curse. We come for the future, so we know just how dangerous this is. But they have no idea. Morgana described it as a tale that could have only taken place in that era of miracles and spirituality. And about that, she couldn't be more right. Could we maybe warn everyone against taking the medicine? I assume the sickness was caused by them ingesting blood at any rate. It's not medicine they're being given. But bottled disease, like some sick joke. We could convince them to stop taking Saint's blood, then maybe that would prevent the city from being destroyed. But the fact that it's being distributed in the house of the Lord and peddled as a miracle cure plays right into their deep-rooted spirituality. Would it even be possible to convince them otherwise? And besides, it's not them we came here to save, but... No, that's veering too far off our intended path. We need to find the truth to save Morgana's soul. Bela desculpa. Bela desculpa de não ter que mudar demais a linha do tempo pra, tipo, causar paradoxo. Boa, boa. Putting ourselves out like that is only going to get us unwanted attention, make people suspicious. And we don't have that kind of time. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's just knowing what they're doing to themselves. I couldn't help but think that maybe there was something we could do. Especially considering how it all turns out. I understand the sentiment. Or rather, I understand your reasoning. Sabe o que é engraçado? Você postar esse emote de martelo. Aliás, obrigado pelos bits. Mas na mesma hora que aparece um bot. Mudou pra Giselle, mas não mudou a foto. But for me, Morgana takes priority over any of them. And you over everything. Release Morgana's soul. She would save yours as well, Giselle. We can eliminate Dimension's darkness, and you won't have to be trapped as its may. I have no interest in being the hero of the masses. Let's go ask Mel about Mel's sisters then. Okay. I turn my gaze back towards the nun to find her kneeling in one of the pews. She bows her head and begins to whisper the prayer. There's no one else in the chapel. Now's the perfect time to ask. Hearing me approach, she falls silent and turns to face me, wearing her unusual disarming smile. Hello, Michelle. Well, Mel was just here. He told me everything. Can't turn away a friend of Mel's now, can we? Sorry for turning you down earlier. No worries. I did a poor job of explaining myself. So, did you need something? Let me guess. Medicine? No, I'm in perfectly good health. I figured you were lying. I can ask her about Saint's blood some other time. And while I have a number of questions about the man she's close with too, right now, Mel's sister is his priority. Are you familiar with Mel's younger sister? She has flaxen hair, much like him. Oh, you mean Nellie? You're her friend too. I would say we're more... You're better off just saying you're friends. Friends, yes. What about her? I would like to speak with her, and I was wondering if you might know where I could find her. Nellie should be down at the cottage, I believe. The cottage? Yep, that's where I stay too. I don't sleep in the mansion itself. So you won't live here, but only work here. Right, for one, there are men who live here. The Lord likes to show up on occasion too, and we can't have a nun wandering around while he's here. So you and Nellie live together then? Yep, we have for about 6 months or so. Ever since she and Mel showed up, I wanted to let her stay with her brother. But since this is technically church property, we have to keep the boys and girls separate. I see. I'm so glad to hear Nellie's got a friend though. What? She's not from around here, so she doesn't have many acquaintances. And with how sick she can get, she doesn't spend much time outside. Which is a shame, because she's such a sweet little girl. I'm her friend, of course, but I've got responsibilities. I can only be around so often. So I'm sure she'd be delighted to have someone else to talk to. It would be my pleasure. Could you, tell me the way to the cottage then? Oh, sure, it's not that far from here. You go down. The directions I got from the nun leads me to a place I know from my own time. The same building where the men who had been ordered to keep me under surveillance stayed. Sunlight seeps relentlessly through the trees, and I find myself having to look down at my feet as I follow the path. It's blindly bright, painful. How are you holding up, Michelle? I'll be alright. The sun's past its peak. In a few hours, it won't be nearly as bad. Don't push yourself, okay? Okay. The track is a reminder of just how inconvenient my body always was, and having this chance to experience being alive again comes with both the good parts and the bad. But now is hardly the time to complain about my sensitivity to the sun. Olha pro lado bom, Michel, pelo menos não é o sol de hoje em dia que é, tipo, 10 vezes pior. Efeito estufa, etc. It's not long before we reach a clearing, a small cottage surrounded by a small garden coming into view. And crouching by a flower bed, picking flowers, is a flaxen-haired girl. Are you Nelly? Though several details of her appearance don't match my memory of her, she still has that distinct hair. It could be nobody else. This Nelly is considerably thinner and looks rather frail. The effects of her being ill, I presume. A hora do passarinho. Who are you? My name is Michelle. I have a few questions to ask you. Can we talk for a bit? I would have thought she'd have said something by now. You're being way too blunt, Michelle. You're gone and scared her. What else was I supposed to say? You have to approach slowly, carefully. Go on, give her a smile. Aí, lá vem. Vai assustar ela. A nice, soft smile. Smile. I'm only here to talk. There's nothing to be afraid of. Ela vai achar que você é um pedófilo, cara. Ela vai correr. Okay, that is definitely not a nice smile. I can't even see it, and I can still tell. What do you expect? I can just smile on the man. It's a Batman! A Batman has come to kidnap me! Save me, dearest Mal, before this Batman does bad things to me! Calm down, please. I'm not going to do anything to you. Hey, don't get any closer! I know you're trying to do bad things to me! I'm not going to do bad things to you. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Don't move, or I'll call the cops on you! Please, calm down. I mean no harm, honestly. That's what all bad men say. Giselle, don't just watch. This will be a fantastic time for a little advice. Got it. Maybe she'll calm down if you mention Mel. You're a genius. I'm a friend of Mel's. What? He was telling me about you and how you wanted someone to talk to. He asked me to keep you company. Mel asked you to come talk to me. He did. Do you trust me now? So that makes you his friend then? As much as it pains me to admit it. But Michelle! What on earth possessed you to say that? Zip of the tongue. You and him, is that so? Yes? You really ought to be friends with my Mel. Are you really, really, really his friend? Really? Then prove it. How so? If you're really his friend, then you should be able to tell me all about him. Why in God's name would you ever subject me to that? Do you not like Mel, Michelle? That's not it. We're just incompatible. Okay, here we go. First question. What does my Mel like most of all? Droga, eu tenho que responder. Cala a boca, Nightbot. Essa é fácil, essa é fácil. You think so too? You think I'm his favorite thing in the whole wide world? I like to believe that's what he thinks. I think you do. Therefore, if I could always be his number one. Her excessive love for her brother is still out in full force, I see. Second question. What kind of person is my Mel? O que é psychophant? Eu não posso responder isso, eu não souber o que é psychophant. Hey Google! Hey Google! What the hell is psychophant?
Essentially, a sycophant is someone who uses flattery to gain favor, is overly complimentary, especially to those in positions of power, behaves in a servile or fawning manner. Here's a breakdown. It's about insincere flattery. A sycophant's praise isn't genuine. It's a tool to get ahead. It's often about power. Sycophants tend to target people with influence or wealth. It implies a lack of integrity. They prioritize personal gain over honesty. So if you see someone constantly showering their boss with exaggerated compliments, they might be a sycophant.
Thank you, I just learned a new word today.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help clarify the meaning of sycophant for you. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask.
Bom, sabemos agora o que é sycophant. E a pronúncia também, sycophant. Cool. Eu não vou salvar pra cada um deles. He's a spineless chump. Exato, jogue Fata Morgana pra aprender novas palavras. Vou responder isso. How could you? I misspoke. You claim you're his friend and then you go and call him spineless? You're not his friend at all, are you? No, I am. I just believe in order to be friends with someone, you need to acknowledge and accept the good and the bad aspects of them. Or that's what teacher says anyway. Fair enough, I suppose. I don't think he's spineless at all, but maybe he acts differently around you. He's my prince after all. I don't particularly care for that word myself. It reminds me too much of Morgana's incessant harassments. Okay, other question. Describe what he looks like for me. I try not to scrutinize other men. I try not to scrutinize other men. No? Is that a guy thing? Generally. So you scrutinize girls then? They want to stare at me. Gente, calma lá! Calma lá! Não vamos virar youtuber aqui. Não vamos virar youtuber aqui. Calma. Muita calma nessa hora. Beleza? Você é uma menina fofinha. Faz carinho assim na cabeça. Acabou. Nem te conto, filho. I suppose I might. Stop right there! What is wrong with you? I'll never look at you the same way again! It was a joke, I didn't actually mean it. You're full of surprises today, aren't you, Michelle? It's not that unusual, is it? If there's a woman in the room, I'm certainly not going to ignore her. I'm right here, you know? Or are you trying to upset me? She's kind of cute when she's mad. Voltou a virar anime. Hello? Is anyone in there? Sorry, my mind ran off without me. You're weird. Well, that's the last of my questions. You're not a complete stranger, it seems. Sure, why not? You can be my mouse friend. Why, thank you. This is great! I was sure you were a bad man. Why is it that the first impression everyone has of me when it is never that I'm someone decent? Any friend of Mel's must be a good person. No, an amazing person. It's quite the faith you have in him. Why wouldn't I? He's my big brother. That's some circular logic. Is it just you? Is Mel not coming? He's rather busy at the moment. Oh, he always has something to take care of, that Mel. He's hardly giving me any attention these past couple of months. That's okay, because today I've got you to keep company. Yes, you do. I can't stay long though. Alright, just stay until sundown then. You had something you wanted to ask me, didn't you? Well, if you're a good enough friend, I'll tell you anything you want to know. How do I go about that? Talking! Lots and lots of talking! You have to keep me entertained. Se fudeu, Michelle. You're asking far too much of me. She's not asking much at all. She just wants to talk. You think someone who spent 13 years in isolation knows that the first thing about holding a pleasant conversation? Hey now! I was there for a year of that. I'll have you come up with topics, so go on. Do you not want to talk to me? No, I do. I'm just not much of a conversationalist. Okay, then instead of talking, you can sing. I've never seen a minstrel before, but I've always wanted to know what kind of songs they sing. Can you show me? I've never seen one myself either, but I've heard secondhand accounts of the songs of traveling jongleurs. Hey Google, what the hell is a jongleur?
It appears that jongleur most commonly refers to.
No. What the hell is a jongleur? Whatever it's spelled, it's pronounced, I don't know.
Okay, let's break down what jongleur means.
No. What is the word, hold on. What is the word jongleurs?
You're asking about jongleurs.
Jongleurs.
That's different from jongleur.
Yeah, I know.
Jongleur
Thank you.
Was a medieval French entertainer. They were multi-talented performers who traveled from town to town, earning their living by singing songs and telling stories.
Ok, a mesma coisa, basicamente.
Bom, são franceses. Não dá pra acreditar neles.
Jongleur. Franceses. Credo. Very well then. I'll teach you a song an old acquaintance of mine heard while traveling. Wait, can't wait! Here goes. Ele cantou muito bem. The silence is deafening. I'm shocked. I don't think I've ever heard someone sing so badly. Me neither. I'm flabbergasted. Let's hear you try then. That's enough singing for today. I don't want my ears to fall off. What a vicious little girl. I know, let's bake something. Bake something. Meu Deus, é só as áreas de especialidade dele. Yep, come inside. I made some nice jam earlier today, and I want you to make it a pretty little pie. You get to help me with that. I'm not much of a... Come on, get a move on. You either help or you don't get to be my friend. As you wish. This is not going to end well. Cara, eu adoro como essa VN virou um show de comédia no último capítulo. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How on earth do you manage to turn a pie into this monstrosity? I give it my best shot. There's only one explanation. You're possessed. It's true, he is, but I'm a perfectly good chef. Michelle's just naturally terrible at it. God, could this go any worse? I can't give it to Mel. Jerk, dimwit, loser. I'm sorry. Well, I guess we got no choice but to eat it ourselves. I'll set the table. What? And I'll make us some tea while I'm at it. Falando nisso, eu fiz pouco pra mim, tem que pegar mais. No, I've always dreamed of this, sitting around at a table with a friend, having snacks and just talking. Oh? Yep, and for that, I can do with them little awful, disgusting pie. It's just about I can share with my mouth too. I see. For all her complaining, she seems to be enjoying herself. I can only imagine how lonely she is out here. While she may act all bright and cheerful, beneath it is a real sense of isolation. And the same can be said about the girl behind the first door. As vivacious and pushy as she could be, you could see hints of loneliness behind it all. Her brother was practically all she had while she lived in a mansion. But if I were to guess, that's not the life she really wanted. I bet she would have preferred to be able to go out and play with friends. Being born into a noble family takes away a lot of your freedom. Even in such drastically different time periods, she's still the same girl inside. Actually, maybe the parallels extend beyond her as a person, and into the courses of her two different lives. Perhaps it means all those who were reconstructed a Morgana's wish are destined to lead similar lives. Though destined might be putting it too nicely. Ellie? I would be glad to lend you my ear, if you would like. You can talk about the weather or your brother, anything you want. You will? Great! Take a seat! I've got lots I want to talk about. More than you can possibly imagine. And you never guess what Mel said next. That I mean more to him than anyone in the world. So I'm growing flowers out in the garden, right? Well, when I've got enough of them, I'm going to make a big bouquet and give it to Mel. Back at home, we got this really big yard with this huge tree we used to take naps under when it was nice out. Curioso, eles fizeram isso na primeira porta também. So what do you think about the tea I made? The flower petals what really ties it all together. Oh, and you won't believe what happened after that. Care for another cup of tea? I'll make as much as you can drink. No, thank you, I'm fine. I feel like all I did was nod and listen, and the bulk of it was about Mel, no less. I haven't talked that much in ages! Time sure flew by, huh? The sun's starting to set. Do you and the nuns not speak much? We do, but it's kind of, I don't know, not really the same with her. It just feels, I guess, like just too important for me to waste her time. Being the lady in charge of the church, and pretty much the whole estate. And what about Mel? Does he not visit you very often? No, he does. He comes to see me a lot. Then why? He hasn't been himself lately. My old Mel would always happily listen to whatever I had to say, but now he seems kind of distracted. It sounds like he's really busy. When he visits, and he doesn't stay for long, and he has to go back to the mansion at night. I'll try to get him to stay longer, but it never works. And he always avoids the question when I ask him why he can't. It feels like he's hiding something. Knowing what he's hiding, I can understand why he wouldn't want to talk about it. He could never tell his precious little sister that he and two other men have a girl locked up in a tower, and that he's stealing her blood for his sake. I wish things could have stayed the way they were before. The way they were before? When it was just the two of us living together. I know we're more stable here, and I can get the medicine I need from the church. But I'd rather stay being sick than be so alone. You said you came here around 6 months ago. Yep, it was just the two of us before that. Well, before that, at our old house we had a bunch of servants. But I never really liked it there either. With that many people around, I just felt more alone. I liked it so much better when it was just me and Mel. Is that really what you want? To be sick and in constant pain? It's better than being alone. Mel just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that the loneliness is so much worse. Or maybe that's just a guy thing. I don't get what it's like to be ignored. What it feels like to be left in the dark, not knowing anything. We don't understand, no. We think saving their lives matters above all. Huh? Even if there's the cost of saving that life, we're incapable of gauging how great it is. We're unable to tell how egotistical, how self-serving our actions are. Auto-reflexão. Are you talking about yourself? The same could be said of Mel as well, I imagine. Mel's still around though. He's there, but it's like he's trying to avoid me. All I want is for him to be here, to be with me. That's all I really want. He doesn't even have to be a perfect fairy tale prince. Have you ever told him that? What? Have you ever told him that he doesn't have to be the perfect brother? That you'd be happy with just having him there? Have you ever put those feelings into words? Isso é irônico vindo de você.
I'm always telling him I want him around.
And that he doesn't have to be your prince to do so?
He's already said he will be my prince. And he always smiles whenever I talk about it.
Aprendeu, né, depois de tudo.
So how am I supposed to turn around and say he doesn't have to be my prince anymore?
I know it's not your intention to force an ideal image onto him, but unconsciously, subconsciously, that's what you're doing when you talk like that. And Mel, he's trying to meet those expectations. Actually, he may not be conscious of it himself, and he just believes deep down that that's the kind of person he's supposed to be. Or, more accurately, he seems to have a need to make himself look good to others. He believes that if he's good to others, they'll be good to him in return.
Am I a burden?
I can assure you, he's better off with you around.
But I am a burden to him right now, aren't I? Be honest with me.
Yes, you are.
Does Mel not like me anymore? Is that why he's been avoiding me?
I promise you, that's not the case. At the very least, he's doing what he's doing now because of how much he cares about you.
You promise?
I promise.
I love him. I love my Mel so very much. Too much, in fact. To be honest, I know I do. I understand that, really. I know I'm making his life difficult. But Mel's all I have. He's the only person I can latch onto. And I can't control my feelings.
It can't be difficult to tame your emotions at your age. There's nothing wrong with that. However, you should have taken stock of those emotions, sorted through everything you've got on your mind, and then sat down with him to talk it out. Even if those things you feel seem wrong or unspeakable, you should have opened up to him, taken the time to figure out what works best for the both of you.
Ele aprendeu que ele cresceu tanto. Ele cresceu tanto.
You too needed to face the things you carried in your heart, the things your brother carried in his. Sabe, Sabe o que eu tô vendo aqui? Ele tá falando isso pra Nelly, mas eu imagino que ele tá falando isso diretamente pra Giselle. By not doing so, you end up never quite on the same page. Small misunderstandings piling up until it all comes crashing down. If they had just talked it out, communicated their feelings to one another, maybe a tragedy could have been avoided, even Morgana's curse in play. If Nelly had only had a chance to come to grips with her feelings for Mel, then maybe things wouldn't have escalated the way they did. Her actions that night were arguably hysteric, but she wasn't always like that. I'm sorry. That was out of line. None of this is any of my business, I know.
No need to apologize. You're a very curious man, you know that.
Uh-huh.
We only met a couple of hours ago, but you talk like you've known me my whole life. It's like you can hear everything I'm thinking, see everything in my heart. Did Mel tell you all of that?
No, he did not tell me that much.
I didn't think so. He doesn't know me that well. It's not too late, is it? If I talk to him and really tell me how I feel, do you think Mel will listen?
I know he will.
It won't make things worse? It won't make him uncomfortable?
There is a chance that rifts may form at first, but those cracks can be filled again, and I promise you, the result will be something much better than if you had held it in. It will all work out.
Okay. Next time I see Mel, I'll tell him. I'll tell him he doesn't have to try to be my prince.
Good.
You really are a curious man. You're the first person to ever talk to me like I'm a real person. Everyone loves to say how sweet and adorable I am, but that's it. I was only ever their make-believe princess.
You are a real person, I assure you.
Thanks. You know, after talking to you, I'm feeling a whole lot better. Like I can do anything. I'm glad you came by today.
And I'm glad I could meet you in person.
It's weird. It really feels like we've known each other our entire lives.
I've known of you for some time. Or perhaps I should say, what you will become.
Huh?
Oh no, ignore me.
Were you... Was that supposed to be a pickup line? Bad, Michelle. Michelle's too young for that.
No, it wasn't.
And now you're getting flustered.
I swear that's not what that was.
I know. Jeez, do you really think I trust you that little?
Sorry.
Oh, I just had the most wonderful idea.
Oh?
Yep. Instead of being my friend, I'll let you be something even better.
Hmm?
You're my second brother.
Second brother?
A brother is much more special to me than a friend. Though obviously you can't be my number one.
I'm blanking.
She's taken a liking to you. This is good for us.
I'm not sure how I feel about her putting so much trust in me so quickly, though.
The amount of time it takes isn't important. What matters is that you listen to her, you understand her, and you treat her like a real person. In her eyes, you're someone she can depend on.
What about a second sister, too? Giselle pensando.
Do you not want me as your sister?
Actually, I was the youngest child, so having a younger sibling would be,
It'd be what? Come on, spit it out.
It would be rather nice.
You bet it would. Who wouldn't want an adorable little sister like me?
That's a bit narcissistic, wouldn't you say?
Well, it's true, isn't it? Go on, tell me I'm adorable, dearest Michelle.
Oh wait, it would be 2 seconds to 6 sisters. There's another one. Oh true, right. She's locked in a tower right now, but we'll talk about that later.
What? Oh, don't just stare at me. If my Mel were here, he wouldn't bat an eye.
Please don't compare me to him. You know, now might be a good time to tell her about Morgana. Part of me feels like I would be taking advantage of her newly earned trust, but it'll certainly be easier to bring up now, while she holds me in such high regard. She's much more likely to believe me.
You're right. I agree, now's probably the best chance we'll get. Especially considering how little time we have.
I can't shake the feeling I'm rushing things, but at this point all I can do is go with it and pray it works out.
If we had the time, I think we'd all like to hold off. Nelly looks like she's having so much fun. And even you seem to be enjoying yourself.
No, I'm just...
It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm having fun with watching you, myself. Let's do it. Let's tell her about Morgana. We have to do it at some point anyway.
Yes, let's.
Nelly,
do you mind if I ask you a question?
What is it, dearest Michelle? Ask me anything you want.
Have you heard of something called Saint's Blood?
You mean the medicine?
Yes, except it's not actually...
I know, yeah. It's actually the Saintess's blood, not medicine, but no telling.
You... what?
One day, before we moved here, when it was just me and Mel, the Saintess came to visit. My mind had all been foggy for a long time, like I was not quite asleep, but not quite awake either. But when I heard her soft, pleasant voice, the fog cleared a bit.
Quando ela fala Saintess, ela tá falando da Morgana, porque, vou de acordo com o que foi a história, ela sabe, ela visitou lá, eu acho, pelo menos. Eu não tô muito lembrado dessa parte.
And then she performed a miracle for me. Blood is awful and gross and terrible, but the Saintess's, hers is different. Hers is pure.
So you're saying you know everything, Nelly, about the observation tower and...
Huh? The tower? What about it?
That's where they keep her.
What? No, the Saintess is always in the chapel. She stays here with me. She comes back at night. In fact, she should be here any minute now. So she thinks the Saintess
is the nun and not Morgana. No, Nelly, that blood comes from...
I'm really, really grateful to her. She didn't just perform the one miracle, she's been taking care of me while I'm here too. So whenever I see her, I always say thank you. I thank her for sharing her blood with me. She always says it's nothing with a big smile.
Nelly, no. The nun has no idea. She just assumes Nelly's thanking her for giving her the medicine.
I owe the saintess my life.
No, Nelly. She's not the one you should be grateful to.
Huh?
The girl you owe your life to has been locked up, suffering and alone as we speak.
But the saintess is at the church.
The girl who came to visit you is not the nun everyone calls the saintess. Her name is Morgana.
What are you talking about, Michelle? The saintess is locked up. Stop that, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Please believe me. While you were lying in bed, sick and barely conscious, did you get a good look at the saintess who gave you her blood? You didn't, did you? You couldn't make out any details because your mind was a haze. And then when you arrived at this estate, you met a woman who people called the saintess, giving out medication known as saint's blood. So you assumed she was the one who had cured you. That's the story you chose to believe.
If what you're saying is true, then where is the other saintess, the one who came to see me?
At the top of the mansion's observation tower. Zip of the tongue? É pra chamar de chapel. The door to the tower is locked. She's imprisoned there.
And how do you know this?
Because it wouldn't be wise to tell her I'm from the future just yet. That would only serve to confuse her further. Pois é, não pode falar que é do futuro pra uma criança da era vitoriana, na verdade. Você precisa ser um pouco mais sutil. Mostrar um smartphone pra uma criança da era vitoriana, a mente dela explode. All I need to convince her of right now is that Morgana is being held in the tower. There's an idea. It has been borrowed from the story the white-haired girl told Mel. I received a letter.
A letter?
There's a single window, far out of reach, in the chamber at the top of the tower. A dove flew in through the window, and so she wrote a letter, tying it to the bird's leg and releasing it in the hope someone would come to set her free. Inventou uma historinha de fada pra ela, interessante. Ou melhor, pegou a história que a menina falou. Enfim. The letter ended up in my hands.
If that's the case, then who locked her up? Was it the saintess, the one I know?
No, I don't believe the nun is aware. I think she's simply doing her job in good faith.
And who?
The Lord.
Michelle.
I know very well that what I'm about to say will likely crush her, but I can't let that stop me.
Who would do such a terrible thing?
Nelly, I want you to brace yourself for what I'm about to say. There are 3 men participating in Morgana's imprisonment. And one of those 3 is your brother, Mel. I understand that that's the last thing you wanted to hear, but please believe me, I would not say something so upsetting lightly. I wish to save Morgana, the true saint. And I would like your assistance. Without your help, I can't get her out of that tower. I need you to get through to Mel, otherwise both he and Morgana will remain entrapped.
That's not true.
Nelly.
You're lying, you have to be. My Mel would never do something so horrible. You're a terrible liar.
It's true, I swear to you.
You think I'm going to believe that? My Mel's an amazing, wonderful person. He's not cruel and evil. He's good and kind, like a prince. And a prince would never lock someone up.
I know you're not blind, Nelly. You can tell. You can see that all your prince talk has been putting pressure on him.
So? You think that's going to change my mind? He has no reason to do any of that.
But he does, Nelly. He's certainly not happy about it, no, but he's doing it for you.
What do you mean?
He needs her blood to keep you healthy. So, to ensure he always had a supply.
But, no, he...
And despite that, Saint's blood probably doesn't even have healing properties. No one benefits from doing this. Not you, not Mel. And certainly not Morgana. And I don't think anyone can stop him except you.
Mel won't listen to me.
Did you not just say you would talk things through with him?
Just shut up! Stop talking already! I'm done listening to you!
Nelly.
I'll never believe you! You're not my brother anymore! You're just a horrible, horrible man! Who you think you are to march in here and try to make my Mel into the bad guy? And after I made you my second brother! What's wrong with you? I trusted you! I ate nasty pie and had tea with you! But you're just a mean, evil man here to turn me against my Mel!
I know you don't want to believe me, but I'm telling you the truth, every word. I beg you to open your eyes. Ask him yourself. If you don't believe me, then ask Mel about Morgana. I guarantee you, he'll panic.
Enough! Enough already! Get out of here! Get out this instant!
Nelly.
Don't say my name! Just go away! Get out of here! Now! I don't want to see you ever again! I should have chased you off the moment I saw you! Get out! Now!
I pray you can find it in yourself to open your eyes and face the truth.
Get out!
One last thing before I go, Nelly. Get your face. It was my only option, I know that. But I feel like all I accomplished by telling her was bringing her more pain. It's a difficult balance.
We just have to pray that you were able to get through to her. I'm sure she'll come around.
If only we had a little more time. In 3 days it'll all be over. Morgana and the entire web of people connected to her will die. That's not enough time. Let's return to the mansion and look for Mel. I would like to speak with him. If there's a chance we can even get the smallest bit of Nelly's feelings through to him, maybe he'll ever change a heart.
Hopefully.
It's hardly going to be elegant, but it's what must be done.
Ah, did you just get back? The St. Tess was telling me you went to see Nelly. What do you think? Sweet girl, isn't she?
That she is.
Though she can be a bit of a handful at times. I'm glad you could keep her company for a bit. Now, just to be sure, you kept a lid on all your crazy talk, right?
She treated me to some tea, nothing more.
Ah, the stuff with the flower petals in it, yeah? She thinks it's some kind of charm to make it taste better. Girls seem to have a thing for stuff like that.
Mel. Could you spare a bit of time for me? We need to talk.
Oh, sure. Can you wait a bit, though? I have to run a little errand after supper. When I'm done with that, I'll meet you in your room.
Alright.
You think the errand is...
Bringing Morgana her meal, presumably. You might be able to catch the three of them opening the door if we trail Mel.
It's too big a risk. Mel's already wary enough as it is.
I concur. And we don't know how the other two might react either. It's best to play it safe. No one's going to come to our defense if we're caught, not at this point in time. So we're better off waiting in our room.
Agreed.
Though winter has receded and spring is well upon the land, there's still a sharp chill to the night air. Even with the window shut, the wind still manages to slip through the cracks, making the candle flame waver. Neither Giselle nor I say much of anything, but nevertheless, when she does speak, the sound of her voice, soft and pleasant, relaxes my nerves. The faint sound of her breathing reminds me I'm not alone, and she's there, always watching over me. When the candle is about half gone, the door swings open.
Sorry it took so long. What did you want to talk about?
You didn't bring anyone with you?
No, I didn't. Who did you think I would bring?
No one, was just checking. Now, I get straight to the point. You're afflicted with a great deal of remorse, are you not, Mel?
Pardon?
I know what you're doing, what you're involved in. I know the girl at the top of the observation tower very well. Her name is Morgana, and have her imprisoned in the tower. The door requires 3 keys to open, of which you possess 1. You need her for her miracle blood.
How?
I came here to stop you.
How do you know any of that? It's not possible. She could have told anyone. Did one of them tell you?
No, it wasn't them. I was told all of this by Morgana herself.
How could she?
What I'm about to tell you is going to seem impossible, but every word of it is the truth. I am not from this time. Many years after her death, Morgana's soul told me what happened to her.
What are you even talking about? She's still alive. You're not from this time? What? Are you mad?
Can you come up with any other explanation for how I wouldn't know everything I know? There is a single window in the room at the top of the tower, a small, insignificant thing that sits high up on the wall, and entirely useless for communicating with the outside world. In 3 days' time, during the Harvest Festival, Morgana will die. And I must prevent that from happening.
Prevent it?
To do that, I need your key. Will you give it to me?
There you go. Talking nonsense again. You know, I warned you not to kick up any dust for your own sake. But I guess that didn't get through, huh? I don't care who you are or where you came from. All that matters is that you intend to stand in our way. What? Did you think I was just a helpless little boy? That you could take my key without any trouble? Well, you'd be right about that. If it was only me, stealing my key and setting her free would be a trivial matter. But it's not only me. And the other two, they won't hesitate to kill you. Your life, anyone's life, means nothing to them. You don't know what they're like, how terrifying they can be. They kill us. I'll tell them everything you told me. I'll tell them you know our secrets. And don't come crying to me when they come for you. I warned you.
Is that what you want? Will you find the comfort you seek by being their devoted little slave and keeping Morgana imprisoned in that tower?
What else can I...
If you feel at all ashamed about your part in this, if you want to do something to correct it, then you need to take that step. You can't fix this problem on your own, no. But I am here to help.
I'm not ashamed about anything.
Don't lie to yourself.
Don't act like you know how I feel! What the hell is your deal anyway? You show up out of nowhere, spouting all this, I'll save you and I'm here to help rubbish. You need to do this for your sister! See, now that's ridiculous! If I wash your hands of this, I won't have it better!
Stealing powers. You only believe it does, making it appear to work. Morgana's blood is not curing Nellie. In fact, it may very well be killing her. You keep giving her that blood. Nellie will also lose her life during the Harvest Festival.
What?
You're standing on the precipice of a horrific tragedy. And you're going to take everyone down with you if you don't turn back now.
What are you...
All 3 of you are going to lose everything on the day of the festival. And there's only one way to prevent that. You have to set Morgana free.
You're insane. You think I would believe that? Nellie's going to... die? Could you have told a more mean-spirited lie? You're the one who's trying to kill her. I'm just trying to save her.
And you're going about it entirely wrong way. Do you have any idea how lonely your sister is right now?
You should be at her side. That's what you should be doing instead of stealing a poor girl's blood. I've had enough. What do you know? If I lose Nellie, I'll have no one. My whole world will collapse. This was the only way I could keep that from happening. This was my best option, my only option. So no, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep Morgana locked up, and I'm going to keep stealing her blood. And I'll hand you over to the other 2. I'll have them kill you.
you regret ever showing your face!
Mel, is that really true? What? Do you really have the Sanctus locked up? What are you doing here, Nelly? That man told me I had to talk to you. He said if I didn't have the courage to do it myself, to wait outside his room tonight because he was going to get the truth from you. You conniving son of a... You were planning this all along. Why would you tell Nelly? Why would you bring her of all people into this? Mel. Tell me, Mel, is it true? Nelly, are you really keeping the Sanctus prisoner and stealing her blood? And you said you would have him killed. I never thought you were such a terrible person, Mel. I can't believe you would do such despicable things. No, you're not my brother anymore. Nelly! Michelle, go after her.
Verdade. Tá tarde. Ela não pode ficar sozinha, gente. We have to stop her. Bring her back. Nelly!
Don't follow me, just go away. Leave me alone.
Stop! If you run away from him now, Mel will never come back from this.
Then why did you tell me? Why did you tell me what he was doing? If you hadn't said anything, everything would still be fine. We wouldn't be in this horrible mess. If you hadn't said anything, I could have kept on believing in him.
No, things wouldn't be fine. Why can't you not see that? You shouldn't put your faith in your ideal brother, but your real one. The boy in that room stricken with regret. If I hadn't said anything, the facade would have ruined you both sooner or later. No, in truth, your relationship was already broken. You were simply ignoring the spreading cracks. I know on some level you had realized that Mel was keeping something incredibly important from you, and that secret was tearing you apart.
There's nothing good about this though. No, we'll never go back to the way we were. We can never go back to what it was like when we were kids. Just the two of us playing together every day, having fun.
Everyone's childhood comes to an end. The flow of time is impartial. You cannot fight it. What you can do, what only you can do, is choose how you change.
But
I will admit it. I am the one who opened your wounds, and now I'm putting the responsibility of tending to them onto you. It's cruel, I know. But if you don't come to terms with Mel and make him withdraw his participation, even greater suffering awaits you far in the future. It's not over yet, and you cannot let this be where it ends. The bonds you formed over the years are not yet broken, and you can do what I was never able to. You can still repair your relationship.
But I'm scared. Scared that my brother, that my Mel could do such horrible things. That he could say, he would kill you. He used to be such a good brother. He was always so kind, so friendly to everyone. But it was all a lie. It was a big act to fool me.
Eu vou aproveitar que tá rodando a de agora pra levar os cachorros pra fora e ir no banheiro. Já volto. TASMR. Oh yeah, that's good tea. Yeah, I love tea. I love putting leaves in hot water. Fuck yeah. No, it was not all an act. There was truth to it. He is a kind-hearted boy, an ordinary young man, whose kindness was twisted by circumstance. And it doesn't matter how good a person someone is, everyone has the potential to do terrible things when backed into a corner.
You think you know everything?
I know that much. Nelly, you want your brother back, you have to act now. Please, you must take action.
Because I'm scared. What am I supposed to say to him? I don't even know.
I'll be there with you. You don't have to face this alone. There's more to this story than we've heard. We don't know how he got himself involved in this. And I mean to get the rest of it out of him. And you need to be there to hear it.
If, when I hear what he has to say, I try to say something I shouldn't, if I try to say something that will ruin everything, you'll stop me? You're the only one who told me to open my eyes and face him. You're the one who made this whole mess. What am I supposed to do if all this destroys everything I have? You said you'd be my brother, right? So be a good brother, help me out here. Promise me, you make sure nothing goes bad. You do that, won't you?
Michelle,
just say yes. We won't let this go bad. Have faith in yourself. Faith that you put the relationship on track to recovering. Promise her. Give her the courage she wants from you.
You have nothing to fear. I'll be there for you. I'll help you both.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll go back.
Thank you, Giselle.
Oh, don't mention it. Now, let's go see what he has to say for himself. Let's draw back that curtain.
Yes, let's.
Nelly. Mel. What did you come back for? To ridicule me. I'm not the brother you thought I was, huh? Not at all what you wanted me to be. It's all over. Everything Michelle said is true. There's a girl imprisoned in the tower. A completely innocent girl. A girl who saved your life, in fact. Go on. Tell me how cruel and terrible and evil I am. I'm no prince. Here's an idea. Why don't you make him your new prince?
You can do it, Nelly. Ask him.
You have your reasons, don't you? You have some reason for being a part of this, right?
A reason? Yeah, I have a reason, alright. I wanted to save your life. I needed her blood to cure you, so I had her locked up.
Tell me the truth. I don't remember much about when the Saintess came to visit, but I do remember a little. I remember her saying she would gladly give up whatever she could to the sick and needy, which means you had no need to lock her up.
It would seem the tale Morgana showed me was true. She really was a saint.
Yes, she was. Tell me the truth, Mel. Tell me everything.
There's nothing to tell.
There is, I know it. There's more to a story than just the facts. The things you thought, the things you felt, are all pieces that combine to make the whole story. Isn't that right, Michelle?
You're exactly right. If you hadn't said anything, we could have gone on with our lives as normal.
No, Mel, couldn't have. I thought so too at first, but it's not true. Our normal lives ended long ago. Tell me the truth, Mel. No matter what it is, I can handle it.
No, Nellie, you can't. A girl like you who dreams of becoming a princess couldn't possibly bear to see how hideous her brother has become.
How can I know if you don't say anything, though? That's how it's always been with us. You were nice to me, and that was all I needed. I never looked beyond the surface. I made you into my ideal brother, and I latched onto that image of you. You're a kind person, Mel. You really are. So kind you played along with my fantasy that you were a prince. But you don't have to act for me anymore. I want to know the real you. I'm all done being a princess. I'm just a little sister now, nothing more. Your one and only little sister, Mel.
You need to do this, Mel. You need to tell your story. Until you do, we have no way of understanding what you've been through, what you're going through. No way. If I tell you, you'll lose any hope you had left in me. As Nellie has, you need to release yourself from your own idealized fantasy, Mel. You have someone right here who will accept you for who you are. I know good and well just how hard it can be to have someone dear to see a side of you that you didn't want to show them. I think you want to get it off your chest, though. And I think you want forgiveness. Fantasies are not everlasting. They all crumble eventually. Show us the real Mel. Tell us your story, without embellishments or omissions.
Mel.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you. Not like I have any other options. Nellie, if at any point you can't bear to hear anymore, so be it. You're free to leave whenever you like.
I won't go anywhere. I can almost guarantee you.
I pray that ends up being true. Alright, here goes. The whole story, from start to finish, of how I ended up in this mess. Until around the time I turned 17, my life was mostly uneventful. On days when it was nice out, I would take walks around the house's grounds, sometimes napping beneath a tree. It was picturesque, and you were always there with me. You have the same flex-colored hair as me, which always seemed to glisten in the sun, whereas mine is flat and dull. You shone like a tiny little dancing sun. At the time, I assumed that was how life would always be. I genuinely wanted it to be. Following my 17th birthday, though, I was met with a deluge of changes. First, father fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. With his death came the question of who would be the next head, as the oldest son normally would fall on me to take his place. I was 17, by all means enough of an adult to handle things myself. Or, well, that's what I thought anyway. Nobody else did, though. After discussions I had no part in, it was decided that my uncle would be next head. That they weren't confident I had the spine to do the job properly. I wasn't sure what to think. Part of me wanted to know why nobody bothered talking to me, and part of me was relieved. Somewhere inside I knew I didn't have what it took. So I was more than happy to let someone else take that responsibility. If it meant I could go on with my quiet life, I didn't care who they picked. My uncle, though, seemed to have caught on to my apathy, which he did not take kindly to. And in response, he formally disowned me. You're not the only one who still had some growing up to do, Nelly. Sim, é verdade, é muito. I wasn't quite the adult I thought I was either. Fortunately, if you want to call it fortune, I was given enough money to live on for a decent length of time, as well as a place to stay. It was a small house far from home, his way of making it hard for me to come back. Not that I had any intention of returning, but the best thing to come out of it all was you coming with me, Nelly.
So this is our new home, dearest Mel?
Yep, so it is. It's amazing how little there is. No big yard, no paintings, no vases filled with colorful flowers, no silver bowls full of fresh picked fruit.
But there is you and me.
You're not going to go and say you want to return home in a couple of months when you realize life isn't as luxurious here as it was back there, are you?
There's only one thing in the whole wide world I really need.
Oh?
Honestly, I can't live without shiny shoes and pretty dresses like Mother wears. I don't need composers to come and write me songs for my birthday. As long as I have the one thing that matters most to me, I can do without anything else.
Are you saying?
I'm as happy as I've ever been. I don't need all that fancy, expensive stuff. We may not have a huge yard, but the sun shines everywhere. Flowers can grow even without a gardener tending to them.
Nelly.
I'll do whatever I can for you, dearest Mel. Are you hungry? I'm hungry.
Oh, yeah, a bit.
Alright, I'll make something then. Start off with some fruit jam, then maybe make a pie out of it. What else sounds good? I'm craving cookies.
You got quite the sweet tooth. Going to make yourself sick like that.
That's the first smile I've seen since I've got here.
What? That can't be right. I'm sure I've been smiling.
Nope, you've been frowning all day.
Whatever you say.
Forget about all that stuff at home. We got each other, we can do this. Who cares that we're not rich anymore? We'll figure things out in no time. And then we'll have even more fun than we did back there.
Yeah, you're right.
It'll all work out, dearest Mel. I'll always be here for you. You've got yourself an adorable little princess. What more could you possibly need? Cheer up!
Thanks. I'm really glad that you decided to come with me.
Oh, did you think for a second I wouldn't? I'm your princess, dearest Mel. And princesses belong with their princes.
I suppose so. Until that day, I had never known how good it felt to have someone who wanted me in their life, who saw me for me. I realized for the first time how blessed I had always been. I was hardly prince material. I wasn't strong or handsome or regal enough for that. But Ellie calling me her prince gave me the illusion of being worth something. It made me feel like I could keep on being that richly blessed young man, even this far away from home. While I had been given some money, my supply was far from infinite. I knew we would eventually have to find some kind of work, some way to support myself and Nellie. But to be quite honest, I couldn't gather the motivation to do much of anything. My whole life had changed so abruptly, so dramatically, that my mind just wasn't able to keep up. It had knocked me on my backside, and I didn't have the strength to get back up. I couldn't tell Nellie about, of course, so this is what I said instead. I'm staying home because I want to be with you as much as possible. And she happily took me at my word. Our new life together was quiet and unremarkable. Even so, it was still a constant stream of new experiences for the two of us, having been pampered our entire lives. Welcome home, dearest Mel. What did you buy today? I got a chicken. Wow! I've never seen one so up close before. Are you going to keep it as a pet? I was planning on using it for supper. What? You're going to cook it? That's the idea. You like chicken though, don't you? Steamed especially, if I remember right. Yes, but it's all covered in feathers and flapping about. How are we supposed to cook it? If I remember, the guy said you have to pluck its feathers, then cut off its head and drain all the blood. Ew, no way, absolutely not. Not in a million years. You do it, Mel. What? I've never done this before. Well, I'm not, so you do it. Alright. I'll bring it to the... Not inside! Do it outside! Okay. I've never had to slaughter a chicken before. The chefs back home always took care of it. God, I hope I don't screw this up. Well, I'm not going to accomplish anything if I just sit here worrying. Just gotta give it my best shot. Oh, please don't put up a fight. I can't watch. On the count of 3, okay? Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Come back. It's gone. At first, it was just fumbling about in the dark, constantly messing up everything I tried. But in time, I started getting more comfortable with things, and I stopped pining for my old life. For the longest time, I couldn't shake the memory of the fact that I had once been a noble. I was constantly wondering how I had ended up there, why this was happening to me. Nellie had seemed to have adjusted fairly quickly, but I wasn't faring so well. I was surprised, honestly. I figured if anyone was going to have an issue with our new lifestyle, it was going to be her, not me. Back home, Nellie had tended to be, well, a bit of a princess. She was frequently harsh with the Abigails, scolding them for the smallest of things. There were times I thought she might be biting her tongue for my sake, but every time it crossed my mind, she would just say, "I've got you, dearest Mel, everything just fine." And it was those words that kept me going. Oh, dearest Mel, I just had the most wonderful idea. Would you like to hear it? Sure. What's your idea? We should get married. What? You can't be serious. As serious gets. I mean, we're basically married already in everything but name. We can't do that. We're siblings. Nobody here needs to know that. They can guess from our hair and eye color, though. I don't think we look that much alike. Anyway, whatever gave you that idea? We get married, we can be together forever. We can't do that just as well as brother and sister. It's not the same, though. No one ever says two siblings lived happily ever after. I want to be with you for the rest of my life, dearest Mel. And the best way to do that is to get married. But Nellie, what are you so hesitant for? Is there someone you pine for? No, but... Then there's no problem. We're blood-related siblings. She realized that getting married means eventually having children and everything that leads up to that. O que é pouquinho de incesto? Nunca deu errado, não é? That goes against the teachings of the Lord. No, she's still just a kid chasing after a fairy tale ending. She doesn't understand the reality of what she's saying. Sometimes I'm not sure what to do with you, Nellie. So you marry me? But right now, I know you need God's word. Starting tonight, you're getting your own private sermon every night, understand? Yeah. My instruction was as much for my own sake as it was for Nellie's. Esse casal fica em sexto lugar. I'm not going to lie, the thought did cross my mind that her proposition might not be so bad. For one, I couldn't imagine spending the rest of my life with anyone else, and it had been her smile that had kept me going when things got difficult. But I knew that it was a sin, and I didn't think I would be able to live with myself if I crossed that line. So night after night, I told her, reminded her that we were brother and sister, and that we didn't have to be anything more for her to be the most important person in the world to me. And after about her third month away from home, the life began crumbling. Ellie woke up one day with a high fever that refused to break. At first I thought it was just a cold, and that she'd be over it soon enough. But as much as I tried to convince myself, oh, she'll be better tomorrow, she just kept getting worse, until eventually she couldn't even get out of bed. She had visibly lost weight, and I had never heard her voice so weak and lethargic before. Is there anything you'd like me to get you, Nelly?
All I want is you to be here with me to your smell.
You really should eat something. I'll make something you like. How about a nice expensive chicken? The last one got away, but I won't let that happen this time.
Not really in the mood for anything too heavy.
Oh, okay.
Don't you worry, Mel. I'll be better before you know it.
Yeah, you will. You'll be just fine. Everything's going to be back to normal soon.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Nellie grow weaker every day scared the hell out of me. I desperately did not want to lose her. If I lost her, then who would be left that wanted me? Who would tell me I was worth something? Who would say nice things about me? Who would be there with me every day? Just when I had started to feel optimistic about this new life, started to feel comfortable in it, it was looking like it might fall apart again. I searched everywhere for some medicine that could cure her. Healthy foods, fruits and vegetables with supposed medicinal properties, anything I could get my hands on. I prayed. And Nellie, you were overjoyed. You were thrilled I would go to such lengths for you. But the reality is, I was really doing it for myself. But as much as I searched, I couldn't find anything that worked, and I started to panic. I did go to bed at night afraid I'd wake up in the next morning, and Nellie wouldn't. I was already grasping at straws, and I was ready to try anything that had even the slightest chance of curing her. And then one day I heard whispers of a witch who lived by the lake. They said she was a recluse, that she hardly ever left her house, and that she hadn't been down to the city in years. They told me she might have some medicinal herbs that could help, so I rushed down to the lake to see her. Jogo é bom? Yes it is. Sitting by the shore was a small cottage, even less luxurious than where Nellie and I were living at the time. Seeing the thin trails of smoke rising from the chimney, I was convinced the rumors were true. A witch lived in that house. I wasn't sure what to expect. Being a recluse, I figured she wasn't going to be very sociable at least. I'll organize watch. To tell the truth, I was kind of scared to knock on the door, but I had exhausted all my other options, so I clenched my teeth and gave her the door 2 firm raps. Like Everest Peak. The peakest of peaks like Fujisan. Who's there? The sound of her voice caught me off guard, and all I could do was stare at the door with a knot in my throat. Based on the information I had, I'd assumed I was going to find a wrinkly old woman, but that was the voice of a young girl. And even though she had only said 2 words, there was something indescribably enchanting about that voice. I could listen to her talk for hours on end, in some kind of strange, hypnotic trance. It was almost like magic, for lack of a better word. I stood there, dumbfounded, like my soul had been sucked from my body. Who's there? She repeated her question, which brought me back to reality. Though I still had to fight to maintain my wits enough to respond coherently. My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. Deixar só uma frechinha da porta aberta daquele jeito jogando esse jogo, isso sim é coragem, meus irmãos. O negócio é que a pior parte já passou. Isso nem é a pior parte mais. Mas você tá vendo o fantasma? A Morgana tá bem ali. I was told that the person who lives here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her? What are her symptoms? She's got an extremely high fever that won't come down. She has no appetite. She'll only drink water, and she can't get out of bed. Sim, esse capítulo tá realmente sendo um passeio comparado a tudo. We're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm going to give you 2 medications. Give her the first while her fever's high, and the second after it's come down. Thank you very much. Her voice wasn't bright and energetic like Nellie's. It was more restrained, somber, and quiet, yet simultaneously clear and sharp. Sound tickled my curiosity. I wanted to know what she looks like. I wanted to know what kind of girl stood on the other side of that door. With a voice that pretty, she must be equally lovely, I thought. I had to see it for myself. And my wish didn't fall on deaf ears when she opened the door to hand me the herbal medicine and take my money. Her head peeked out between the crack ever so slightly. Engraçado, cara, é exatamente como na primeira porta. Assim, os paralelos. Quando a menina de cabelos brancos entrou na mansão e ele queria saber como que ela era, como que era essa nova pessoa. A mesma coisa. I said I would tell you everything exactly as it happened, so I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It was unsettling. It was nothing like I had imagined from her voice. Her skin had, I guess, fallen off or something, because you could see the raw red flesh beneath. To say it was hard to look at would be an understatement. Most of her face was covered by a black hood, so all I could see was her mouth and chin, but even that much was harrowing. But the last thing I wanted to do was look away. For all I knew, that was why she had become a recluse. And I couldn't let myself hurt her, so I suppressed my own disgust and put on my best smile. People often tell me I have a very pleasant, amiable smile, so I figured I could use that to prevent her from picking up on what was actually going through my mind. And when she saw my face, a look of surprise seemed to cross hers. The witch's herbs did indeed seem to help some. Going to visit her was better than talking to any of the local doctors. Nonetheless, Nellie hadn't been cured. She was only feeling a little bit better. So I kept paying the witch's visits, kept purchasing more herbs from her. And every time I went to that cottage and heard her sweet voice, I imagined how much sweeter it would sound without a door obstructing it. Even knowing what she looked like didn't stop the curiosity from growing within me. From what I gathered talking to her, there wasn't much of an age difference between us either. She was 16 and I was 17. And I'm sure you know how it is when you meet someone around your age and you feel that sort of sense of kinship. This girl I had originally believed to be some kind of otherworldly witch was starting to feel like a regular person like me. Through our conversations, I managed to learn her name, as well as the fact that she had come here from a faraway country. We were both a long way from home. Thinking she might open up even more to someone who'd been through a similar experience, I decided to try inviting her to go on a walk with me. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. We got this beautiful lake right here. Would you say we'd take a little walk around the shoreline? To my surprise, she accepted. Realmente parece esse pintor de Monet. Ela tem o cabelo da Aquela menina da garompa. Great weather, isn't it? I love the way the sun reflects off the surface of the lake. It's gorgeous. Ah, peraí, ele que falou isso. Great weather, isn't it? I love the way the sun reflects on the surface of the lake. It's gorgeous. Are you okay? I'm in disbelief, to tell you the truth. Huh? What for? You see my face. You know how hideous I am. And still invited me on a walk. You're a very peculiar person. Is it really that strange? I mean, we're almost the same age, so I figured we might make pretty good friends. You want to make friends? With me? Well, sure. We've been through a lot of the same things, so we kinda understand each other better than most. Understand each other? Yeah, we're both young, but we've been through some rough times. I'm going to be blunt with you. You have not been through anything like I have. What? No? If you had experienced the things I have, you wouldn't be smiling right now. I haven't known you long, but I don't need to have you in order to know how unequivocally dissimilar we are. That we were cut from a very different cloth. Well, yeah, with people. We're not made of cloth, so aha, boa, Mel. That's not what that means, you know. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so harsh. In fact, I would say you're much better off not being in my position. It sounds like you've been through a lot. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to you? I'd be happy to lend an ear. It might make you feel better to get it off your chest. And that is what's so different about us. Huh? I will not tell you about myself, no. That's sad. I do appreciate the concern. Thank you. Oh, sure. You're welcome. She's not very open with people, huh? Though I guess it's only to be expected. She hasn't spent much time around other people, looking the way she does. I wonder if there's anything I can do for her. At least get her to show a little bit of emotion. Say, it's not too much to ask. You think we could maybe do this again sometime? Don't expect me to lower my prices. I'm not trying to squeeze a better deal out of you. Just want to get to know you better. Nothing more to it. No ulterior motives, promise. Did you forget I've already said I won't be telling you about myself? Alright, then it doesn't have to be about you. We can talk about anything, whatever you want. Do you have a favorite food? Any hobbies? Nothing in particular. Well, there was a fruitful conversation. Okay, crap. Mesmo tipo de conversa também. Eles sempre não conseguiram ir pra lugar nenhum. I have no interests or tastes worth mentioning. So if you want to talk, I suppose that leaves you to be the subject. Me? Tell me about yourself. My life's not all that exciting. Anything I had to tell you would probably just bore you. I'm not looking for excitement. Oh. Okay. Well, alright then. Guess I can't tell you about myself. And so I did. I told her about my family situation, and I told her about Nelly, and that was pretty much all I had to talk about. For the most part, she hardly even reacted to anything I said, so it was difficult to tell if she was listening or not. But she would urge me to continue with that whenever I'd go quiet for more than a few moments, so I suppose she was listening. Every time I came to purchase more medicine, we would go on a walk around the lake together. A single loop around the shoreline didn't give us much time to talk. My attempts to reduce our walking pace or stop to extend our time together were flatly ignored. And she refused to go around more than once, claiming it would disturb her daily rhythm. That said, she never refused an invitation either, so I don't think she particularly disliked me. Yet, anyway. Oh, a robin? What does a robin have to do with your sister? Passarinho, beep, beep, beep. Nothing, I just saw one over there. If you listen, you can hear it singing. They migrate somewhere warmer when it gets cold. They just fly off to somewhere more comfortable. If I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too. There is not a single creature living in this world that is free. What? Birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds. The idea that they are free is nothing more than man's short-sighted delusion. Sorry, I guess. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly empathize with others. I do not understand people. So please, if I say anything that upsets you or makes you uncomfortable, don't assume that was my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it, or maybe you just don't know it yet, but I think you've got more empathy than you're letting on. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. So you don't have to be so closed off. I might not be able to do much for you, but I do want to get to know better. I want to understand you. So if you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know that you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? If there were ever someone who could understand me, who could empathize with me, they would not be human. What do you mean? That she would need to be far removed from any idea of humanity to have a chance at understanding me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity, do you have anyone really important to you in your life? Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them if you don't mind. They're all long dead. 4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred. Falar unpleasant é reduzir isso pra caralho. And as a result of that, I was forced to part ways with the people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well then, if your sister's condition worsens again, come see me. Farewell. Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time, so we have more time to talk. I want to get to know you better. I'll consider it. Does it really require that much thought? So long. Bye. See you soon. This is so sad. Tentando deixar esse headset mais confortável pra mim. Things continued on like that for a while. Nelly bounced back and forth between getting better and getting worse. Emotionally, I followed not far behind, getting very little in the way of peace of mind. Having to spend so much time running over and looking after Nelly was starting to wear me out, even though I knew good and well she had it much worse than me. I wanted to be done with it all. I wanted to be free. I wanted her to get better as soon as possible. Mesmo é exatamente isso. Daqui a pouco tá o James Sunderland fazendo aquela dancinha dele lá. If only you could understand. So I could stop agonizing over her. So at some point I started wishing for a miracle. I didn't care if it came from God, an angel, or something less holy. I just wanted someone to kill Nelly and take the weight off my shoulders. And during one of our walks, I let that slip. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. I assumed she would, as she had a tendency to say that people who believed in miracles were delusional. She was, in my mind, very much a realist, which is why her response surprised me so much. Do you sincerely wish for a miracle? What? Do you truly want a miracle, no matter what form it may take? Well, yeah. I've tried everything else. God is all I can ask for help anymore. I know what you're going to say. There's no such thing as miracles. If there were, Nellie would already be better. I've prayed every single night for her recovery. It's all just a delusion, I know. Miracles do exist. What? If you have faith and you sincerely wish for her to be healed, you would be granted your miracle. What are you talking about, Morgana? You've said many times that you wish to know more about me. Yeah, I have. Well, I'll grant you that wish. As you listen to my story, you will come to understand why I said you will never be able to empathize with me. And as you do, hope will sprout up within you. Here in my lakeside cottage, I am known as a witch, but I did not used to be called such. No, I am the daughter of God. Most people would dismiss such a claim as madness, and I almost did exactly that. But there was something strangely enchanting about her voice, and I found myself slowly drawn into her tale, listening intently to her every word. The more I heard, the harder it was to believe she was lying, and before long I was convinced she was the daughter of God, a saint whose blood had miraculous powers. Her first cry ended a lengthy drought in the village where she was born, and her blood cured the sick. She rolled up one sleeve to show me her arm. Practically every inch of her skin from her shoulder to the tips of her fingers was scarred from where she had been cut. According to her, the scarring had once been far worse, but had improved with the application of ointment. Every single one of those scars, she said, marked a person who had sought her blood. And I believed every word. There was something about her that set her apart from the rest of us normal people, like she was some higher being. They were not self-inflicted wounds, not the marks of someone who had tried to take her own life, but symbols of the great sacrifices she had made. She offered to give Nellie her blood, and without a moment's hesitation I accepted. No? Hey, Nellie, I'm back, and I brought someone with me, a saint. A saint? Yep, she's here because medicine hasn't been working for you. She can perform miracles, just she's going to kill you. Miracles? That's right, her blood, her miraculous healing powers. Her blood? You're not, my beloved sister. Hear my words and do as I say. You must have faith for the miracle to be performed correctly. I give you my blessing, that it may bestow unto you salvation. I give you my love, and I give you relief. Hear my words. I hear them. This body was created not in a mortal womb. This flesh is not the flesh of man. This blood is not the blood of man. The water that flows through these holy veins flows from the river of creation. Have mercy on them, O Father. May the infirm find comfort in your warmth. May the destitute find reprieve in your generosity. May my flesh bring nourishment and health unto this girl. Bestow upon her your blessing, O Father. Morgana had a pale hand above Nellie's mouth, and, without hesitation, sliced her own wrist. Blood slowly trickled down her middle finger from the cut, dripping into the gap between Nellie's bluish lips. I stood there entranced by the scene. It was like I was witnessing some kind of ritual. I wasn't sure, however, whether to describe it as sacred or profane. Watching the fresh blood trickle down from the cut to her wrist made me break out into a sweat, feeling like I was violating a taboo. My knees rattled, and I could barely stay on my feet. Needles prickled my hands. Thoughts slipped through my fingers and before they could fully form. Had I crossed a line that wasn't meant to be crossed? Had I stepped into territory man was never supposed to enter? In time, I stopped processing Morgana's prayers words. It became nothing but a rhythmical sequence of sounds bouncing around in my head. My line of sight grew gradually narrower. Are you alright? The ceremony is complete. How's Nelly? She's asleep right now, but she should awaken soon. Oh, good. My blood has the power to cause miracles, but you must remember that the miracle is predicated on your faith. So are you saying we need to worship you? No, I am merely God's progeny. Your praises and prayers should be directed at my Father, the Lord God. We should get going then. Hey, thank you very much. My Morgana had said I would never be able to understand or empathize with her. She had not been lying. Having only heard her tell of it, I still believed there was room for me to close the gap between us. That we still had enough in common, but seeing it with my own eyes, feeling it with my entire being, I no longer had any illusion of us being in the same plane. As I gave her my thanks, my voice was audibly trembling.
Mel, come on, get up here, Mel.
Oh, Mel! Nelly?
Finally, you're awake, sleepyhead. What's with the look? Am I making a funny face? Are you good to be up and about? Yep, I woke up the morning feeling wonderful. Feel my forehead, Mel. See? No fever.
It's gone. She actually performed a miracle.
I only remember bits and pieces, but I remember a really pretty saint lady showing up and giving me her blood.
That's how she remembers it. Her memory is pretty hazy, huh?
And then I got this warm and fuzzy feeling inside me. Then I had this really strange dream.
What kind of dream?
There was a whole bunch of lights floating all around me, and they were changing into all sorts of different colors. It was the most wonderful dream.
Haha, that doesn't help me understand at all, Nelly.
It was a good dream, that's all what matters. It must be the saint's lady power of work.
Must be, yeah. I'm so relieved you're feeling better, Nelly.
Sorry for all the trouble I caused you, but now everything can go back to normal.
Yep, all back to normal. She wants to thank me. Yeah. Ugh. Nelly's insisting I let her meet you so she can show her gratitude. So if it's alright, would you mind coming to supper sometime? That would probably not be wise. Huh? Why not? It would hardly be pleasant having to eat in the presence of a face as grotesque as mine. And I doubt your sister will react well to the sight of it. I don't think it would cause any problems. Nelly isn't the kind of girl to judge someone by their looks, I don't think. Perhaps not, but to her, I'm a saint, not a normal person. In her mind, she thinks I'm beautiful, doesn't she? We must maintain that illusion. It is essential to the miracle that her faith remains unwavering, and on some level, that faith depends on her idealizing image of me. You think so? Though our time together was brief, I could see it in her. She is a girl with a great love of beauty. And perhaps the same could be said of you. I don't judge people by how they look. It's what's inside that matters. I'll take you at your words. Thanks. So, are you sure you don't want to come? I really shouldn't. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, okay. Why in the world am I feeling relieved? Porque você julga as pessoas pela aparência, Bel. Nelly recovering was a huge weight off my shoulders. Now everything could go back to the way it was, quiet and unremarkable. I could finally go out and get a real job, forget about my old life, live like a regular old commoner. That's what was going to do for the both of us. The problem was, Nelly hadn't actually recovered completely. She was in nearly perfect health the first few days after drinking Morgana's blood, but soon her faith came back. She started being able to get out of bed, and to top it all off, she started having lengthy coughing fits. During some of them, she coughed up little bits of bloody phlegm. Ela tem... ela está sofrendo de algo muito fatal. Tuberculose. I nearly had a panic attack. So I rushed down to Morgana's cottage and told her what was happening, to which she responded with a quizzical tilt on her head. Laddie's health meant everything to me. It certainly wasn't the curiosity her head seemed to make it out to be. But it didn't seem to bother her at all. Peraí, eu tô curioso. Hey Google, can you tell me a bit more about tuberculosis?
Tuberculosis, TB, is a serious infectious disease caused by the bacterium Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Here's a breakdown of key information. Key points. Cause. TB is caused by bacteria that spread through the air when a person with active TB coughs, speaks, or sneezes. Types. Latent TB. The bacteria are in the body, but the immune system prevents them from causing illness. People with latent TB do not feel sick and cannot spread the bacteria. Active TB. The bacteria multiply and cause illness. Active TB disease usually affects the lungs. Pulmonary TB, but it can also affect other parts of the body, such as the kidneys, spine, or brain. Extrapulmonary TB.
Tell me about the White Plague.
The White Plague is a historical term for tuberculosis, TB, highlighting the devastating impact this disease had, particularly during the 18th and 19th centuries. Here's a look at why it was called that and its significance. Why the White Plague? Pallor of victims. TB often caused victims to become pale and thin, giving them a white appearance. This pallor, combined with the disease's widespread and deadly nature, led to the plague designation.
Tentando ver aqui. The symptoms. Persistent cough, que agora apareceu. Coughing up blood or sputum. What the heck? Não só aprendendo palavras novas, aprendendo fatos novos também. Chest pain, fever, night sweats, fatigue, weight loss, loss of appetite. Wow, who would have thought? TB spreads through the air when a person with active pulmonary TB disease coughs, speaks, or sneezes. TB can be diagnosed through skin tests. Foda que tuberculose é bacterial também, tem esse problema. Can people with tuberculosis have moments where they get better and then get worse?
Yes, it's possible for people with tuberculosis, TB, to experience periods where their symptoms seem to improve, followed by a worsening of their condition. This can occur for several reasons. Natural fluctuations. Like many illnesses, TB symptoms can fluctuate. There may be periods where the body's immune system temporarily gains the upper hand, leading to a reduction in symptoms. However, if the infection is not...
Aquele negócio que a Morgana falou das coisas acontecerem, tipo, por pura sorte. It's so true. It is so true. The miracle took place, but it didn't persist? That doesn't make much sense. But it's true! She can't get out of bed! And it's not a problem with her faith. I've been teaching her the word of God every night. That she absolutely believes in you and her saint. Lower your voice. I will perform another miracle for her. You'll do it again? I will not forsake those who are in need. And it'll take this time, right? I cannot promise anything. But why? Your miracles aren't supposed to be temporary, are they? Whether they are or not is decided by you and your sister. You're my only hope, though. Please do not worry. If a second blessing is not enough to cure her of her ailments, then I will visit and give her my blood as many times as is necessary. I will gladly give her every last drop of blood in my body. I assure you, my father does not want to see two young souls like yourselves torn apart, and neither do I. We should get going. Alright. For the second time, Morgana had Nelly drink of her blood. And for the second time, she was healthy again the next morning. For the second time, she fell ill again shortly thereafter. A fever returned. I went to get Morgana and she gave Nelly her blood. The cycle repeated again and again. And every time, I had to watch her go through that ceremony. It was exhausting. And I wasn't sure I could handle it much longer. I started thinking maybe there wasn't anything sacred about any of this. That it was blasphemous as it looked from the outside. I was making a girl cut her own wrist and feed my sister her blood. Nothing about that sounded right. But I had nowhere else to go, no one else to ask for help. When I was with Morgana, listening to her words of reassurance, she, without fail, wiped away all the doubt I had. It wasn't until after she left that the wave of regret hit me. I wasn't sure what was right and wrong anymore. I wasn't sure what to do anymore. Every time we went to see Morgana, it got more and more difficult to look her in the eye. I stopped asking her homeworks as often, and I stopped trying to have chats with her, not so much out of a sense of guilt, but because I was getting to be afraid of her. One of those draining days, someone knocked on the door. I hadn't asked Morgana to come down that day, so I wasn't sure who it could be. Nelly was asleep in her bed, so I quietly rose from my seat and made my way to the door, trying not to wake her. Who is it? Hello, who's there? Cara, eu fiquei curioso porque a Morgana mudou de lado e decidiu ajudar as pessoas do que ficar botando terror. É porque isso é antes dela virar a bruxa Morgana. I had an inkling of suspicion, but having been raised in such a sheltered environment, I didn't understand exactly how dangerous it was to thoughtlessly open the door to anyone who came knocking. I pulled the door inward a couple of inches and tried to take a peek through the crack. When out of nowhere, someone grabbed my shoulder and shoved me, helpless to resist, into the house. A man stood there above me. What do you think you're doing? What do you want from me? I don't have anything valuable. I'm just a regular old peasant. I'm not here to rob you. What? You're in contact with a witch, are you not? Huh? The girl who lives by the lake calls herself a witch. Witch? I don't know any witch. The only one who lives there is a saint. A saint. I was told she was a witch, but regardless, there's a girl who lives there with the miracle bloods, no? Looks like I've got the right person. What do you want from me? I want you to help me. Huh? I need you to lure the witch out into the open. And why do you need that? Because I need her blood. I need to get my hands on the witch's miracle blood. Then go ask her for it yourself. Why should I have to help you? She won't open the door for me. But you? I've seen you talking to her. You seem to be quite friendly with the witch. Taking little walks around the lake. Hell, I need your help. And what are you going to do once you have her outside? I have order from the Lord to take her captive. What, the Lord? Why would he? That is none of your concern. You expect me to buy that? All I need from you is to get the witch out of that house. Why would I? She doesn't trust me. I could always force my way in, but there's a chance something might go wrong, and I can't risk that. If she hears her voice, she'll open a door, yes? The witch trusts you, unlike me. With your help, there's a risk of anything going wrong. Quando eu falei que ele era spineless chump, I meant it. You barge in here and tell me you want to capture her, and you think I'm just going to agree to help? Like hell I will! Oh, don't worry, you get your share. You the witch's blood too, right? I don't care about getting a share. You're asking me to deceive her. I don't care what you think she is. She hasn't done anything wrong. So no, I won't help you capture her. You leave you no choice then. Well, He approached the bed where Nellie slept, drawing his sword and pressing the tip against her throat. It happened so quickly and without any warning, my mind couldn't keep up. I stood there, mouth half opened, like an idiot. If I were courageous, if I were gallant and brave, then maybe I would have grabbed him, pulled him away from Nellie. But my legs seemed to be severed from my mind. They were frozen to the floor like two useless rocks. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch. Get away! Or you help me capture her. Get away from her, right now! And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl. Get away! Make your decision. Get away from her! You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her! I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. Deixa eu colocar mais chá para mim, ou seja, a quantidade que eu tenho. Hora do TASMR. Swordsman, a man that kills the innocents. Ele é pau mandado. E psicopata. Também. I felt like jumping into a lake. I couldn't make sense of how I had ended up in such a position. Just a few months earlier, I had been living back at my family's estate, hardly a worry in the world. Nellie had been healthy and happy. It hadn't been exciting, you know, but I had figured that was how things would always be. That one day I would fall for some noble girl, Nellie would get jealous, and I would have to spend several days or even weeks pacifying her. Everyone would be happy, a life free of troubles, because that was normal, and I was normal. So what was I doing living in some tiny cottage so far from home? Feeding my sick sister miracle blood? What was I doing walking beside this barbarian? What was I doing at all? I was conflicted. Part of me hoped we would never arrive at the lake. and part of me wanted to get there as quickly as possible so I could be done with all of this. But time plodded on no quicker or slower than normal, and we arrived at Morgana's door in short order, irrespective of my own selfish hopes. The thought of what was going to happen next filled me with a crushing sense of guilt. I may have been afraid of Morgana, but I had no grudge against her. I was actually quite grateful to her. She was still healing Nelly, even if the ceremony to do so inspired fear in me. She didn't hesitate to cut her own wrists open for Nelly and for me. She didn't grimace or even frown, though I knew it had to hurt. I knew damned well she wasn't a bad person, that she hadn't done anything to warrant being taken into custody. She might very well have been a genuine saint, but that I was, selling her out because a man with a sword threatened me. Oh, Father who art in heaven, please forgive me for what I'm about to do. Please, please forgive me. Quit sniveling. You want her to get suspicious? Ela realmente não fez nada de errado. But how? I can't, please, oh God. Stop crying. Or would you rather I kill you here? Just close your eyes. It'll be over before you know it. Do it. Call on the witch. Who's there? It's me. I'm not here about Nelly today. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I want to talk things over. I thought I heard a faint gasp through the door, and then she responded. I want to talk to you too. Why? Why'd she want to talk now? She had always been so guarded, so rational, so quick to cut down my fantasies. Never one to get emotional or sentimental. She had always given off the impression of being something greater than we were humans. Always being so aloof, never giving any indication she thought anything of me at all. So why? Why did she sound like a normal girl now? Why was her voice trembling slightly when she said she wanted to talk? Why now of all times? Get back! No! Stay away from me! No! Help! Don't kill me! Take it. What? That's your share. Should last you long enough. Why? Why? Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? What? What? Why? It all happened in less than a minute. I told her I wanted to talk. She opened the door. Then I heard a sound like the wind whipping past my ear. The next thing I knew, her cottage was covered in blood. Never once did I expect anything to happen how it did. When he said he wanted to capture her, I took it to mean exactly that. I hadn't thought he would turn brutal. That he would do something so horrific. After the man cut her arm off, Morgana tumbled to the floor, floundering about his wash, blood trickling down the curved blade in his hand. Her screams were indistinguishable from those of a normal person. Near the grass of the lake shore, I vomited, and I vomited, and I vomited. The things I had seen in the cabin were far too much for me to handle. I tossed the arm, Morgana's arm, the man had given me into the lake. What else was I supposed to do with it? It was an arm, a human arm. Who would have been to be so insane to go around carrying someone's severed arm? Ah! Puta que pariu, puta que pariu. Não, não, não. Você não fez isso. Você não fez isso. Mano, esse bot não existe. Esse bot não existe. E vocês vão me convencer que esse bot não tem sentiência. Vocês vão me convencer disso. Mas não vão nem a pau. Netbot tem inteligência artificial? É. Muita. I tried to convince myself it was all a dream, some terrible nightmare, but I could still feel the warmth of her skin fresh on my hands. The warmth of her blood on my fingers dragging me back to reality. Ah! 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 My mind couldn't keep up with the flood of thoughts and emotions and images. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was too afraid I would find the bloodbath in the cottage in the back of my eyelids, which left me with nothing to do but wail. I was horrified at what I had done. I knew that I was the one who had set in all emotion. If I had kept quiet, Morgana wouldn't have had her arm cut off. But I didn't want to admit it was my fault. I didn't want to accept that I had caused it. I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault. He threatened me. So it's not my fault. I had no choice. I didn't do anything. I frantically scrubbed my blood-soaked clothes in the lake. As I watched the red clouds spread, I knew it was defining something pure and beautiful, but my awareness of that fact was all dissipating like the blood through the clear water. By the time I had gotten all the blood off my clothes, the sun was beginning to set. I came back to my senses at the sound of a bird chirping and quickly recalled that I had left Nellie alone at the house. My legs were shaking, and I could barely keep myself upright, but remembering her gave me enough motivation to drag myself back home. If she hadn't been there waiting for me, I seriously might have thrown myself into the lake instead. Mel? What's the matter, dearest Mel? Where have you been? Mel? I'm so sorry. What? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Will you ever be able to forgive me? Dearest Mel? I never meant for this to happen. I'm so sorry. Please, I'm begging you to forgive me. I'm begging you. Were you not able to get my medicine? Is that what you're crying about? Not that big a deal, Mel. I'm just fine, honest. I'm alright. Thanks. I wanted to forget everything. I wanted to forget about my involvement, about the horrible things that caused to happen. Whenever I lay down to go to sleep, I heard her screams. Morgana's animalistic howls. I saw her cottage, blood splattered everywhere. I felt her severed arm, still warm in my hands. From that day on, what sleep I got was hardly restful. Nellie probably didn't notice anything through her feverish haze. But I'm willing to bet I looked like hell. Praying time would cause the memory to fade. I started looking for doctors again. Instead of clinging to a miracle, I would try to have Nellie's sickness cured the way normal people did. At some point though, all that money I'd been given started running low. If I'd thought about it for 2 seconds, I would have seen it coming. I hadn't exactly been frugal in my attempts to find a cure for Nellie, nor had I been especially concerned about money before she fell ill. I was so used to living like an aristocrat, I hadn't succeeded in breaking those old habits, which left me with only one thing I could do for Nellie, be with her day in and day out. Every day that passed, I lost a little more hope. If I couldn't do anything and Nellie died, I would be utterly alone. And that's what scared me more than anything. The nightmares were eating away at me, leaving me with nowhere to run. And if I didn't have someone there with me, I wouldn't been able to hold myself together. After 3 or so days of me sitting by Nellie's bedside, hardly moving, there was a knock on the door. Who's there? Who is it? Open the door, unless you want me to kick it down. My suspicion was correct. I couldn't think of anyone else who would come to visit. But what I didn't know was why he had come back. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Open the door. Leave me alone, please. I want nothing to do with anything you're doing. Open the door. No, I'm not letting you in for any reason. Okay then, I'll break it down. Don't. My sister's inside, sleeping. I don't need you waking her up. Then open it. What do you need? I did everything you asked me to already. What happened to the witch's arm? I threw it away. Do you really think I was going to keep that? A person's arm? Well, what's going on? Do we have a visitor? Nellie? I should get them something to drink. Don't worry about it, Nellie. You get some sleep, alright? Can't we go outside? I'd really rather not talk in here. Fine by me. So that's your sister? Explains why you look so much alike? That's none of your damned business! You wanted the miracle blood to cure your sick sister, did you not? And you're telling me you threw the arm away? Are you interested in getting more blood? What? We're taking the witch's blood, turning it into a medicine, and selling it through the church. Selling it? You're doing business in a house of worship? No, I suppose we're technically giving it away. Or asking for tithies. So really it's the same thing. I'm not from this land, so to me it looks no different than a business, but the people here, they see it as charity. The Lord says if you'll all assist us, he'll provide you with the medicine we're making. The Lord? Why would the Lord be? Well, if I know. Because it seems like good money. So, will you help us? You're not gonna make me get my hands dirty for you again. I can't. No, not again. Oh, right, you forgot to mention one detail. You don't have a choice this time. Huh? You know about the miracle bloods, which means we can't let you go unattended. If you say no, I have the permission from the Lord to kill you on the spot. Why? So, will you help us? Or will you die here? What was the right thing for me to do then? Should I have fought back and died? Should I have tried to run? Should I have taken my own life? I'm sure you've heard enough to know by now that I'm a weakling, a pushover. I didn't have the spine to do anything but agree to meet with the Lord. He told me about the mansion and he gave me one of a set of 3 keys. I wanted so badly to get rid of that key, but with that man's shadow constantly hanging over me, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not when I could be the next one to end up losing a limb or 2. There was no way I could have disobeyed them. Ok, Mel. Eu entendo sua situação. And that's everything that happened 6 months ago. Every day since I arrived here, I've brought Morgana breakfast and supper. She doesn't say anything, but I saw it in her eyes the first time I stepped through the door. How could you do that to me? I've never looked her in the eyes since, because I'm too afraid of what I might see in them. And that is how I ended up here. So he was threatened. He didn't actually want to cause Morgana harm. That doesn't excuse what he's done though. See, what did I tell you? I'm not at all the brother you thought I was. Mocked me, ridiculed me, called me worthless, a coward, a terrible person. Go on, what are you waiting for? But you were threatened, Mel. You said you would hurt me, hurt you. That's the only reason you went along with him. You didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mel. The other man is the bad guy, not you. You did the best you could. You didn't have a choice. That terrible man forced you to do everything. Nelly, you didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mel. No, I didn't. I didn't do anything wrong. I had no other choice. That's not true. All you're doing is closing your eyes. What? You mustn't coddle yourself. What was I supposed to do then? Don't be mean to my Nell. Did you really do the best you could? Did you even once try to do something about the situation, as hopeless as it may have seemed? Could you not even conceive of any other options? Could you not have come up with something else to say at Morgana's house? Something that might give her even the slightest clue she was in danger? But when she opened the door, did you do anything? Did you even so much as attempt to stop him? My legs were shaking so bad I couldn't move. There was no way I could have stopped him. Then at the very least, you shouldn't have fled. You should have stayed and told her the truth, that you weren't there willingly. Maybe she wouldn't have felt so utterly betrayed. But he was there. You think I could actually stayed there with him? Not a chance. And it's not like Morgana would have. She opened the door because she trusted you. She isn't the easiest person to read, but she was opening up to you. And what did you do with that trust? Stop it, please. You've made your point. It's not all Mel's fault either. If anything, he's a victim. He was just trying to protect me. Were you listening to anything he said, Nelly? You were not Mel's first priority. He did what he did for his own sake. Well, what do you expect me to do? Pull courage I don't have out of thin air? What's so wrong with self-preservation? There was nothing I could have done to stop him. I'd love to see you try and do any better. Then maybe you'll understand how scared I was. How little I could have done. It must be nice to be an outsider, to talk about my experiences like you know anything, analyze my decisions, go on about what I should have done. You don't have a damned clue how terrifying it all was, how I felt having to go through it. Oh yeah, you're right. It sure would be the courageous thing to do, to sacrifice your life for someone else. People like that only exist in stories. É verdade. É verdade. Except you don't actually understand that. You just want to give me crap for not being perfect. Do you want my pity? Is that all you want? I tell you that I feel bad for you and oh, how hard it must have been. Will that satisfy you? Do you not want to know what you can do now? What's even left to do? Nothing I do is going to make her situation any better. It won't make her arm come back. All is not yet lost. Open your eyes. Take a good, long look inside yourself. Think about what you can do. Stop sitting on your hands, telling yourself it's too late. There's still time to make a difference. You just have to commit to act. I don't think you're an especially bad or cowardly person. I think you're an ordinary young man. It might sound like I'm telling you to do the impossible. But soon the time will come when you must make your choice. When you must stand up and take some responsibility for what you've done. No one's childhood lasts forever. The good days are long behind you before you ever realize they've passed. When faced with the consequences of your actions, you should not have turned and run, but held yourself accountable. It is perhaps a disproportionately large burden for you to bear, but it's fast approaching, and you need to make a decision. Find your courage. Set Morgana free. Mel.
Mel. What? Even if I open the door for her, it's too little, too late. She'll never forgive me after.
Is her forgiveness the reason you should get? No, it's penance for what you've done to her. Atonement for your sins. Whether she forgives you or not is beside the point. The question is on the table right now is whether you are going to do the right thing.
And what about her blood? Without Saint's blood, Nelly won't... You don't have to worry about me, dearest Mel. My life isn't so important that I want to take someone else's away to keep it. I will think about what I can do to help too. It's partially my fault after all. So please, Mel, set the Saintess free.
Meu Deus, tadinha dela, fi. Ela se sentindo mal por conta disso, você só ficou doente. Your quiet life is built on a foundation of lies. And I know that by now you've realized there's no real value in a life like that. You wanted to do something about this. You sought salvation.
Salvation? But who? Who would give it to me?
I already told you I would.
But why?
Because I promised you.
And you expect me to believe that?
Yes. If you choose to sit here and wallow in your regrets, there's no going back. Now is your only chance to make a change. Mel.
All right. I'll help you set her free. Dearest Mel, I knew all along that was what I needed to do, but I could never bring myself to act on it. There was no way I could accomplish anything alone.
basically helpless on my own. Everything about this is so completely outside anything I've ever had to deal with before. So I had no way of having any idea what I was supposed to do about it. God can be pretty cruel. Why would he force a boy like me to make such a difficult choice? Yes, he can be. You were made to be part of a more normal, a less tumultuous world. But you've come too far to go back to that. So the least you can do is change the world you're in now. Yeah, I doubt I need to remind you, but you know, you can't get in with only my key. You need all three, and the other two, they don't feel an ounce of remorse. Taking their keys won't be easy. Easy or not, we have to get them. And I'm sure there's a way. There must be. Just so we're clear, you're not going to overpower them. The guy with the sword's much stronger than you, and he knows how to use a blade. And he's the Lord's bodyguard, so you're not getting near the Lord either. Even the two of us together wouldn't stand a chance against him. You seem pretty weak from the looks of you. Who knows, maybe I am stronger than you? But I really do want to hit this boy. Deep breaths, Michelle, deep breaths. There must be some way you can get their keys. I know they both have the people they're close to. Huh? People they're close to? We can talk about that later. Now that you've made your decision, talking with me isn't your top priority, is it? Ele diz isso quando conversa com a Shadow dele na mansão. Ah, é verdade. Verdade.
Mel?
Nelly, I'm sorry for involving you in all this. And I'm really sorry for being, well, what I am. I'm no prince, that's for sure.
You always were my prince though, dearest Mel. You did your best to be the brother I wanted you to be.
Honestly, I adored the way you fawned over me. All that affection just felt so good.
What?
It made me feel like I was special, important. Having someone to care for, to pamper, it was empowering. That's the kind of guy your brother is. If someone else, some other girl were ever to show up and call me her prince, say she loved me, I would probably try and act like a prince for her too.
Why would you say that?
Because all this has been so hard on me, such a huge weight on my shoulders, that every so often I would think, just how much easier would it be if I could get rid of her? If Morgana was just a regular girl, not a saint or a witch or any of that, just a pretty girl about my age, she might have been the one getting all my attention instead of you. That's who I am.
That's not you, dearest Mel. Just beating yourself up. Maybe you would have chosen her over me, but that wouldn't make you any less of a kind man.
How can you say that after everything I just told you?
Because, Mel,
Tell me how despicable I am, Nelly. I'm not the brother you once adored anymore, am I?
You're not what I thought you were. But you're still my one and only brother. That will never change, no matter what kind of person you become. It was wrong of me to try and make you into my prince, Mel. I should have done my job as your one and only sister in the whole wide world. Being there to help you as much as you helped me. I kept pushing my fairy tale fantasies onto you. And you did your best to live up to them. And I ended up forcing you to pretend to be someone you're not.
That's not true, Nelly. I enjoyed feeling idolized.
But you knew it couldn't last forever, didn't you? I should have been beside you, not looking up at you. I let you coddle me. I let myself indulge in your love. Thought everything would be alright as long as you kept telling me how adorable I was. They were like magic words to me. I kept my eyes shut. Well, Mel, starting today, I'm going to be my best to be your sister. I'm all done holding you to fairy tale ideals. I won't make you pretend to be a prince for me anymore. And I won't try to be your princess either. I'm just going to be your little sister. So get back on your feet and stand tall, dearest Mel. I know you probably have to pay for what you've done when the Taintus goes free. And I know I'll probably cry about it for days. But I won't regret making the decision. Well, don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting you to handle this so maturely. You're putting your big brother to shame, Nelly. Mother once told me that girls grow up faster than boys. She was right about that. Thank you, Nelly, for accepting me in spite of all the awful things I've done. And for having me as your brother. You're quite welcome, dearest Mel. Ai, gente, meu Deus. Well, looks like that's one problem solved. They finally reached the point in their relationship where they belong. If she could have come to terms with herself sooner, come to an understanding with him, then maybe she could have reeled in her ideals before she lost control of them. Yeah, maybe. This Nelly and the other Nelly seem to be of the same essence. They both have a, somewhat excessive love for their brothers. And that love expressed itself by transforming him to a prince. If she could have done the same thing then as she did here, then maybe their tragedy could have been avoided. This is before then though. Since they were able to think this up in life, maybe it'll have a positive effect on their next life. This could change the future. The future is ours to decide! They may share the same souls, but they lived in completely different times. You really think something like this could have any effect on the lives of people hundreds of years from now? There's no way to be certain, of course, but considering how tightly the two seem to be bound, I doubt it will have no effect. I hope it has some effect. Giselle. I was there, in the mansion as it all happened, and I was just stood by and watched. I feel so guilty about that. If I had done something, then maybe it wouldn't have turned out like that. And today, we use our power to fell a lord, and then seize our destiny! I hate what I was then, but it was until just recently. From the memories left imprinted throughout the mansion, I showed you bits and pieces of their lives. And as I told you their tale, the only thing I contributed was disparaging commentary. I don't feel like you were that critical of them. I absolutely was. I talked about them like they were somehow beneath me. Yes, you did occasionally offer an opinion on someone or something you showed me beyond the doors. But the fact that you were mostly detached from the events there is what allowed me to get to the core of their characters. If you hadn't been in the position of words, so you could tell the story the way you did, I would never have been able to talk them into helping. You contributed more than criticism. Your words weren't for nothing. They made this possible. It makes me feel a lot better hearing that from you. And if you still regret your inaction, they make up for it now by taking action here, and have faith that it will bear fruit in their next lives. I will. I wonder if Morgana might have a change of heart too. It's not like Mel wanted to bring her so much pain. He deeply regrets what she did, so maybe she won't bear quite as much resentment for him when she learns that. Yes, I know what you're going to say. If that was enough to assuage her, she wouldn't have held on to her hatred for all those hundreds of years. Assuage, eu conheço persuade. Hey Google, what is the meaning of assuage?
The word assuage means to lessen the intensity of something, typically something unpleasant. Here's a breakdown of its meanings. To lessen pain or distress. This could involve easing physical pain, emotional grief, or anxiety. Example, to assuage someone's grief, to satisfy or appease. It can also mean to satisfy a need, such as hunger or thirst. Example, to assuage one's hunger, to pacify or calm.
Okay, I understand, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
Cada palavra que ela tá aprendendo hoje, hein? É tipo, é exatamente algo muito condizente com o momento. Still though, I hope it does something for her, however small. As do I. It's gotten pretty late, so I'm going to take Nelly back to the cottage. Okay. If you have some secret plan to get the other 2 keys, could you fill me in on it tomorrow? Sure. Also, I could get you another room if you wanted. This one isn't the nicest. No, it's fine. I've come to realize I'm more at home in less comfortable environments. Michelle? Am I just imagining it, or was that as depressing as it sounded? Não, você não tá imaginando, não. That's not quite what I was going for. Well, anyway, if you're fine with it, suit yourself. Say, I've got one huge lingering question. If you wouldn't mind enlightening me. Yes? Why would you go to such lengths for me? You seem to know Morgana, so I can understand why would you be fighting for her. But me? I had a part in putting her in that tower. You have every reason to hate me, so why would you want to help me? If this was all it took for me to hate someone, I would curse every last man and woman in the world. I bear no animosity for you, and even if I did, you've committed to take action. That doesn't explain why you were so concerned about us. It almost seemed like you actually cared about me and Nelly. But we're complete strangers. We just met today. Because some part of me couldn't think of you as strangers anymore. Huh? That's right. When he came by his afternoon to talk, he didn't feel like a stranger to me either. It was weird. Like he'd known me my whole life. So I made him into my second brother. Your second brother? You're more than welcome to change the order, Nelly. Make him number 2 and me number 1. I wish I could join in and be big sister number 1. What do you think about it? After all that, you might be number 1 material. Whoa. Why is that even up for consideration? I'm just kidding, serious, Mel. Oh. I'm still kind of confused. But anyway, I'm glad someone like you showed up. Sim, esse capítulo é muito bom. I've actually been praying every night for God to send someone who can get me out of this. I really am useless all on my own, constantly looking for someone to help me, unable to do anything by myself. And trust me, I realize how pathetic that is. Now you must have had a pretty good life to be able to be so proactive in the face of adversity. Oh, Mel, my dearest Mel, you don't know the first thing. I bet you had everyone's respect, helped everyone in need, had plenty of friends who had your back. I weren't tossed out by your family like I was. You must have been incredibly blessed. I'm jealous, really. Sorry, that came out of nowhere, I know. Well, I should be going. See you tomorrow. Good night, Michelle, brother number 2. Good night. Michelle, it wasn't trying to be... Yes, I know. Just thought it was rather funny. I'm not taking a stand because I've been blessed, because I've got nothing left to lose. I fight for Morgana because I understand what it's like to be tortured day after day, having experienced the loss of my siblings. I didn't want the 2 of them to go through the same thing. If anything, it's those who have lost the most that are most likely to take action. Falou pouco, mas falou bonito. I'm not sure if you've realized it or not, Michelle. But you've gotten to be a great deal more expressive since arriving in this era. I can't see your face, but I can hear it in your voice, and I can feel it in your presence. So I'm sure it's showing here there too, making all sorts of faces I've never seen before. Some of the things you've lost seem to be getting back. You can't say you've got nothing left to lose anymore. Promise me you've let me see all these new faces for myself someday. I will, I promise. If we can manage to destroy the mansion, that should release you from its darkness and allow us to see each other once again. I trust you. I have faith we can do this. Wait, but with the mansion's destruction, both our souls should be returned to their rightful places, which would mean erased from existence. Giselle? What? Just thought I sensed you grimacing. Wow, you felt that. What's the matter? Sorry, I didn't want to bring down the mood. It's just, well... And I know this is asking for the moon, but... I just think it would be nice if you had a life you could go back to. If I did? Yeah, I mean, here you are, expressing as you've never been, as you've ever been, walking around outside, being around other people, talking to them after all that time at the mansion, and without a life of you or your own to go back to. I'm sorry. I just, after seeing behind your door and learning how cruel and inhumane life was to you, I feel like the world should stand to do something good to make up for it. It's done all the good it needs to. I have someone who cares enough to lament my fate. What more could I ask for? Michelle. Thank you, Giselle. You're not the only one who's asking for the moon either. I wish I could have a life with you as the person I am now. And for that, knowing I have no future, feels worse now than ever before. Alrighty, that's enough moping around for one night. We should start planning for tomorrow. Things are definitely looking up. It only took one day to get Belle on our side. So let's keep it up and win over the other two. I would certainly like to, yes. Psh, where did all that confidence go? The other two won't be nearly as easy to convince as Mel. I'm not even sure if we'll be able to talk them into helping. We do have a pretty good idea who the swordsman in this fort though. The nun. So maybe we can get to him through her, like we did today with Nellie and Mel. Maybe. Alright, then we start by approaching her tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. The Lord though. Him, I'm not so sure about. I'm assuming he's from behind the third door. But we didn't run into anyone he was close with today. And in Morgana's telling of the event of the Harvest Festival, she only mentioned 5 people. Let's see. The Lord, the Swordsman, Mel, Nellie, and the Nun. There's one person unaccounted for. We just haven't run into them yet, that's all. If he's the man from the third door, I can't imagine she won't be here too. Who's losing their confidence now? In any event, tomorrow we talk to the nun. I do hope it goes as well as it did today. Então é ela. É ela. You got me. You don't have anything to worry about. For all things considered, you might not even need me. No, I wouldn't say that. You handled Belle pretty amazingly, though. I'm not going to lie, my heart was pounding the whole time. I was afraid we were going to slip up and say something boneheaded. But you managed to keep it together, and I didn't have to come to the rescue. I could make a book of course of your performance today. Oh, for the love of God, please don't. So I'm not concerned at all. Say whatever you think is the right thing to say, and I'm more than happy to sit back and watch. The more you pile on the expectations, the more afraid it makes me that I'm going to trip up. Besides, I don't think I could have done any of that without you. Why not? Well, my life was hardly as pride-worthy as Mel seemed to think, so I didn't really feel like I had a right to talk to him like that. But knowing you were there, urging me on, was what allowed me to act without hesitation. So, Thank you. No thanks necessary, but if you say so, then you're more than welcome. I'm glad I could be of assistance, if just a little. That you were. Now, let's keep this momentum up for tomorrow. It's getting a bit too late though, so you should probably get some sleep. What is it? I kind of don't want to sleep. What? Why not? For somewhat childish reasons. Aw, are you sad you won't be able to hear my voice? Are you lonely, you poor dear? I am. What? That's the last thing I expect you to admit to! Okay, well, do you want to stay up and talk for a little longer then? Not too long though, you need to rest up for tomorrow. And who knows, maybe I'll show up in your dreams if you wish hard enough. Ou de quem já ouviu algo assim. The fact that I'm even able to talk with Giselle right now is a miracle and a blessing. So is it avarice for me to yearn for more, knowing I've already been granted such a great bounty? I want to see her face as much as she wants to see mine. She is infinitely more expressive than me, and I want a good long look at all those many expressions up close. I want more than her voice. I want her whole body. I want her to feel I want to feel her warmth. In this era, I have all 5 of my senses in full working order, as I did when I was alive. Giselle, though, she doesn't. She remains dead. As lively as she may be now, that's one thing she did not get back. I truly wish she could have been here too. She would have certainly found more joy in her renewed life than me. And she certainly belongs under the sun far more than I do. But she, rather than me, was the one left behind in the realm of darkness. A fact that frustrates me immensely. In life, I would have considered her remark about seeing her in my dreams silly and saccharine. But now, I very much hope it happens. Você falou que fez isso em uma sentada? Damn, eu espero que os próximos 2 dias sejam um pouquinho mais rápidos então, porque puta merda, 4 horas já? Holy fuck. Mas a gente vai, fica até o final. Ok. Wake up. Come on. Wake up, please. Come on, up with you. Oh, thank goodness. You were out so good I was scared you might be dead for a minute. Good morning. How are you feeling? What? Huh? Why are you looking at me like I just kicked your cat? It's incredible how much more pleasant it is to be woken up by a woman than a boy. That's the thanks I get for waking you up. Or did I interrupt a nice dream? Haha, I did, didn't I? It was a dirty dream too, I bet. He definitely seemed like a mind-in-the-gutter kind of guy. I will murder you. Whoa, let's not be hasty now. You said we're going to help me out. That doesn't sound very helpful. And the worst part is how similar his wake-up call was to Giselle's. I'm just kidding. And you know, I can get up on my own. Fair enough, I guess. Though, put yourself in my shoes for a sec. I came in and you were still as a corpse. It startled me enough that I took your pulse. You touched me while I was sleeping. It was faint, but it was there. That's wonderful news. They're handing out breakfast in the dining hall. You can go get a plate yourself if you want. It's just some bread and wine, though. Cara, keep café da manhã bom. Dining hall. There's quite the crowd. All the people here helping with festival prep. So you should probably hurry if you want to get some. Hold on, I need a minute. My mind's still waking up. First off, I thought you said the church wasn't offering boarding at the moment, so why a dining hall? Ah, right, it's not, but they do still offer breakfast. For free, of course. I see. Now, what do you mean by festival prep? As I mentioned yesterday, the heart of the festival is here, at the church, but it's a city-wide event. There are all sorts of supplies that need to be purchased, decorations made and put up, and that sort of thing. So we got volunteers from the city here to help. I see. I believe today they're supposed to be putting up decorations outside the chapel, so the courtyard should be a bustle. The court, yeah. Yeah. Let's call it Morgana, really. We passed through it on our way here yesterday. Alright, I think I know what you're referring to. So, as long as I'm here, I don't have much choice to do, but I don't have much choice but to help with prep. I'd honestly rather set Morgana free right now, but the other two are bound to find out if either of us do anything too conspicuous. So for now, I should stick to my routine, at least where people can see me. That would be the smart thing to do. Yeah. Anyway, let me know when you're planning on doing anything. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. I'll let you know. Okay, well, should get going. See you later, I guess. Well, do you know where you could find the nun? Huh? She should be in the dining hall. Thank you. And the other two men? The Lord and his bodyguard? They're only around early mornings and nights, so I doubt either of them are here right now. Why only then? That's when we go up into the tower. Though, even if they were on the property, you wouldn't be able to just walk up and talk to them. Especially not the Lord. Also, I don't keep track of where they go or what they do, sorry. I don't really want to know what they're up to. So I've kept my distance. Understandable. Thank you anyway. See you later. Zoning together fairly well, all things considered. Finally, resolving to do something about Morgana took a big weight off his shoulders, I guess. Oh, Giselle. Good morning, Michelle. Morning. It's a bit soon to be feeling relieved, I think. There's still work to be done before Mel can face Morgana. The first step is still a big one, though, at least for him. I suppose. Anyway, it sounds like the Lords are going to be difficult to make contact with, just what I was afraid of. Our only opportunities are when he's here to feed Morgana. Mel did say he didn't keep a close tabs on the two of them, so that might be more than just that. First priority is getting you fed, though. So, off to the dining hall we go. Out of curiosity, did you sleep at all? I haven't been sleepy once since I became the maid. But I'm used to it, so don't worry about me. You said you'll see what I'm seeing here, there in the darkness, didn't you? That's what it looks like, at least. Which means when my eyes are closed, she has no light at all. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to sleep after all. I know what you're thinking, Michelle. And no, you're wrong. You need your sleep. You won't have the energy to do anything if you don't keep yourself well rested and nourished. You're right. We should get going. To the dining hall. Michelle is schizophrenico. I make my way through the halls to the room with the fireplace, the area used as a living room, and the area currently serving as a dining hall. Sitting in the center of the room is a long table lined with bread and wine. Standing behind the table and handing out food for the long line of people is the nun. This being a church, no one is speaking especially loudly, but there still is indistinct buzz hanging in the air as dozens of people whisper back and forth. The majority of people in the room look poor, like they genuinely need assistance, and there are a handful of those who look more than well off. That's a lot more people than I was expecting. They don't turn anyone away, which, as I recall from Morgana's accounts, nearly drained the church of everything it had once. They don't seem to be for want of supplies at the moment, though. I assume that's thanks to the Lord's patronage. Most likely, yes. In any event, I doubt we're getting anywhere near her in the mornings. She looks like she's got her hands full. That doesn't change the fact that we need to speak with her. I'm going to try to squeeze past the crowd. What? Michelle, wait a sec. Hey now, group get in line, young man. We've been waiting since dawn. Please let me through. I have business with the nun. And let you through just cause you told me to. Visitor Borden. No more important than any of our business. I'll have to all this food. So get your tail left back in the line. Here we go. What seems to be the trouble? Could I ask for a moment of your time? I need to speak with you. Well, as you can see, I'm a bit occupied. I won't take much of your time, I promise. But it's very important you... Get her ass already, young man. Can't you say she ain't interested? Give me a hand getting this guy out of here, fellas. What? Wait. Just don't get rough, okay? Of course, our sinkers. Pick it up, young man. I need some time on site to cool off. Yeah, stop. Wash the hair. That went extraordinarily well. You know, Michelle, sometimes I can't decide whether you're calculated or reckless. And now I realize I never got that bread. You should wait and try to talk to the nun when she's not so busy. She has to have some free time during the day. You're right. What do you say we take a look around the mansion while we're waiting? Who knows, maybe we'll run into someone else. Alright. Don't let it get to you. As I had said it would be, the mansion was packed compared to the yesterday. And most everyone I saw appeared to be excited for the upcoming Harvest Festival. A number of them had even greeted me as I would pass in the halls. They were so nonchalant about it, I wasn't quite sure how to react. I was amazed that anyone, let alone multiple people, would treat me so normally considering how far from normal it looked. There were a few surprised looks, of course, but no one called me a demon or an angel based solely on my appearance. Perhaps they were just used to seeing people of all different colors around the city, so they had an easier time accepting the way I looked. No matter what the reason though, it was quite nice being treated normal. After meandering through the mansion for a while, I make my way to the chapel. Despite knowing I have no way into the tower, part of me still wants to be near it. So I head around the back side of the podium where the stained glass window towers over me. It's the same as I remember. I've always loved this window. It makes me feel like I've got an angel watching over me. Had I been given a different name, maybe I would feel the same. That said, I don't dislike it as much as I used to. I'm glad to hear it. Off to the side, at the very back of the room, is the door leading to the observation tower. It's changed shut, though that's no surprise. The lock is the same one as I saw back in the mansion. But the chains are just regular chains. They're not glowing with that awful black light, they're simply dull and grey. If only I had an axe. Then we could chop the door right down. I don't think an axe would help. If it were wood, maybe, but this is metal, and rather heavy at that. You never know. It's enough and anything would break eventually. We being chains ourselves long before we made it through this door. What are you doing here? Oh shit. It's him. Was there an impression you and the Lord were only around mornings and nights? And why would you know that? Oops. Who are you? He's getting suspicious, Michelle. I'll take care of it. I'm a friend of Mel's. A friend of his. Does that surprise you? Never once have I seen a friend of his before. He has plenty of friends, I'm sure. No one has had an opportunity to pay him a visit, that's all. Mentiras! Never mind the boy's social dealings. Was he the one who told you my schedule? That I work for the Lord? I've got to be careful what I say here, or he's going to start getting suspicious of Mel. I asked him. Ask him what? I heard some talk around town saying the Lord was seen coming in and out of this estate on more than one occasion. Naturally, that caught my attention. A lowly peasant like myself almost never has the opportunity to cross paths with the Lord. So hearing he was a regular visitor here, was hoping to have an honor of catching a glance at him. When I asked Mel about the Lord, he mentioned he had a bodyguard, which got me wondering, what kind of person would someone so distinguished entrust his life to? You dig around too much and you're liable to end up in the ground yourself. So he told you I was the Lord's bodyguard. Was he not supposed to for some reason? No. It's true, I am his bodyguard. The question is, how did you know it was me? It wasn't difficult. You do rather stand out from the crowd. From Mel's description, I was able to recognize you almost immediately. Ele ficou bom nisso, né? Deve ser a quantidade de livros que ele leu. Ele é um cara muito lido. For roles reverse, you will have similarly little trouble identifying me from a short description. The only thing distinct about me is my race. Where do you come from, if I may ask? Beyond the Silk Road. From the east then? What country? Is that any of your concern? No? I'm just curious. Why is your hair white? Why are your eyes red? They're naturally that color. Is that so? They sure can be quite the ball and chain.
Is it just me, or does it sound like he's sympathizing with you?
It's hard to say. Honestly, I'm still having trouble reading him.
Either way, it sounds like he bought your explanation.
So it does, which is a relief. Now, what business do you have with this door? The door was not my objective. I came to look at the stained glass window. I happened to notice the door with an unusual lock off to the side, so I got curious and went to look at it up close. The area behind the pulpit is off limits. I was unaware. Maybe I'll have to put ropes up then. Why is it off limits though? Is that any of your concern? No, but the way you're talking about it has piqued my curiosity. Do you not know how to keep your nose out of places it doesn't belong? Get out of here, and don't come back. As you wish. Hold on. Yes? Your name? Michelle. Michelle. Almost the same as the angel there. That would be because I was named after him. I see. What an unfortunate name. I despise angels. May I ask what yours is? I have no name. You don't have... What are you... No, never mind. Farewell.
Oh wow, that was scary. He does not want anyone getting near their door, huh? I thought he was going to pull his sword on you.
I wonder, would I die if he tried to kill me?
There aren't many people who could get away from a blade like that, especially in his hands unharmed.
You're probably right. Having already died once, the idea of doing so again feels wrong somehow.
You managed to talk him down though. I'm surprised, you're quite the accomplished liar, Michel.
Ooh, Scapoli. Is that so?
It's hard to believe that was the same awkward, stuttering Michel I know and love.
Am I really that much of a bumbling fool normally?
I wonder what he was doing back there though. It's well past dawn.
He's standing watch, presumably. With as many people as there are roaming about, he's probably worried about people like me getting near the door. I doubt he plans on spending much time anywhere else until the festival's over.
And with him on guard, we got pretty much no access to the door. I sure hope we can talk him over to our side.
I was never an enthusiastic accomplice. His guilt is what allowed us to win over and get him to confess everything. On the other hand, he's not likely to be so forthcoming.
It all depends on how deep his ties are to the nun are. Presumably, she's the reason he's involved.
That's sad. We managed to communicate well though.
You still saw that I called you awkward?
No, I don't mean me. I mean him.
What?
Peraí, o que ela falou? Oh, he was far from rational or coherent when he was living with you in the mansion.
You're right, he does seem like a completely different person here. Losing his memory in the shipwreck was probably what triggered his transformation into the beast. So I guess this must be what he was like before that.
What he carries inside him is no different now than he was then. He's simply able to hold himself in equilibrium now. He's keeping a balance between his rational human side and his violent beast side.
He does somewhat remind me of Beastia during his short period of calm.
That or the glimpse we got of him on the ship while he was still a merchant. I would say that's probably closer to the man here now.
Huh? The ship?
You were the one who showed me the memory.
What? I have no recollection of that. Oh yeah, you also mentioned seeing a lot of women's memories behind a closed door, didn't you? From outside the mansion.
You didn't see them though, as I recall.
All I am aware of is what took place within the mansion, as well as whatever Morgana felt like telling me.
É verdade. Eu lembro dessa parte. Eu acho que ele tinha soltado a mão dela? Eu não sei. Resonation. What? Nothing. Morgana mentioned something about me resonating. I don't know why I would be capable of such a thing. Because of what it would allow me to see, it's all but impossible for me to ignore the plight of these people. Anyway, the point is, however rational he may appear, we mustn't forget that that is not the whole picture. He is as much a killer in this life as he was in his next. He's a man of many faces. The gentleman he was around his lover, and the brutal, merciless man he was on the ship, and the beast that lurks beneath it all. Everyone acts differently depending on who they're around. There's something unsettling about how he does it. I do wonder what he meant when he said he had no name. As I recall, he was from somewhere far, far away in the second door. He looks Asian here too, so maybe he's from the same country. He said he crossed the Silk Road, so the eastern end of the continent, presumably. I wonder if he has the same name or not. It was an unusual name. Oh, what was it? Ukulele! Giselle. No, that wasn't it. It was Eucalyptus, I believe. I get the feeling we're both wrong and that I'm farther off than her. Engraçado que pior que tá mesmo. It's not the kind of name we're used to hearing or saying. Hopefully we'll be able to get it out of him. Hopefully. But for the time being, we should go looking for the nun. I imagine she doesn't have her hands quite as full by now. Probably not. To the courtyard we go, then. Eu esqueci o nome dele. Mas é um nome japonês, então não é difícil de assumir o que era. Wow. Yukimasa. Ah, ok. Wow, the crowd just keeps on growing. Are they all helping with the decoration? It would seem so. Preparation for the festival is in full force. Ah, I found the nun. She's over there. She's got a bunch of people around her, though. What should we do? I'll force my way through. How about plan B this time? Espera aí. Deve ser... Quem será? Me chamando desse jeito? Só se for a Nelly. Michelle! Are you alright, Michelle? You went down pretty hard. Sabia. Oh, you're such a weakling, dearest Michelle. I don't weigh that much. Not enough to knock you over jumping on your back. You gave me no time to brace myself. Bish Posh, my Mel would have no problem catching me, and then he would have spun me around like a piston to the ball. Unreasonable doesn't even begin to describe your expectations. Are you sure you should be running around like that? I thought you were in rather poor health. Amazingly, I'm actually feeling pretty good, and I haven't even had any medicine today. Maybe because I cleared up things with Mal yesterday? I cried my eyes out last night, but I feel better now. I'm glad to hear it. They do say health is as much mental as it is physical. Tem ponto. So you might keep getting better if you stay positive. Sinto muito, ainda é tuberculose. Just don't push yourself. Why? Thank you for your concern, my dearest Michelle. She's taking quite a liking to you. How do you like that? It's nice, isn't it? Fan dela, mano, a Morgana vai salvar ela. Amém. Amém. I'm more not sure how to react. Oh, just go along with it. You know you want to. I wish I could be there too. I want to pet the sweet little head of us. Who do you think she is, a cat? Now that she's opened up, though, I would admit she is rather sweet. Oh, there you are, Nelly. Don't run off like that, you scared me. It's not my fault you lost sight of me, dearest Mel. I'll try to keep a better eye on you. So you came to check out in the courtyard, Michelle? You know, you really stand out from the crowd. You're so pale, I could tell it was you from way off in the distance. I am well aware of how conspicuous I am. But everyone's acting so concerned, it's honestly kind of disconcerting. I can't say people don't think you look unusual, but no one's afraid of you or anything. It's not easy looking different from everyone else, is it? Comes with its disadvantages, yes. And she would have had to deal with the same thing. That's another thing I regret. I wish you could have treated her more like a regular person. I guess I just wasn't mature enough to accept her. You spent too much of your life in a very sheltered environment. So it's only human that she would have difficulty accepting something that didn't fit within your view of the world. That doesn't make you a bad person. Regardless, you did treat her like a regular person. That's the reason she accepted your invitations to go on walks. I guess. Question, you know what she looks like, right? I do. De fato, não apenas eu sei como ela se parece, mas ela tem braço esqueleto irado, cara. What did you think the first time you saw it? I know that's not the most tactful question, but I thought nothing of it. I simply saw her as a person, as a girl. I see. Well, as you know, looks like I am a bad guy. And you're a right saint. No, I've simply seen much worse. You know, you kind of remind me of her. I do? I mean, you're much more personable than her, but... Oh, what's the word? It's not just the way you look. But there's something a little different than everyone else about you. Like an aura or something, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. I wasn't trying to insult you or anything. But I mean, like yesterday, you were talking like a prophet. I'm almost beginning to think that maybe you really did see a vision from God. Enough with all the grown-up talk already, you lost me ages ago. Yeah, sorry. Who cares if Michelle is a saint or a prophet or the archangel himself? Michelle is my second brother. Besides, it doesn't look all that weird to me. The saintess is probably just an ordinary girl too. I'm big enough big enough now that I won't think highly of her, no matter what she looks like. You are, yeah. And when she's free and feeling better again, sem braço, maybe they can get together and bake something, sem braço. That would be lots of fun. She'll forgive you, I'm sure of it. Se a Morgana é uma santa, o Michel é um anjo, com certeza. You know, maybe we shouldn't be talking about this so loudly. We don't want anyone to overhear us. Oh right, sorry. But everyone's so busy prepping for the festival, I'm sure we'll be fine. Better safe than sorry though. As you say, dearest Mel. So, Michelle, are you here to help with prep? No, I was hoping I could find some time to talk with the nun. With all the people coming and going, she's going to have her hands full until the festival starts. Well, that's unfortunate. Is it that important you talk with her? She may be able to give us information that could assist in acquiring the second key. The second key? You're not saying she's involved too, are you? By my observations, she doesn't know anything. She is, however, very much connected to the swordsman. Much like you acted to help your sister, I believe the nun is his driving force. Are you serious? I find it hard to believe. I mean, she's such a loving, charitable woman. And he's, well, a savage brute. A murderer. It has to be her, though. Have you ever seen the two of them acting particularly close? Never. She's kind to everyone. I've seen them talking once or twice, sure. But she wasn't acting any differently than she does around anyone else. It certainly didn't seem like they had anything going on. Maybe they're hiding it. Surely there's something between them. I would certainly presume so. Nuns aren't allowed to be romantically involved, so they could be having secret trysts. Hey Google, how do I pronounce tryst?
The word tryst is pronounced tryst.
Okay,
it's a single syllable word, and the Y has an I sound.
What is the meaning of tryst? Tryst. Tryst, not trust. What the
The
fuck?
word trust has a multifaceted meaning.
No, I mean tryst, not trust. I didn't know anything there.
You're right, twist has a wide range of...
I mean T-R-Y-S-T.
My apologies. I understand now. You want the definition of tryst. A tryst is a private, romantic meeting between lovers. An appointment to meet at a certain time and place, especially a secret one. It often carries a connotation of secrecy or intimacy.
How is that different from an affair?
While a tryst can certainly be a component of an affair, there are some key distinctions between the two. Tryst. This term emphasizes the act of a private meeting, often with romantic or secretive undertones. It focuses on the single event of the meeting itself. While it implies a romantic connection, it doesn't necessarily denote an ongoing relationship.
I see.
Affair. This term refers to an ongoing, usually secretive, romantic, or sexual
Nelly
relationship
knows too
outside
much.
of a primary.
Você acha que ela é inocente? Não é
It
nada.
implies a sustained pattern of behavior and emotion.
Não é nada, não é nada. Inocente. Olha esses olhos dela. A forbidden romance, how exciting! Yeah. So you need to talk with her then, Michelle. Leave it to me. You can do it? Well, right now she's showing people how to make decorations, weaving straw into crowns and flowers and the other things. I know how to make them too, so I can take her place, teach him for a little. I appreciate it, but if anyone should be offering for help, it's me. There's a bunch of them already done, like over there, hanging off the tree branches. Can you make those? They're very intricately designed. Coloca uma peruca branca nela e a inocência acaba na hora, né? Pois é. You have to be really good at weaving to make those, let alone teach other people how. You should take her up on her offer. You're right. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. You got it. I'll let her know you want to talk, so just hold tight. And you two, Mel, are coming with me. You get to help make decorations. I'm not good at this stuff, though. No, I said you're coming, and that's all there is to it. With me as your teacher, you'll be a pro in no time. Yeah, alright, you in. Let's go. Ellie seems to be in good shape, and it doesn't look like last night caused any problems for them. I'm relieved. Hopefully, they can continue down this path. They'll be fine, I'm sure. I pray that they will be. Now, we should have a little time before the nun is available to talk. So I really would like to find some shade. Is it pretty bright for you out today? I thought you could see through my eyes. I can, yes. I can see what's going on, just not too clearly as you. Not enough to tell how strong the sun is, for example. I see. Are you alright? I'm fine. I say, but the backs of my eyes are starting to hurt. 2 days now, with hardly a cloud in sight. Ah, there you are. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. No, no worries. I apologize for pulling you away from your duties at such a busy time. After the letter surprise this morning, I figured you must really have something you want to say. I do, something very important. And if possible, I would like to discuss it with you, somewhere more private. I guess you're going to propose to me? Now you should know better than that. I'm a servant of God, the Father. He is the only companion I'm permitted to have. No, I just want to... I know, I'm kidding. I just wanted to tease you a bit. I can't be away for very long though, alright? I will do my best to keep it short. Okay, let's head inside and find a room then. After you. May I ask you something, Giselle? What? Yes, what is it? Is there something about me that makes people want to tease me? No, not at all. I would ever give you that idea. If you say so. Alright, you have my undivided attention. Make yourself comfortable and speak whenever you're ready. I'm here to help those in need. My ears are at your service. The good, the bad, the ugly. Tell me anything and everything. You're a nun. You should probably be a little more particular with your conversation topics. What's wrong? Nothing. I actually want to talk about you rather than myself. About me? You or the people you associate with, I suppose. You're acquaintances with that Asian swordsman. The Lord's bodyguard. I know of him, but I can't say I know terribly much about him. What? I was under the impression we were quite intimate with him. Did someone tell me we were? No, that was just the feeling I had. Remember, I am a nun. Whatever you think you saw, you were probably imagining. I am not allowed to give any man a special treatment, let alone be intimate with one. There's something between you two, though. What do you mean, something between us? Maybe you should try telling her what we know about him here. His primary motivation is to keep her church running, after all. Is he not here to keep this church, your church, in operation? Is he... what? Did he tell you he was? He did. Oh, really? That's a little... No, that's quite surprising. I hardly ever see him talking to anyone. Are you friends with him? Perhaps acquaintances would be a better word. Well, he seems to be a nice enough fellow. Are you really not close with him at all? Nope. So if he told you he was trying to protect this church, he would have to be out of a sense of gratitude, nothing more. Gratitude for? A while back, he was in a pretty bad place in life, and I gave him some food. This was when I wasn't all the way out here, but at a church in the city. There were other nuns there too, as I recall. Right. We were also served in an orphanage, so it was us and a ton of children. I've since fallen out of touch with them, though. But as servants of God, it is our responsibility to offer assistance to those in need. Which is exactly what I did for him. No special treatment, I just did the right thing. So whatever you think you saw between us, there's nothing there. You're Pauline, though, aren't you? No, my name is Marie. Marie? Can that be? How can she not be her? Marie. That sounds a lot like a name we heard behind the third door. But I don't think they're the same person. Verdade, parece um pouco. I concur. There's no guarantee everyone's name has to be the same. Mel's and Nellie's were, which just made us think they all would be. That's true. And on the subject of assumptions, it's possible her connection to the swordsman is also a flawed one. Because again, all we had to do to go on is Mel and Nellie. Although in Morgana's story, I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of doing what he did to keep her church running. Was he not referring to this woman? I should get back down to the courtyard then. Nellie won't be able to handle everything on her own. It would be great if you could help with the preparations too. One second. There's absolutely nothing going on between you two? Why can't you just accept the answer I'm giving you? I don't like being so blunt, but you're really overstepping your bounds. I said there's nothing, and there's nothing. What do I say? If she leaves now, it won't be easy in getting another chance to talk to her. Will I be able to get him to tell me his story without having her on my side though? Will I be able to get his key? Maybe you could try talking to him with Mel there. The two of you together could convince him to give up his key. When I encountered his shadow in the mansion, he told me that if I had mentioned the key to him in the past, he would have cut my head from my shoulders on the spot. Then, should we try to find the Lord first instead? I think I'll try to shake her up. Take a leap of faith on there being something between them. Happy now? I should really get going. Hold on, just one last thing. Yes? Would If it possible for you to grant me access to the observation tower?
The tower? Why?
Because the Lord and his bodyguard are keeping someone imprisoned at the top of it.
What?
They've locked up a girl with miracle blood.
It's not very appropriate to joke about things like that.
I am not joking. The medicine you are handing out, that's real human blood.
What proof do you have?
I have someone else who can corroborate my story.
What proof do you have that they're telling the truth?
When you hear what he has to say, you know. The greatest proof is his key.
Sorry, but there's no way I can believe someone been imprisoned there. Your claims are an affront not only to the good people who give their time, money, and hard work for the church, but to God himself.
Open the door and you can see for yourself.
I can't. I don't have the keys.
And does that not seem the slightest bit unusual to you? Does it not make you think they may be hiding something?
No, because I know that's what's being kept in the tower.
You know?
The observation tower is the Lord's personal property. He stores his money and valuables there because the church is less likely to be broken into than his manor.
His money.
Even thieves fear God, so you can understand why he would want to keep his property there.
Does that actually make sense though? If he's so afraid of thieves, surely he can afford to hire guards.
He doesn't like keeping guards around.
Why not? Ele literalmente tem guarda-costas. Pelo amor de Deus.
Haven't you heard? There's been several failed assassination attempts. The Lord is not a bad man. He can just be rather aggressive in his work, which has a tendency to make a man enemies. Some of whom want to see him dead. And keeping his wealth at hand only increases that risk.
Inteligência não é o forte dela.
Now, are you satisfied?
Insist all you like, but he's not keeping money in the tower. He's gotta...
Are you after the Lord's wealth? Is that what this is about?
What?
Again, I don't like being so blunt, but who do you think I'm more likely to believe? The Lord who has been supporting me in this church, or you who showed up out of nowhere demanding me to open the door?
I'm telling the truth. There's a dying girl in that tower.
I'm sorry, and I don't want to do this, but if you keep this up, I'm going to have to call the gods. I really must be going now.
The swordsman. He helped imprison a girl in the tower, so he could get the money necessary to keep your church up and running. With your help, we could stop this.
Take some time to cool off. Would it have killed her to be a little more open-minded? I really hope she considers the possibility we're telling the truth, even just a little bit.
Is she still defensive because she trusts the Lord that much? Or is her trust in the swordsman? Or maybe it's simply because she doesn't trust me. I think I'll head back to the courtyard. I need some time to consider our next move.
That's a good idea. And there might be something Mel and Nellie can do to help too.
Perhaps.
Perchance.
With an undenying involvement with the swordsman, and him being so inscrutable, I found myself at a complete loss as to how to go about crossing the wall behind standing in the way of getting the truth out of him. My mind brings me back to the events of the second door, the most savage of the three tragedies. The things he did were undeniably inhuman, which makes me wonder if his perspective on these events would have any influence on Morgana's perception of him. If at all, a positive influence seems the less likely. Was he man or was he beast? Or nothing else? He wanted to be human in the beginning. What was it that he truly desired? If it hadn't been under Morgana's curse, would he have wanted to be the same killer he was? Blinding sunlight drags me from my thoughts, a radiance brighter, more intense than any I've been under today. Or rather, it's probably more my mind interpreting it that way because my eyes can't handle it anymore. In a matter of moments, all I can see is white. Michelle, are you alright? I feel a sharp pain, like someone's yanking at the back of my eyes. I'm fine. I just need some shade. His dull voice fades away. From somewhere, I think I can hear calling my name. From somewhere, I think I can hear her calling my name, but instead of sound, all that reaches me is more pain. Then, the world starts tilting toward me. No, not the world. It's me who's falling. Insolação. É, insolação no albino. I'm not at the mansion. Where am I? What? What the hell? You're awake? Morgana? What are you doing here? Does my appearance disturb you? That is to be expected, I suppose. I am hardly what you would call attractive, after all. Morgana. How do you know my name? How do I know your name? I came to save you. Where is this? Aren't you in a... What's going on? Huh? As you get file observation tower. Okay, observation tower. What just happened? I tried to say observation tower. My voice completely disappeared. Where is this? I'm not sure how you couldn't know. This is the witch's cottage by the lake. I found you unconscious outside my door, so I presumed you came here in search of my herbal medication. Unconscious? Outside her door? Your arm. What? This is before she lost her arm. Does that mean I've traveled even farther into the past? Or could this be... You must get yourself far away from this place, Morgana. Better yet, skate to another country entirely. Where did that come from? I have no means of survival if I leave. In that case, beware of 2 men who will come to visit you. You must not open the door for them. What do you mean? They're a flaxen-haired boy and a swordsman. Why do I lose my voice for all the most important details? This is really the cottage by the lake. Take a look out the window and see for yourself. There's nothing there. Nothing outside the window. No, that's not exactly right. The rich black fog churns beyond the window. Pretty lake, is it not? Not that I have any place talking about beauty. Now I understand. This isn't the real world. Is it your world then, Morgana? Or is it a world within your dreams? May I ask who you are? I won't spend much time at your side. This is also very strange. It was always you who was talking to me, and now you don't even know my name. Shall we talk for a bit, Morgana? If you're going to try to convince me to leave, I won't have it. And please watch what you say. There's something very unsettling about your choice of words. As you wish. In that case, let's talk about ourselves. For so long, I've fought to fend off things you said. Not because I had any particular dislike for you, because I was afraid of how entrancing the sound of your voice was. I empathize with the feelings seething through your words, and that understanding almost allowed me to them to conceal me. There was a mysterious magnetism to your voice, and as emotionally unstable as I was at the time, I couldn't possibly have withstood giving in to it. You're saying My voice isn't pleasant? Not at all. It was beautiful. Frighteningly so. I want to try again. I want you to tell me about yourself, the things you see and feel. I will not be telling you or anyone else about myself, because they would have to be inhuman to empathize with you. In that case, we can start with me instead. Honestly, I don't want to talk about myself either, because it makes me feel pitiful, worthless. It's a story I would rather pretend never happened. And it's not a story I can tell just anyone, but you can tell me, indeed. I was born into this world female. What? From a young age, being a girl felt somehow wrong, and as I grew older, my body developed like a boy's. Not entirely, though. My body is incomplete. I am missing one thing every man is supposed to have. The change drove my mother to madness, and she hid me away, where I was unfit to be in the presence of others. That was when I was 14 years old, and that marks the end of any semblance of normalcy in my life. Morgana, you once told me that our fates were decided before birth, both yours and mine alike. I spent my whole life rejecting that notion, insisting I was a normal person, fighting to prove I was indeed male. But now that it's all over, I think you were right. My fate was always set in stone. And perhaps if I had stopped trying to fight it, if I had shut up and accepted it, I could have lived a longer life. I could have not left Giselle behind. Do you regret your choice? No, I do not. No matter what could have been, I had to hold my ground. I had to keep shouting, because if I hadn't, it would have rendered my very existence meaningless. No matter what misfortune the decision may have brought, I must not regret it. Everyone has some principles, some belief, some fundamental aspect of themselves they must always stand in unwavering support of, or perhaps must not lose sight of would be a better way to put it. For if we do, we lose sight of ourselves. For most people, these beliefs have probably been internalized so deeply they aren't even aware they hold them. But what we carry inside us is unique. Difficult for other people to understand, to accept, forcing us to walk a path of solitude and persecution. I believe you genuinely do have miraculous powers. And who knows, maybe your blood is special too, but I think your real power lies in your voice, in its ability to enchant anyone who hears it. But it was something you were born with, not something you asked for. Was it not? I am a saint and a daughter of God. That is the lot I was given, and that is the path I must walk. If I stray from that path or stop walking, I will no longer be myself. It would make me worthless. We mustn't lament the solitude we were dealt. Maybe not, but I think that if either of us had someone, even one person who accepted us, he wouldn't have caused us to see the world in a much different light. I know we had people like that, who treated you like a regular girl, but they're gone now. And have you never leaned on their memory? It comes back to me from time to time, but even then they were different than me. They were so full of kindness, so very human. And while they taught me to experience their joy, not even they could change what I ultimately am. I left my humanity behind far too early in my life. And what about you? Do you have anyone special? I do. And do they treat you like a normal person? She does. However, you still know that you're different, that you can't fit in with everyone else, that you're abnormal. You do, don't you? I am very conscious of that fact. That on a fundamental level, I am still gray, and that so long as I am who I am, that it will always be so. Nevertheless, Her acceptance allowed me to step over the path she walked, a path wide enough even for me, despite my abnormality. You are, I expect, only half right about that. You're a man capable of making compromises, with a spirit strong enough to try to walk the path of humanity, while still being an outsider to it. I could never do that. Someone could be standing there, some ordinary but incredibly kind and accepting person, holding their hand out for me, but I don't think I could take it, because I know that if I do, it will only bring more pain. So if I am to take anyone's hand, it must be someone inhuman, someone fundamentally abnormal, and not just mentally or emotionally, but on a deeper level, intrinsically different. Morgana, maybe you could do it. Maybe you could understand even the tiniest bit of my fate. You could do that, couldn't you? Then do it. Understand me. Empathize with me. Take some of the weight off my back. Morgana. I have every intention of doing anything I can. But you have to understand, I am not from this time, Morgana. I cannot promise you I will be around much longer. So instead, take as much time as you need to find someone who will accept you. And with them, slowly bring yourself back onto the path of humanity. It will not be easy, I know. Constant fear of the looks people give you, dreading the things they think and feel about you. Terrified by the thought they might abandon you at any moment. The ever-present anxiety about whether you're able to fit in with them. But I know you can do it. I know you can bring yourself back to a place you can love, like what you had 4 years ago. You really are. Am what? Michelle? You may think talking to my past self can change something, but you're sorely mistaken. Nothing of the girl you see there remains. Poke and prod all the past all you like. It won't change anything, my dear. It's all too far gone to have any effect. Michelle? Michelle, are you there? Are you alright? Get up, Michelle, please. Acho que perdemos o dia. Oh, thank goodness, you're awake. Did I pass out? Are you awake? Are you okay? Did you hit your head? Nelly. You gave everyone a big scare at yours, Michelle. All of a sudden, you were just on the ground. Were you feeling unwell? No, I just have a natural sensitivity to sunlight. I apologize for any concern I caused you. Or for worrying you too, Giselle. And for that rather shameful display. No need to apologize. Like you said, you're sensitive to sunlight. I'm just glad you're alright, Michelle. If anything, I should be the one apologizing for putting so much pressure on you. I had no idea it was so bright out. As long as you're not sick or anything, so you're feeling better now. My head still hurts a little, but yes, I'm fine. What time is it? Almost supper time, which means I'd better get back to my cottage. Was I really out that long? At least you woke up before supper. You should get going though. See you tomorrow, Michelle. Good night, Nelly. Tomorrow is the day before Morgana is supposed to die. Our time is limited enough as it is. That said, Giselle, I saw Morgana. What do you mean? How? I don't know if it was in a world of her creation or simply a dream, but in it I spoke with Morgana when she was still alive. What was she like? Not like the Morgana we know now. Not someone who seems to feed off hatred. But she really was a saint in life, like Mel described her. Though I got the impression being a saint was more like a chain around her ankle, the only way she was able to derive meaning from her life. Not to mention the other sense of solitude brought about by the knowledge that no one like her would ever come into her life. Do you think she wanted to break free from the chains then? Even if she were able to, she would never be able to return to anything resembling normal. Much like I will never have a normal body. Although... Oh, you're awake. That's good. What, you came to check up on me? Don't act so surprised. I'm plenty capable of showing concern for others. That said, no, that's actually not why I'm here. He looks pale. I know you're not feeling well, but you're up to it. Would you mind joining me for supper? I don't know why you would make such a big deal about asking me to. He's the one asking. I think he's getting suspicious. I see. I apologize for not handling my encounter with him better. Don't be. If I was playing with him, I wouldn't be here. So don't blame yourself. Though, I would still appreciate it if you came. Absolutely. Turning him down would only give him more reason to be suspicious. True enough. I'll do my best not to let anything slip. You try and do the same, alright? Of course. Well, let's get going then. Would the nun have told him what I said to her? Whatever this is about, we don't want to keep him waiting. Be on your guard. Be on your guard. I will. Giselle, saúde. Here he is. I see that. I've been waiting. I saved you a couple of seats, so go on. Sit down. Eita. This is unbearable. What's the matter, Mel? You hardly touched your food? Lost your appetite? I've never been a very big eater. No? Then why don't you give the rest to your friend here? It's a bit bland, but it's passable. Weren't you saying? This pressure is nothing if not overwhelming. How does he expect anyone to eat with ass so tense? And Mel refuses to even look at him. Considering he's the reason Mel's involved in this at all. I can understand not wanting to make eye contact. Or even be in the same room. But you're not going to eat either. Don't worry, there's no poison in it. Como é que eu acredito em você? The thought never even crossed my mind. Why would you think I would be concerned about my meal being poisoned? It was only a joke. I don't see the Lord anywhere. He's gone back to his manor. I thought you were his bodyguard. He's a lord. He has more than one guard. Why did you invite us for supper? Is that any reason I shouldn't have? There are plenty. Such as... like... I imagine anyone would feel a bit overwhelmed dining with the Lord's personal bodyguard. Like that. In fact, I'm surprised you two knew each other at all. Let alone were on good enough terms to share supper together. You haven't told this man anything, have you, Mel? Nothing. All I told him was that you were the Lord's bodyguard. I see. You want to know what kind of terms we're on? What? We're accomplices. Such a shame this was how our reunion had to turn out. You finally get to see him again, only to learn he's a criminal. Wait, what are you? What crimes might you be referring to? Take a guess. What sort of atrocities do you think we're committing? What is he doing? Why would he tell you that? He wants to gauge my reaction, I assume. I have to choose my words carefully. I can't say too much, but I won't get anywhere saying nothing either. How should I handle this? I have no idea. All I'm asking for you to do is guess. Just say the first thing that comes to mind. You're putting me on the spot, telling me my friend is a criminal and asking me to guess his crime. Did you honestly think you would get any sort of answer out of me? You make a fair point. Sonegação. Não tem como sonegar imposto se você não for rico. And allow me to change the question. If you found out a friend of yours was a criminal, would you still be able to be their friend? That question make you uncomfortable too? Consider it a sort of sideshow to liven up our meal. Don't take it too seriously. Would depend on if they feel guilty about what they've done, and if they have any intention of making penance for their crimes. And Mel, well, is someone who would be ashamed of any wrongdoing he might or might not have participated in. I see. What about you? If you had done something you knew to be wrong, would you be ashamed? Would you make penance? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself. You have one hell of a friend here, Mel. Michelle. That was your name, wasn't it? Do you have any other friends? I don't have many, no. Any in this land? No. What do you ask? I don't have many friends here either. Or maybe I never had any at all. Maybe he wants to be a friend, Michelle. Não seja tão entusiasmática, Giselle. Somehow I doubt that. Yeah, I guess not. Any family? I left home some time ago. Are they too far to visit regularly? What do you want to know? I'm in a similar situation myself. I thought it might be nice to find some common ground. I find it difficult to take him at his word. So you made the long journey all the way out here so you could see him? That I did. This is just a small detail in his travels. That's what you told me, isn't it? That's right. How very gracious of you to go so far out of your way for him. Oh, and Mel, I have a question for you as well. What kind of question? Think of it like a little game. You're standing on the edge of a cliff. On your left is your sister, and on your right, him. They're both about to fall. We can only save one of them. Whose hand do you grab? Surely this isn't the first time you had heard the scenario proposed. It's not real, it's just hypothetical. Don't take it so seriously. Come on, it's just a game. You know that, right? You don't need to answer. As I said, I am only here to see him. When I heard there was going to be a festival, I requested permission to remain until then. If that displeases you for any reason, I apologize. But, hypothetical or not, a question like that makes it uncomfortable for everyone involved. Or are you trying to make him feel cornered? Not at all, it was merely a question. Never meant to make him uncomfortable. My apologies. Now, I suppose we should take my leave, as it seems my presence makes it hard to enjoy the food. Relax, I'm not staying here tonight. I won't get in the way of your reunion anymore. You said you would be here until the Harvest Festival? You're supposed to be putting on quite the impressive event. Look forward to it. May I ask you one thing before you go? What do you think of the nun? You're very close to her? I am not close to anyone. So, yeah, thank you. I was hoping to handle it better than that. But I just can't seem to keep it together around him. So can I make a move on her? If you are a sinner, sure. I'm really sorry. I can hardly blame you. Thanks. There's something really unsettling about him. I can't say I disagree. What was the deal with that question anyway? The cliff one? Yeah. I think it's best if you don't linger on it. Anyway, you look at it, he had to be... Never mind. Anyway, keep your eye out. You probably want to be extra careful tonight. After all that, I'm scared he might be up to something. There's no saying where he actually went. I'm with Mel. I have a bad feeling about what he might do. After a conversation like that, you'd be crazy not to be on alert. And it would be wise, yes. I plan to head straight back to my room. Yeah, but that sounds like a good plan. Do you really think we'll be able to get his key? I still can't bring myself to believe there's anything between him and the Saintess. And the Lord's pretty much always inaccessible. Does the Lord say anything when you're all together? Such as? Anything at all. Something to give me some kind of idea what kind of person he is. Sorry, got nothing. I usually keep my mouth shut when I'm with them, and they hardly talk to each other either. I see. Sorry. I'm pretty sure we already heard this, but the Lord's an incredibly suspicious man. I'm not sure he's capable of trusting anyone at all. So it's not really a situation where I can go up and ask him about his personal life. After several failed assassination attempts, among other things, he's just grown to be suspicious of everyone around him. If someone's walking up to him and he even thinks it might try something, that's all it takes for him to have them beheaded. As a person, his reputation's awful, but he has done a ton to improve the city's economy. So the merchants and artisans think he's alright. And out of curiosity, what is the Lord's name? Huh? Oh, you don't know that either? His name is Jean-François Barnier. Francês. What?
Bom, são franceses. Não dá pra acreditar neles.
That name doesn't fit him at all. Not one bit. He does not look like a Jean-François. Could that mean he's not the Lord then? No, the Lord's the only other person who did enough to earn Morgana's wrath to be on the receiving end of her reconstruction wish. It has to be him. But between this and the nun being named Marie, things are starting to get a bit muddled. Hold on a second. I think I've heard the name Barnier somewhere. There was a diary in the library when I lived in the mansion, as I recall. Written by someone named Barnier. Actually, now that I think about it, the same diary also showed up in Mel's next life. In it, he was complaining about not having gotten to the larger of the family estates. And the bad harvest, I think. That was one of the books you finally sent you, right? Bad Harvest, oh, wow. Actually, that was the one book they didn't. It was already in the library when I arrived. Oh, shit. You think he could have written it? And here I thought it was just the scribblings of a disgruntled noble. Coisa lá de trás. Lá de trás. If the book really is that old, I'm amazed it was in such a good condition for so long. We can't be more than 100 years behind our own time, so it's not inconceivable it would still be in good shape then. But Mel came back many hundreds of years after that. It's almost like it was frozen in time. Soltou isso todas as vezes que mencionaram. You know, I think time actually may have been stopped during the times the mansion wasn't present in the living world. I kept it clean, yes, but one person going around dusting wouldn't be enough to keep it from falling into disrepair over hundreds of years. Just what on earth is that mansion? Is it also part of Morgana's miracle? What's the matter? We've been standing there staring off into space. Oh, sorry, I got lost in thought. Oh, eu acho que isso aqui tá repetindo mais do que a frase lá de take the furniture if you're in need of money. You seem to do that a lot. Just go off into your own world. I swear, you've got to be more absent-minded than me. That's not important though, I guess. Anyway, so I've been trying to think of ways I can help, but... sorry, I haven't been able to come up with anything. It's fine, I'm simply glad to have you on my side. Sure. Well, I should get back to my room. If you have any good ideas, let me know. I will. I should head back too. Bom, há tempão desde a última vez que eu fiz uma escolha. I know we don't have much time, Michelle, and that concerns you, but try not to go agonize over it too much. Sorry. After how well yesterday went, it just feels like we've come to a screeching halt. Honestly, I'm having trouble processing everything. How about, for now, we just focus on immediate issues? I suppose. To start with, we're going to want to talk to the nun again tomorrow. We might have an easier time of it if we brought Mel or Nellie along. She'd probably be more inclined to believe us about the observation tower if it came from them. That might work, though it presents another potential problem. What if she doesn't believe them? It could put the two of them at risk. There's also the chance she's not involved with the assortment at all, as she claims. In which case, convincing her doesn't get us any closer to getting the truth out of him. Sorry, I'm talking with the goddess when I do it. Maybe it would be better to approach it from the lords. Did you hear that? Came over by the window. Maybe it's a cat. I'll go check. Tá porra. God damn it, there's someone in there. It's a ghost! Fatal frame. There's a ghost out there! Get away from the window, hurry! You don't want it to possess you! Calm down. Your scream startled me far more than anything. How am I supposed to calm down? We have to go find Mel and get to another room. We can't stay in this one any longer. No way! I don't think it was a ghost. In fact, I'm going after them. What? No, you can't be serious. Michelle! I'm pretty sure they went this way. Let's go back to the mansion. You're chasing a ghost, you're out of your mind. You know, now that I think about it, she's essentially a ghost herself, afraid of another ghost. I think I saw some moving in the bushes over there. Is this the one? Wow. Wow. É ela mesmo? Holy fucking shit. You found me. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, goodbye, pretending you never saw me, got it? I'm off. Oh, hold on. Should have gone for the head. Go after her! Stop, please. I want to talk to you. You stop. Why are you chasing me? For the record, I wasn't breaking you in for nefarious reasons. So you don't need to take me into the gods. I'm not going to report you. All I want to do is talk. I've got nothing to say to you. Well, I do, so please stop. What's your deal anyway? You some kind of creep? I mean, é você que tá vestido assim. No! How the hell is that man chasing a woman down a dark road not a creep? As if you look any less suspicious. Screw off and stop chasing me, damn it! And stop running. Someone there? Perfect. Help! Please, I'm being chased by a strange man! What are you? He's going to do terrible things to me! It's just as bad as it looks. It's worse. What's going on here? Wait a minute, don't do anything rash. I can explain. I'm completely innocent. Maria? Os nomes realmente são os mesmos. Oh, wow. Well then. Things are suddenly looking better for us. It would seem. What are you doing here, Maria? Wait, are you... Is that you, Pauline? Eita porra. What, they know each other? Did she call her... So I was right. That is your name. That is my earthly name. It is not who I am now. I am Marie. I no longer go by that name. Marie, that's your name? That's a fucking laugh. You're joking. I am not. And that outfit, you became a nun or something? That part of the gag? That's why you call yourself Marie, huh? Seems such a hell of a lot better than me. The Virgin Mary's namesake grows up to be a whore, while sweet little Pauline grows up to be a genuine Virgin Mary. What do you say? Want to take my earthly name and I'll take yours? You don't have to be so crude. This seems like you could go south very quickly. That reminds me, I have heard word there was a Saintess or whatever, the church here. That's you? A Saintess, huh? That's just what people call me. I don't actually consider myself a saint. Here as ever, I see. If it were me, let him put me up on that pedestal back into worship for a while, and swap all their theatres and get the hell out. You're unbelievable, Maria. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't take what I said so seriously. What did you come here for, Maria? That's what whores do. We come and go. We're anywhere and everywhere, and then we're gone. Did you realize this is a church, right? Yeah, I know. Sacred ground, a place for 30-year-old prostitute like me. I'm going to hell, yada yada. I didn't say that. I prefer you refrained from working on church property. I was on my way out, in fact. But then that white-haired dude came after me. I do believe you tried to break into my room first. What? You keep your mouth shut. You tried to break in? What for? What's the matter for? What for? I'm a whore. Maybe someone hired me. Or maybe I came to pillage the TV box. Was it a Lord? Is that who you came to see? Huh? Why would you assume the Lord of all people? There are plenty of other men in need of my services. I thought there might be something between you two. There's nothing between us. Everyone's denying their connections to each other. So, since you're here, Maria, do you want to stop by my place for a bit? You can grill me about what I'm here for? No, I will admit I'm curious, but if you don't want to talk about it, I won't try and force you. We just haven't seen each other in so long. I'm sure we got plenty to catch up on. Come on, surely you can stay for tea at least. I don't call you the Saintess for nothing, huh? You'll invite whore into your house for friendly chit-chat. I wish you'd stop calling me that. You're an old friend who I haven't seen in years. It's only natural to want to catch up, is it not? They're old friends. Not sure where exactly she was, you know? But sure, why not? Though, to tell you the truth, I have no idea what the hell we even talk about, so I agreed to come on one condition. Why, here comes with... Who, me? You can't let this opportunity go. Now that we know the nun is Pauline, we might be able to get more out of her. That's fair, but still. I'm not sure how comfortable I am bringing a man to the house with only girls. And I'm not sure how comfortable I am going. What's the big deal? You're afraid he might turn feral? No, he ain't that kind of guy. You got nothing to worry about. You seem to trust me quite a bit for someone you just met. Not so much trust, more like the air you give off? Air? You don't look like you got the balls to do it. What did you just say? Literalmente. Literalmente. Damn it! That sting's worse than she has any way of knowing. Don't let it get to you. There's nothing you could do about that. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on, get your butts moving. Okay. I'm not sure like where this is going. Giselle's right though. This could be a good chance to get some information. Ah! What is it? I just remembered. Something vital? She called me a creep. And at the door, she kept calling me a creep. It just occurred to me now that she was talking about me like that behind my back. I can't believe she would do that. Let it slide for now. It's something she does in the future after all. I'm not a creep, am I? Well, considering what you were like at the time, I can't really blame her for not thinking that. I wish I could erase that phase of my life entirely. Even I get shivers thinking of the made me. I honestly don't think it was that bad myself. I'll take that as a compliment. Please do. The maid outfit though. He's nice. Ah, é verdade. É aqui onde ela fica. Oh, hello, dearest Michelle. What brings you here so late? You come here to see me? Who's the babe squeak? She lives here. I took her in. Oh, it's a strange lady. She's wearing almost nothing. Why are you not golden that? God, don't make it. You're making it in the business and running about the cold. What kind of work do you do? Your clothes are really pretty colors, like something a princess would wear. Nelly. In a way, I'm kind of like a princess. A wicked princess who goes around Maria, she does not need to hear that. Oh, Mustafa, you just gave her a glimpse of the real world. You think now is the time for that? This isn't awkward or anything. Also, what's this Dearest Michelle about? Did you a thing or something? Seems a bit young for you. No, that's just what she calls me. That's what I call my brothers. He's my number 2 brother, but we're not related. My real brother's back at the church. He's got the same color hair as me and we look a little alike. Aw, really? Must be a pretty good looking fella if he's related to you. Of course he is. I wouldn't let him be my brother if he didn't look good. That's quite the assertion, Ellie. It's so lively in here. I'm stranded in uncharted territory. Oh, I bet you stiff as a board out there. Relax. Deep breaths. You're asking the impossible. Alright, well, sit down and make yourselves comfortable, everyone. I'll go make some tea and something to snack on while I'm in there. It's a girls' night in! This will be fun! Why is Michelle here, though? You have no idea how much I wish I knew. Lembra que lá atrás eu disse nem te conto? Aham. Ah, that's not important, but you know what is? Vem aí, oh boy. Oh boy, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, that's not important, but you know what is? 3 girls, 1 guy. That's gotta be rough. Calma aí. Actually, make that 4 girls. Huh? Would that be rough? Tell me, you got 3 girls in 1 room. What do you think you're going to be talking about? Love, romance. And there he sits all alone in a pink cloud of girl talk. That sounds uncomfortable. Yeah, we get to watch him twist and squirm. That sounds like fun. What do you think I am, their plaything? I didn't just sense you smiling too, did I? Oh, no, no, not at all. I was just thinking I feel kind of bad for you. Why don't I believe you? Michelle vai endoidar realmente muita mulher. Mulher! We don't have time for this. Morgana's still locked up in that tower room as we speak. I get what you're coming from, but I don't think this will turn out to be a waste of time. All three of them have ties to the man with the keys. You could very well learn something from their conversation that could lead to a breakthrough. So, I say we participate, see where it goes. What's this, already friends, you two? Yep, I like this new lady a lot. She's a sweet little girl, what's not to love? You know, that kind of makes me jealous. It took you a long time to warm up to me, Nelly. What? No, it didn't, I don't think. I don't know, it felt to me like you were keeping your distance. Well, you know, it's not easy to work up the courage to talk to a real-life saint. Oh, Nelly. You know, it's not that big a deal. I'm not even a real saint. So, what's the conversation? Love! Romance! How about your taste in guys? Oh. Do you have anyone, a crush, a special someone? You do, don't you? I'm a servant of the Godfather. Of God the Father, so no, I do not have anyone. Oh, come on, we won't tell, promise. Forbidden love, so romantic, so exciting. You know, I think you should go first, Nelly. I like princely boys. My brother is the closest thing to my ideal. Oh, and I mean my real brother. You don't say. And you, Maria? What kind of guys do you like? Big dicks. Me? I like a nice, subservient man. Someone who knows I'm in charge. Subtlety is her strong suit, huh? Why not someone you can always count on, or encouraging and supportive, or sweet and kind? Someone like that would be... Guy like that only light you little twin girls' fires. Things get a little more complicated as you get older. Life stops being quite so simple. So you start wanting to find someone who makes the daily load of shit even a little bit easier to swallow. Really? I'm not sure I want to grow up anymore. Yeah, tough. Though I guess it's partly a result of who I am. So who knows? Maybe you'll have it a little better. I hope so. Okay, now it's your turn, Sister Marie. Me? I suppose I could tell you who my favorite angels are. No, it has to be someone real. You have to have someone. I already told you. There's someone who else hasn't gone yet. I can go after that, can't I? Who else is there? You, silly. You know, let's all have a bad idea. I agree that I want to know too. No dodgy answers either. No dodgy answers either. What? What? What kind of girl do you like, Michelle? What? You're not supposed to bring into the conversation. Hot up, loosen up, let us have it. But it's a very complicated personal matter. And how about make things simple? Turn it into a choice. A choice? For the three of us, who ticks the most boxes of your complicated tastes? Don't think too hard about it, just pick one. Me? The teensy tiny one? Or the nun? Colby? What on earth have I gotten myself into? The way they're staring at me. I'm not getting out of this. Mano, é sério que depois de todo esse tempo... É sério que depois de todo esse tempo... Sem fazer uma escolha... Essa é uma escolha que eu tenho que fazer? I don't like women. I'm gay. I'm gay. Essa resposta não gera rotas alternativas? É interessante. What? Really? That's no fun. Eu imagino. Já que você tá falando que as reações são hilárias, eu quero ver a óbvia. A escolha de youtuber. someone. Say something.
Do you know how old I am, Michelle?
14 or so.
And how old are you?
27. Pedophile. That is a bit of an age gap, I think. If you're going to be like that about it, then don't make her an option. I never thought you'd actually pick her, you know? Everyone has their preferences, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about them. But some things you should keep to yourself. I had no idea, Michelle. Slow down, don't all dogpile me at once. This isn't why I chose her. You're welcome to defend yourself, but just choose your words carefully or we'll tie you up and throw you out in the cold. Nelly, she thinks of me as a brother and she's the one I've had the most time to get to know. So I chose her because of the three of you I'm the closest with her. Do not have any inappropriate feelings for me? Not in the slightest. I don't know, you can say you don't, but that doesn't prove you're not secretly into that. I'm telling you, I'm not. Alright, and prove it. Prove it? Yeah, bro, you're not a dirty pedo. I already have someone I love, so I'm not interested in children. Oh, well, don't tell us about that. We're not just making up together out of the hole you dug yourself. What you like about her, when you fall for her, all the juicy details. I'd like to know too, tell us. My number one brother even ever gets a girlfriend, I'll slap her silly. But for you, my number two brother, I'll gladly congratulate you. Let's start with her looks. Acho que nesse ponto já convergeu, né? Só pra assim. Ela ainda não curtiu muito não aqui. Ela não tá muito animada. Reload. Me? A lot of guys are into that, yeah? I'm sorry. As a servant of God the Father cannot reciprocate your feelings. Shut down on the spot. Poor Michelle. Save your pity. You asked me to choose, so I chose. I didn't mean anything more than that. I don't know. I'm not convinced you didn't fall for her the moment you laid your eyes on her. Poor Michelle. Listen to me. What about me do you like, out of curiosity? What about you? It'll only make things worse if I say she seems like the safest option. No real reason. It's not that hard to see what he likes. You're nice to everyone, you rarely get angry, you're hot as hell. And you've got some huge knockers. How crude, dearest Michelle. Could you stop heckling me already? Michelle, there's something I need to ask you. What is it, Giselle? Did you fall for me because I have large breasts? But what? No, absolutely not. If I didn't, would you still love me? Would you love me even if it was a worm? Of course I would. Alright, in that case, I'll pray for God to make me completely flat. What? See? I knew it! You wouldn't love me anymore! Of course I would, just don't know how. Why would you ask him to take back something he blessed you with? You men are all the same. How does liking big breasts make me a bad person? The hell are you doing over there, Michelle? Holding your charades game? Don't worry about it. Does that mean that other boys won't be interested in me if mine aren't big too? I can massage them for you so they'll get big. You won't be too rough. I'll be very gentle. Maria, Nelly. This couldn't get any more uncomfortable. Now that Michelle's answered, it's your turn. What? Do I really have to? Okay. Cadê? Bom, nesse ponto eu vou escolher a Maria logo pra ver. Hey, turn to me, huh? Let's spend the night together then, I'll give you a discount. I was simply answering your question, not propositioning to you. Why do we need a discount to spend the night with you? We'll be doing more than just talking, girl. Oh no, a big grown-up fun, if you know what I mean. But Maria, I asked you to not talk about that and around Nelly. Oh, we're being so overprotective. She's not a toddler. She knows what I'm talking about. But grown-up fun? You know what a man and a woman do in bed.
Ah, that's vulgar. You're both vulgar. You're vulgar for mentioning Maria, and you're vulgar for paying for it, Michelle.
I'm not paying for anything.
That's something you can only do with something you really, really love after lots and lots and lots of time getting to know each other and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's not something you pay money for. You're not even allowed to kiss, you're not in love.
That's about right for most people.
That means you too, Maria. You have to stop this instant.
If I stop, I won't be able to make a living, and you'll finally starve to death in an alley somewhere.
What?
That's my life. I don't have to tell you about the kind of work I do now, do I? Out there in the real world, there are more women than you can imagine who have to live like that. Swallowing their pride, selling their bodies, sucking up to people. Don't look so disillusioned. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. Just so we're clear, I'm not discontented with how I ended up. If anything, I will just hope you don't think worse of me for it.
I don't. Not when we were just getting to be friends. I'm just surprised, that's all.
As you should be. And I hope you keep right on the straight and narrow. Behind the third door, she was driven by a desire for vengeance. But I guess she's not really a bad person, huh? I only answered the question because they were pressing for me to. I'm not actually interested in her, I promise. Took you long enough to remember me. I'm sorry. It's okay, I know. Though I think it would have been better if you had said you already had someone instead. Assumed there were only the three choices. You need to learn to think outside the box. That said, can I ask you something? Yes. Why did you pick Maria? Because she's bright and energetic. Like you. That was a good answer, so I'll let you off the hook. boy, Michelle, boy. I'm gay.
Michelle, are you...
What? No. No, I didn't mean it like that. I only said that because I thought it would be disrespectful to you to choose any of them. Hence, I'm not interested.
I kind of get what you were trying to say, yes, but your choice of words is really asking to be misinterpreted.
Oh, you swing that way? I am sorry for putting you in such an uncomfortable position.
No, you're not going after my medal, are you, Michelle?
What?
What'd I tell you?
That's why you wanted to get close to him, isn't it?
No, that's impure. The two of you together in each other's arms, roses sprouting up all around you.
Slow down, Ellie.
Although that might be better than him putting his hands all over some strange girl.
Stop, please.
It would mean I could keep all of my brothers around if we're twice the pampering. That actually sounds really nice.
Please, for the love of God, stop fantasizing about it.
Oh, I know.
First, we need to buy a new house. One where you can have a room to yourself so I can stay out of your way. Stop it! You're going to make me sick! Huh? You mean you don't like Melvin? Absolutely not.
What about the Lord's bodyguard?
Never.
The Lord himself?
No more, please. I don't like any of them. I already have a partner, so I'm not interested in anyone else. And this partner's a man. Falei no outro site pra ver se tem algo assim. Seria engraçado. Pera aí. Esses cachorrinhos, viu? Eita, filho. She's a woman! You know, I might have not had the best reaction at first, but to be honest, I'm pretty okay with it. It can be hard keeping it bottled up when you're around others, so just know you got me, you can be yourself around. You're even listening to me. Love can take many forms. You too? I'll be happy to help if you change your mind about Mel. I can't take this anymore. I do feel bad for you, but you did kind of bring this on yourself. Ugh. Yeah. Anyway, que eu tava respondendo já. That's no fun. You can still tell us what lights your fire at least, and you've already got someone. Loving someone is such a beautiful thing. We pray for God to grant you both his blessing. What's she like though? I wanna know. Tell us about her. What's she like? She's always smiling. She's a very cheerful, energetic person, the opposite of me in many ways. So is she staying at the mansion with you? No, I am here alone. Does she not feel the same way about you? Unrequited love, is it? You poor thing. It won't be cheap, but I'll keep you company for the night if you want. She loves me too. Then why isn't she here? If you're a couple, you're supposed to stay together. Did you leave her behind when you left? Circumstances prevent us from seeing each other right now. I can always feel her there by my side, but I can't see her. What circumstances? Now, Nelly, don't be prying. It's a personal matter, one I'm sure isn't easy for him. Will you ever be able to see her again? I have faith that I will. Because when I see her next in the flesh, I need to take her by the hands, look her in the eyes, and tell her something very important. Michelle, is she somewhere really far away? Or is there something else getting in your way? Women are fickle creatures though. You may think she'll always love you, but spend enough time apart, and who knows how those feelings might change. We're not as bullheaded as the guys tend to be. While you're here, away from her, she could find someone else who she likes. Or maybe she already has. I would never! Her feelings will never change. She has spent more time waiting for me than you can possibly imagine. Though there were times she lost sight of what she was waiting for. Deep down in her heart, she never forgot about me. I know that for a fact. I don't mind that sickly sweet her love is eternal crap one damn bit. It's short-sighted, ignorant. That's only lazy. People change, their feelings change. It's the ones you think you care most about will inevitably stab you in the back one day. That's what people do. You just never had the pleasure. But one day you will. You'll say the bitterness of betrayal. Is there anyone in your life you care about more than yourself? Not a one. You wouldn't understand what we have together then. But someday, if you ever find someone who means that much to you, I think you'll come to understand that it is possible to love someone if they do sometimes cause you pain. You're telling this to a whore that already has me out of the running. I don't think that's true. Anyone can find someone, no matter who they are. It doesn't matter how old you are or what kind of work you do, or if you're a noble or a peasant. No, come on, you're making it sound like I'm the bad guy here. In this case, you might actually be more mature than you, Maria. Oh, shove it. Now that Michelle's answered, it's your turn. What, really have to? You do, everyone else has answered. Like I said, I don't have anyone. Oh, don't forget about the tea I made, it's going to get cold. Anyway, I'm more interested in catching up with you, Maria, and talking about boys. What happened after you left? Alright, sure. You can talk about that. Evitando ao máximo falar qualquer coisa. An orphanage. Yep, neither of us have parents or family, so we're raised in an orphanage. Beyond the second door, Pauline had a family and seemed to be quite well off. I guess that's not the case here. So you grew up together then? Sister Marie's never told me about her childhood before. I don't like to talk about the past. Not the best of memories after all. I say we're both lucky we made it this far in life. You still keep in touch with that shit heap of a director? Now, don't talk about him like that. He's not a bad person. Yeah, I know. In your mind, everyone is not a bad person. He isn't really. But yes, he stops by occasionally to check in. He was the one who set me on the path to becoming a nun. He always has fun of you, perfect little angel you were. I doubt he likes me any more than anyone else. Compared to you, was a damn gremlin. You were a naughty girl, weren't you, Maria? The naughtiest girl around. I throw rocks at the walls, making all these little holes, and one time even fill the director's shoes with dog shit. That would make anyone angry. I wasn't always a little twat, mind you. The director either loves you or hated you. There was no middle ground. And if he didn't like you, when life was hell, he'd make you go without supper, force you to sleep outside, shit like that. That's awful. I had no idea who was doing that to you. You could have said something. Like that would have made a difference. You adored the damn director. You never would have believed me over him. Once you put your trust in someone, you refuse to believe they could be anything less than perfect. Completely blinded by faith. I don't. You do. The only reason you're willing to believe me now is because it's been so long, because there are other people here. This would probably be a good time to step in, Michelle. Change the subject or something. I feel kind of bad for her. How long were you two together? Until you were all 10, I think? Does that sound about right? Sound about right, yeah? I got fed up with everything and ran off, ended up at a brothel. Been a whore ever since. It's been, 10 years now? I'm proud to have had her in. Did you like life at the brothel better than the orphanage, Maria? Between the two, I take the brothel any day. There, I've got friends and colleagues. Although I did lose a whole bunch of them 4 years ago. Oh. 4 years ago. I remember hearing word of a brothel raided by bandits around that same time. Was that where you worked, Maria? Yup, and what a nightmare that was. I mean, why the hell would you raid a whorehouse? Why not go after some noble estate, or the damn lord for that matter? The brothel raided by bandits 4 years ago. What's the matter? Trying to make those forehead wrinkles permanent? I know I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm beginning to think Maria might have had some contact with Morgana in life as well. Huh? 4 years ago would make Morgana 12, and where was she then? I have a question for you, Maria. Was there a girl by the name of Morgana at that brothel? You know Morgana? So my suspicion was right. Yeah, Morgana was there. Me and all the girls looked after her together. But after the bandits raised the place, I never saw her again. What a travesty that was. It was chaos. Only a handful of us even survived. I figured she'd either been killed or sold off somewhere. But if you know her, that means she's alive, right? That's great to hear. Been worried about her ever since. Michelle, Morgana's the Saintess's name, isn't it? That's what you told me. Huh? Saintess? Que conveniente tá todo mundo junto aí, né? That's right, Nelly. That is indeed the name of the person who performs your miracle. And she's locked up in the tower now. Locked up? You told Nelly all that nonsense too, Michelle? It's not nonsense. Mel told me everything. It's all true. He feels terrible about what he's done, but he can't set her free by himself. Now you too. We need the other 2 keys. The Lord has one and his bodyguard has another. After learning the truth, I knew I had to tell you. But I was too afraid you wouldn't believe me. And if you didn't believe me, something bad might happen to Mel. It's not good to tell lies, Nelly. And the same goes for your brother as well. Viu? É por isso que a gente tem problema de confiança. What? The Lord stores his valuables in that tower. That's why it's locked up and you can't get in. Or are all three of you after his wealth? Of course not. And you, Michelle, you need to stop planting these strange suspicions and... See, this is exactly what I was talking about. You haven't changed one bit. You won't even give someone the time of day if they're saying anything that contradicts someone you've decided you trust. Can the watchtower, was it? Can you not bust the door down? I'm still lost as hell here. But the long and short of it is Morgana might be in that tower. She is, yes. It might be possible to break down the door with a dozen or so people to help, but that's infeasible. Besides, opening the door isn't our only objective. We need other keys. Correct. It's not true. He would never do that to someone. People think he's scary and mean, but they're wrong. He's a sweet, respectable man. He would never lock up an innocent girl. He would all everyone else is saying he would. If I don't believe him, then who will? So you are more than acquaintances. If you really have that much faith in his goodness, then tell us that after you've seen what he's done. Pauline. Assuming, hypothetically, there really is someone in the tower. There's nothing I could do about it. I'm a nun. I have no real authority here. I'm just a pretty face. Nevertheless, he started this to help you. So you tell him stop, he might actually listen. Pelo amor de Deus! Fica quieto! Fica aí, porra! Elfie!
A gente mostra sonhos, é muita demais, porque todas as coisas falam mentira. Estou olhando azul em terra, pouco e pouco água.
Verdade, ainda bem que a gente tem a Maria aqui. Ó, puta que pariu, viu? Quase 2 da manhã, esse cachorro não para quieto. Please, Sister Marie, help us set the sentence free. Her ability to trust someone so completely is actually pretty amazing. But if you let it turn into blind faith, it will come back and bite you in the ass. Could I please ask the two of you to leave? An old friend of mine might be being held prisoner right now, and you expect me to just camp around home? Go. She is a little too innocent, perhaps, but I don't think her faith is entirely blind. You're a woman who is capable of making decisions for herself. I know you are. Yes, you've placed your complete faith in one man. But that hasn't stopped you from considering what you should do with your own life. You were never short-sighted. We only met yesterday. What could you possibly know about me? Give me some time. Until tomorrow. Time to think about what to do. As you wish. Tá chegando o chat, tá chegando lá. O desfecho. Oh, is all that really true? It is. How do you know any of that though? Because what story should I go with this time? Should I use the letter again? Ah, forget it. That's not important. The pipsqueak ain't want to go throwing around accusation like that for shits. Point is, I'll take your word for it. And we get the door open and it turns out there's no one there. No harm done. Do you believe me? You're not lying, are you? No, I'm not. And that's that. The strange part is, winning over a horror isn't going to get you very far towards fixing anything. That's not true. Just knowing you believe me is reassuring. You say so. I'm gonna ask you something. You did come here in search of the Lord, didn't you? He has a third key, without which we cannot get into the tower. My gut tells me you're the one who's going to make that possible. Why do you think that? Because you have a very strong connection to him. You may think it sounds crazy, but your souls are inextricably bound together. Our souls? Oh, don't even joke. I know how it sounds, but that's the only way. Ok, you got me. Ainda bem que ela acredita bem fácil. E tipo, tá aí Maria, a Maria é deus ex machina dessa história. I'm done lying. You're right, I came here looking for the Lord. There's rumors going around saying he's been seen coming in and out of the church here. So I figured I'd take an opportunity to cave his fucking skull in. You... what? What you gonna do about it? Call the guards on me? No, it won't. But tell me, why do you want to kill him? Why? What, are you not from around here? Well, you should know he's one hell of an aggressive ruler. I won't deny he's done wonders for the economy. The city is a great place to be if you're a merchant. Taxes are lower than anywhere else, and all you need to do is enough money you can buy citizenship. For the people who lived here their whole lives, the poor, the peasants, those who need the most help, it's only getting hard to stay afloat. Maldito neoliberalismo. The guys are getting bigger by the day. All the main streets looking lavish and lively. People are literally starving to death on the back streets. He tore down this vineyard that's been around for generations to make room for more shops. And sure, you can pour some damn fine wine from some other city, but where does that leave everyone who can afford it? That reminds me, in a third door, he ran some other company's factory out of business for his own profit. Different businesses, same practices. Giselle? Giselle? Cadê? The merchants, especially those who came from other cities, get treated like kings, but the Lord still has plenty of enemies. I see. So you're someone who doesn't think highly of him then? Pretty much. What would you killing one man accomplish though? Not much, probably. It'd make me feel a hell of a lot better though. Do you not actually know the Lord's in person then? I met him before, so I know what to look for. But that's about it. There's none of this, what you call it, inextricably linked souls crap. Oh, fucking thank you. Margaret says that she's met him. Morgana mentioned seeing prostitutes at the Lord's Manor when she was first taken there. Could you have been one of them then? Change the subject a bit. There's something I wanted to ask you about, Pauline. Frankly, her being a nun doesn't make a damn lick of sense to me. What do you mean? I mean, this isn't what she wanted with her life. When we were kids at the orphanage, she wasn't exactly this pillar of faith. We said grace before meals, but only because those were the rules. All ceremony, nothing more to it. You're really quite devout to me. I'm thinking something had to have made her that way, forced her to the role. The girl I knew was pretty unexceptional. Had her head in the clouds though, so we never really got along. But she was always talking about how when she left the orphanage, she'd find the perfect man, fall in love, get married. You could practically see the heart in her eyes. They'd buy a comfortable house, have a few kids, maybe get a dog. They'd be a happy family, warm, peaceful. And every time she told me this, I snorted and tell her she needed to get herself a more original dream, at which point she'd start crying, calling me mean. Wow, Maria was an impressively jaded 10-year-old girl. She was a girl in love with love, and now she is a bloody nun. I guess it kind of makes sense as a extension of her unwavering trust shtick. But I mean, come on, surely she could have chosen someone better to put that trust in. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, as unreceptive as she was back there, she wasn't doing it maliciously. Not that I have any right to defend her after all the shit I gave her about it. You know, you're making it very hard to tell whether you like her or not. Don't think too hard about it. Just take it out for an old acquaintance. Anyway, I think I'll head back. As concerned as I am about Morgana, there ain't much I can do. Guards aren't gonna believe the ramblings of some whore, especially not when she's making accusations about the damned lord. That part's gonna be a real bitch, I figure. If there's anything I can do, let me know. You can find me at the brothel in town. Well, I'm off. It's late. I'm not sure how safe it is for you to be wandering around in the dark alone. Maybe I should accompany you. Eu acho que ela consegue se virar, Michelle. Don't worry, it's my home, tough. And besides, if someone did attack, I'm pretty sure it could outrun you. And overpower you at that. Yes, the worst part is just probably alright. But eu acredito nela. Eu salvei. Mas eu acredito nela. I appreciate the thought. See ya. Hold on a second. Something else you need, eh? I would like, if you could, for you to tell me about the time you spent with Morgana. Anything you can, no matter how insignificant it may seem. I want to know what kind of life she had there. How's tomorrow sound? Tomorrow? I was leaking in the courtyard tomorrow night. Meet me there and I'll tell you what you want to know. Why not now, though? No real reason, just need a little time to sort things through. See you tomorrow night, stay warm. Suspeito. Not even a chance to get another word in. Also, I feel like I'm dressed much warmer than her. Tomorrow night, that doesn't leave us much time. Giselle. What? Hello, what is it? You've been so quiet, I was getting concerned. It's good to know you're still there. Nah, guess I sort of dozed off for a bit. I'm fine though, no need to worry. You sure? I think we should head back too. We've done about everything we can today. You're right. Running into Maria was a great stroke of luck. Thanks to her, we now have confirmation that the nun is indeed Pauline. And we've potentially convinced Pauline to try and talk to the swordsman. Depending on how things pan out tomorrow, we could be getting very close to accomplishing our goal. I'm sure it would be smooth sailing, just like with Mel. I certainly hope so. So, before you go to sleep, do you want to talk for a bit? Of course, in fact, I was about to ask you the same thing. That's what you say, but on the inside, you actually enjoy being surrounded by girls more than talking to me, don't you? And you seem to enjoy teasing me. I'm just kidding. Truthfully, I don't think I've ever wished you were there to save me from more than then. I've never been comfortable in such spirited environments. About 3 women in a room and it'll get like that, yeah, it can be overstimulating. You could not have been more out of my element. I don't know, you seem to fit in pretty well to me. You really think so? You make for a great plaything. Oh yes, I'm quite good at that, aren't I? I will say, there was one thing about the whole affair that surprised me. Oh? What would that be? I did not expect I would be able to have such a normal social interaction. And not because I'm awkward or a poor conversationalist. For most of my life I was cursed, irregular, and you were the only one who didn't treat me like that. That came to be what I saw as normal. And as such, being able to participate in a social gathering like that is a very exotic sensation. Feels almost like it shouldn't be possible. You are normal, Michelle. An ordinary man. It's right here. This is what I wish I always had in life. And for me to finally attain it in death. Though I suppose lamenting the details would make you ungrateful. I am glad to have the experience, though.
I'm glad to hear it. So,
I know I've been talking about how much I want to save Morgana, and that hasn't changed. Neither has my desire to change everyone's future. But if you want to leave this place, to go somewhere far away and have a life of your own, you have my full support. You've got everything you've ever wanted. You have the right to choose to stay here, live in this time. I wouldn't dream of it. I'm not going to leave you trapped in that darkness. I would not make the same mistake twice. Regardless, there's no point in me choosing a life without you there as well in the flesh.
Okay then. Well, I'll be in here waiting.
Hopefully not for long. I really think Morgana and I have a great deal in common.
What?
One a daughter of God, one demon child. We're both forced into inhuman roles, living lives of solitude, constantly having things we cared about taken away from us, including, ultimately, our lives. The big difference between me and her is that I had you. If you hadn't been there at the end of my mortal life, perhaps I too would have grown to despise those who had put me through such misery. Cursed their very souls. She had no one though, not a single person to be there for her final days.
From what she told us though, her life was an old sorrow and misery. She did eventually come to find happiness in her time at the brothel.
In fact, she even said that was where she learned to experience joy. All in all, there was a number of girls there. If Maria was one of them, she was particularly close with, perhaps her being here could have a positive effect on Morgana.
We'll have to see what she says tomorrow night.
That we will. And then our time limit is noon the next day. So we need to have everything necessary figured out by then. Everything you will take for her to have a change of heart.
I'm not worried one bit. I have a complete confidence in you, Michelle.
I am somewhat worried.
What's there to worry about? Here, I'll shout, "You can do it!" 100 times.
So you're planning to cheer me to death?
I just want every last bit of you to know I'm rooting for you.
I assure you, you've made that abundantly clear.
Hey, there was something I wanted to tell you, if that's alright.
Yes?
When I learned about your past and your body, it came as a big shock to me. That said, I'm confident you know that my feelings for you haven't changed one bit.
I do.
But what I want you to know is that even if I had found out back then, instead of after having waited hundreds of years for you to return, my feelings still would not have changed. If you had told me while we were alive, I would have still accepted you. Now, of course, I know it's not something you could have come out with so easily, especially considering everything you went through because of it. We only lived together for a little over a year. We were only partners for a month. So I understand how difficult it would have been to think I wouldn't push you away. But I'm not sure you grasped just how much I loved you even then. My wounds ran deeper than even I knew, but them fully healing was simply not possible. Anyone else's touch, anyone else's warmth, my heart and body would have rejected. I sincerely wish I hadn't expressed that to you more clearly. That it had to be you, that I needed you.
I did believe at the time that it could start over with you, that we could have a normal life together. Or, well, I fooled myself into believing it. But I could never rid myself of the guilt and shame at how it was impossible for me to give that to you. I would imagine our future together, you smiling with our children in your arms, playing with them, scolding them, teaching them, and then I would remember I am incapable of giving you those children, or even engaging in prerequisite acts. And the more I wish for your happiness, the tighter the guilt constricted me. I do apologize for not saying anything. You carried far more weight than any one person should be ever carried to carry alone. But you don't have to do that anymore. For one, I support you no matter what. And in this time, you're known to everyone, not only me. You have allies. You don't have to take everything on yourself anymore. I love you, Michelle. I do. I absolutely adore you. Where is this coming from? I wanted to say it, so I did. Is that a problem? No, no problem. You're blushing, aren't you? Your cheeks are as red as tomatoes. I wish I could see you now. I'm going to open the window. Why? It's night. It's going to be cold. Exactly, I need to cool down. What are you eyeing at? It's the spring snow. It's gorgeous. There was hardly a cloud when I was outside earlier, and now it's snowing. I worried Maria might catch something out in this weather. Hopefully she's in bed by now. I've never seen it snow in the spring before. Maybe it just wasn't paying attention to what lay beyond the dark walls of that house. Maybe. Have you? Have I? Seen a springtime snow before? 3 or 4 times perhaps. So not very often, no. Ah, so you've seen this already. Would have been better if I hadn't. No, that's not what I'm saying. Just thought it would be nice if it was the first time for both of us. You sound like a little kid. Is it that childish? Well, I don't mind either way. I'm still glad my first time seeing it isn't alone. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like little specks of white drifting through the darkness. Yes, I can see it. It's beautiful. I'm happy I could see this with you too. You don't want the wind to cool you off too much now. I think it's time for you to warm back up. Sorry, I was so engrossed by the sight. Maybe let's take and you can see it again tomorrow. The grounds will be quite lovely covered in snow. But for now, you should get some sleep, I suppose. You already passed out once today. You need to make sure you're well rested. Hard to argue with that. I'll be counting on your help again tomorrow. Our success or failure depends on how tomorrow goes. That it does. Let's make it count. Good night, Giselle. Good night, Michelle. Qual é a preocupação dela? Agora eu fiquei preocupado. Aqui não é o meu quarto. Huh? My head feels like someone drove a spike through it. What's going on? Am I in the cellar? What? My hands are tied up behind my back. What am I doing down here? Wait. Giselle? Giselle? Say something, Giselle! Unable to make any sort of sense out of my circumstances. It's all long after I regain consciousness that panic begins to sink in. The most unsettling thing of all, the most frightening detail, is the fact that I can't hear her voice. I'm awake, aren't we? Are you the one who brought me here? Why, you don't remember this morning? Right, I woke up because I heard someone enter the room, and then he hit me over the head. You're not dead at least, that's good. What do you hope to accomplish by tying me up and bringing me down here? Remember what I said last night at supper about me putting on a little sideshow for you? What? I was reenacting the Last Supper, with you as a guest of honor. Oh, now I see. When you were asking if I had any family or friends, you were trying to find out if anyone would notice if I disappeared, if anyone would make any noise. You're sharper than you look. If only you caught on yesterday. Please, Giselle, say something. Giselle, why won't you answer me? Why can't I hear your voice? Why can't I feel you here? You're a kind of quiet one. I thought you'd be a little louder. What made you decide to get rid of me? Did none say something? It has nothing to do with this. I have permission from the Lord to act on my own discretion. Should I come across anyone acting suspicious? This doesn't seem in the least bit wrong to you. I wouldn't say that. You're an acquaintance's friend who made a long trip to come see him, and I have you tied up in the cellar. That's not what I would consider right, no. But since you're not good enough friends for him to let you stay here, I assume he's also spilled everything. He never had what it took, that boy. Word to guess it got to be too much for him to handle, so he went to a friend, to you. Leave him out of this. I see. So, how much did he tell you? If you come clean, he may even let you go. Get rid of him, have you take his place. I said leave him out of this! So you're determined not to talk, are you? What a loyal friend. Listen to me! Listen? Oh, I'm listening. Because you have a lot of talking to do. I don't have many chances to let loose, so I'll be taking as much time as I can get today. He says in an eerily flat tone of voice as he draws nearer, pausing between each step as if to taunt me. And when he reaches me, he's struggling to get. Achei culturado. Pera aí, um momento. Michel capturado pelo lado mal da força. When he reaches me, struggling to get off the ground. Gah! He slams his heel into my shoulder. Not being able to use your hands makes you appreciate how much easier just to stand up when you can, doesn't it? Help! Someone please help! Ah! Don't waste your energy. No one ever comes this far. And the door's so heavy your screams will never make it out. But that's the least of your worries. The door to the cellar is being locked, and the only key is right here. There's no getting in. If you can run fast enough, you might have a chance of making it to the door and escaping. Wanna test your luck? I doubt you can make it. He puts the full weight of his body into his heel, pressing down on my spine, turning my breaths into gasping sputters. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Don't know. And I don't even know what a bezoar is. I gathered together all my strength, but even that isn't enough to overpower him. Now, you're going to tell me everything. What are you and the boy scheming? What's your endgame? Who else is in on it? Damn it! I don't have many options here. What can I even do in this situation? Snape answered his own question by saying, a bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons. Ah. Tell me what I want to know. Maybe I'll let you live. I guess I have no choice but to tell him the truth. Alright, fine, I'll tell you everything. Just know that this isn't some attempt to beg for mercy. I came to this mansion in order to unlock the door to the observation tower and free Morgana. Mel was not the one who had told me about her, though. I went to him and asked for his assistance. He didn't have to tell me because I already knew both about her and what you're doing to her, stealing her blood and making medicine from it. Who told you then? Morgana did. Morgana's soul told me everything. I am not from this time. I lived in a time after her death. It takes me several moments to process what just happened. A fire runs up my arm from my little finger, only turning into pain when it finally reaches my brain. I twisted my head back to see the man on top of me holding my right hand. My finger snapped backwards at the second joint. I'll ask you again, who told you? Morgana did. She dies on the day of the Harvest Festival. Next up is the ring finger, and then your middle, if you insist on keeping this up. I'm telling you the truth. She bears so much hatred, she casts a curse on your souls. I've seen what happens in your next life. Now you're resorting to souls and next lives. I'm genuinely impressed. What lies are you going to cook up next, white-haired knave? If I don't set Morgana free, your souls will be enslaved for all eternity, imprisoned in this cursed mansion. When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, you'll lose everything. All of you will. You cannot escape it unless you do something. And then the reason you locked Morgana up in the first place. She won't be safe either. She'll be killed. 2 fingers left. Can you keep up the act that long? Everything I'm saying is the truth. I've seen it all with my own 2 eyes. Why are you so insistent on maintaining this farce? Is it to protect the boy, or do you have some other motive? Every last word is true. Continuing to lie isn't going to make this any easier. Your voice is shaking. The pain's starting to get to you, isn't it? What are you doing to Morgana? He achieves nothing. You must release her and atone for your sins. Otherwise, your soul and the souls of those you care about will be doomed to suffering. I see what this is now. You don't have the information I want. All you can do is spin his lies. You thick-skulled bastard! There are other options, though. Beg me for mercy. Sob like a little child, sniveling your please don't kill me. And I don't want to die. And it hurts so bad, please stop. Grovel on the ground, you tiny, pathetic man. And if you can entertain me, maybe I'll consider it. I will never shed another tear. And I will never beg for your damn mercy. Nothing I've said to you has been a lie. Some cheap attempt to fool you into letting me go. Every word of it is true. I know the sins you've burdened your soul with. I know the fate that awaits you in your next life, and I will gladly tell you every detail. You're down to just your thumb. Now go on if you're so eager to tell me. Let's hear about my supposed next life, shall we? In your next life, you lose your memory and an accident causing you to forget your own humanity. The innate savagery you normally keep hidden beneath a mask is released unrestricted. And you turn into a creature no more than known. You turn into a beast. Mask. You murder countless people, including the woman you once called your lover. Lover. Hers is a name you know very well. Pauline, your tether. My tether, how do you know that word? Because I know everything. I know what you wanted. I know what you were never able to obtain. You idolize humanity and you yearn for peace. You're telling me I killed a nun in my next life. I am. That is the fate that lies waiting for you. Her love for you is so strong she refuses to believe you're dead. She leaves her seaside hometown in search of you, and she finds you. But you slaughter her. Did you say she lives in a city on the sea? In addition to her, you also lose someone else. A woman who tried to give you the peace you so desired, which eventually causes you to succumb entirely to instinct. Enough! Alright, fine. Now I know what you are. You're no mere seasoned liar. You're some kind of evil spirit that deceives humans. You're peering into my heart, tailing your lies specifically to manipulate me. I am not. I swear I have seen everything that happens. Enough. But there's a chance you can change your fate. All you have to do is seize your involvement in Morgana's imprisonment, set her free. Allay the hatred she bears for you. Outra palavra nova, eu não vou pesquisar o que é. Are you deaf? I've said I've heard enough. Release Morgana! Save your soul, give her a better future! Silence! I think I'll take your arm off first. Cut right through your shoulder nice and slowly. Okay. Don't! You'll still be attached for a while yet, don't you worry. You hear that, spirit? That's the sound of your flesh ripping apart. The sound of your muscles being severed. I'm not gonna be doing much talking anymore, are you? Not through the pain, you aren't. Plead for your life, spirit, beg for mercy. Admit it was all a sham. Apologize. Let the room fill with your cries of agony. Nothing but a sham. Every last word. It's all the truth. I'll rip that head right off your shoulders. I don't care who you are or who or what you are anymore. You're dead! You do no such thing! Get back. You will not harm me further. Meu Deus, por um momento eu achei que tinha tudo acabado mesmo, fi. Pera, eu tenho que colocar meu celular pra carregar. E eu vou pro banheiro. Uma pausa, faça uma pausa. Não, filho, volta. Não, não, não. Pode voltar. Volta pra onde você tava. Fica aí. Não, ei. Você vai deitar também. Vai deitar. Eu também achei que ia pegar no bad ending quando eu joguei. Eu tô surpreso que eu acertei todas as escolhas até agora. Get back! You will not harm me, Fata! Pauline. What are you doing here, Pauline? I told you to stay away! And the door was locked! I opened it. You. One of Nellie's hairpins was long enough to get into the lock and undo it. She won't be getting much of use of it anymore though. Busted it up really badly in the process. The locks on the door, the tower door are too complex, but the one here is a lot simpler. Bet you never expected me to go cat burglar on you, huh? You stupid boy! Yo. What was your question last night again? Something about being on the edge of a cliff or whatever? Well, here's your answer. I'll do everything I can to save both of them. Ooh, let's go! This is terrible. How could you? Oh my, you're badly hurt. Sit tight, I'll go for a doctor. Don't worry about me. You need to talk to him, to get him to talk. We've got to do something about you though. I'll get the wound patched up at least, until you can get it properly checked out. Thank you. Was it you who went to get Pauline? No, I ran into her while I was looking for you, which is when she told me she was looking for him. Neither of us were having any luck, so we scored the mission together. And when we reached the stairs to the cellar, we heard the screaming. Our worst fears were confirmed. So I picked the lock and here we are. Sorry it didn't make it sooner. This could have been avoided. God, look at what he did to you. There's so much blood, and your fingers. No, you made it just in time. My arm's still attached, and I'm not dead. Neither of which would be true without you. So I guess that means I actually did something good for once. Did something for someone other than myself. That you did. So everything Michelle said is true? The Lord isn't storing his valuables in a tower. He's got a girl locked up there? Well, is it true or not? It's true, the Lord's property. It's still the Lord's property either way. The church is being funded with her miracle blood, so that makes her valuable, yes. So you're saying I've been handing out human blood? And telling people it was medicine? Not human, witch. No, Morgana is a human girl. She hasn't become a witch yet, at least not here. All this time, I've been lying to people who believe in me without even knowing what I was doing. Like you said, you didn't know. You haven't done anything wrong. Ignorance does not excuse sin. All that time I spent with you, and I didn't notice anything wrong. That was the idea. You weren't supposed to notice anything. It's not your fault I deceived you. It's unreasonable to think you should have been able to. All that? You did it to help me though, didn't you? Like a stupid little girl, I assumed it was out of the good of your heart. Never once stopping to think any deeper than that, about where it was all coming from. Maria was right. I was blind. Was content to be pleased about the people I thought he was helping. Peraí, ele que falou isso? Ah não, ela que falou isso. I want you to do something for me. I want you to set this girl, set Morgana free. Please do not make your sins any greater than they already are. But without the witch's blood, we lose the Lord's patronage and then the church. What good is a church that isn't actually saving anyone? Actually, no. That's avoiding the point entirely. What do you mean? To tell the truth, I never really cared about the church at all. You... what? How can you say that when you've always been so unconditionally charitable? Even if it meant giving away food or money you needed yourself. People call you the saintess because that's what you are, a saint. It's true, I do that. But the fact is, I'm no saint. I don't deserve to be held up as one, nor do I belong in that position. I'm just an ordinary girl. I never wanted to be a nun, you know. I just didn't have any other options available to me. And I sure didn't have the confidence to make it out there on my own like Maria. So I did as I was told. And to keep myself from thinking it was a mistake, or feeling dissatisfied with that choice, I put everything I had to my responsibilities to the church. My unconditional charity was rooted entirely in selfishness. And the longer I kept it up, the harder it became to stop. I forgot what I really wanted. And what would that be? A normal, happy life as an ordinary girl. In a city on the water. In a city on the water. What? That's what you said your dream was for your next life. Alright. Yeah, a quiet life with the man I love. You might get that wish, in fact. Huh? That's what you said, wasn't it? That in her next life she lives in a city by the sea? That is correct. In your next life, Pauline, you're not a nun. You're an ordinary girl who lives in a seaside city. A sweet, cheerful, energetic girl who wears a heart on her sleeve. And you have both your mother and father. And I... So you believe me now? I don't know. Your claims are utterly ridiculous, but it's getting harder to think you're lying. If that's what you really wanted, Pauline, what should I have done instead? I envied what you had, that solace. The last thing I wanted was for you to lose it. But you're saying you found no peace in that life? That's right. So what should I have done? I wanted you to take me away from this place, somewhere far away. I wanted you to make it so I could be Pauline, not Marie. That would have been my ideal life. To live with you, to have a family with you. How? How was I supposed to know? You couldn't possibly have known, I realized that. And that makes me every bit as complicit as you. Set Morgana free. I would be expected to pay for my crimes. That itself is not a problem. I have every intention of facing the consequences. But we have done terrible, gruesome things. I don't know what the usual punishment for such is in this land. But if I had to guess, I would say execution. And me being an outsider makes it easier for people to place the blame on me. I won't be able to take you away. We'll find each other again in our next lives, okay? Okay. As I'm sure you heard, my involvement in this conspiracy ends here. I'm glad to hear you've decided to take action. Sorry about your finger and arm. Sorry doesn't take away the fucking pain I'm feeling. I'm still alive, that's what matters. The third key is in the Lord's possession. You said you needed it by noon of the Harvest Festival, yes? Which means we need to act quickly. That's correct. We must set Morgana free before the bell tolls noon tomorrow. Then tonight, that's the next time the Lord will be here. Tonight I'll kill him and take his key. Wait. No, we're not shedding any blood to get his key. Do you remember what he said a few minutes ago about not committing any further sins? He is not likely to hand over the key without a fight, though. We need to convince him, not force his hand. Besides, simply opening the door is not enough. Why not? My goal here is to save Morgana's soul. In order to do that, I need to pacify at least some degree of the hatred she bears in it. A hatred rooted in her perception of you and the things you've done to her. I need to change that perception. I'm not quite following. What do you mean by change her perception? For you and the Lord to tell your stories, to describe what happened from your perspectives. You want my perspective? I do. Something in your motivations or your circumstances might serve to lessen the animosity she holds for you. The greater the discrepancy in what she believes to be the truth and the full story, with everyone's perspectives included, the greater the chance she may have a change of heart. Okay, I now understand what you want from me. However, my perspective will do nothing to serve that end. There is no ambiguity, no justification for my actions. Regardless, I would still like to know the whole truth. You're willing to tell me you're part of it. Okay, I'll come by your room later today.
Hey, is it alright if I'm there too?
Sorry, I would rather if you weren't.
Why?
Everything you need to know, I've told you already. I captured a witch. No, I kidnapped a young girl for profit and imprisoned her in a tower. My motivation, as I said, was to keep your church funded. Those are the facts. The things I did along the way were brutal and inhumane. I hope you can understand why I wouldn't want the woman I love to hear any of that.
I understand.
I'll see you again later in the day.
I'll be waiting.
Eu espero que sua história não demore tanto quanto a do Mel.
I should get going too. You're going to need medication and something to get that arm dressed properly. And if there's anything else I can get you, let me know. If you want to see a doctor, I'll find you the best one I can. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you.
No, I understand. I'm glad you came at all. Okay.
Me too. Well, see you.
I'm kind of surprised. He's actually got a soft spot, huh? And I was sure you were full of it when you said the two of them had a thing going. What does she see in a guy like him anyway? He's got bad taste in guys, that's for sure. What's with that look? Just admiring your rather inappropriate remarks.
So sorry, I was just relieved it kind of came out.
It's okay, you almost got a smile out of me.
I've never seen you smile before.
I blame being relieved too. Now, would you mind helping me get back to my room?
Sure, no problem. My shoulder's all yours. You know, you really are something else, Michelle. I could hear you through the door as I was getting it opened, and honestly, I'm amazed you were able to stand up to him like that. I don't want to get my hopes up too high just yet, but I'm starting to think you might actually be able to do something about the Lord.
That's reassuring, thank you.
Sure. Anyway, let's get going. You should get as much rest as you can until he shows up. Well, I mean, you should be going to see a doctor for these wounds. Oh yeah, Nellie's been worried sick about you all day. I'll have to tell her not to bounce on you because I'm sure she'll come running as soon as she hears we found you.
In resumo, I'm a psycho. Yeah,
Giselle, we're right. I do have people here who will support me. People who are grateful for me and who show concern for me. But you have to know, Giselle, that it's your voice I want to hear more than anyone else's. Why can I not hear you? Where are you, Giselle? Giselle. It's almost sunset. It was like the snow didn't stick. You couldn't actually see the snow last night, could you, Giselle? Was that
when the light started fading off from the sphere of darkness encasing you? Or had it been going on even longer than that? Why didn't you say anything? Not a word. I don't believe you're gone for good. You're still out there, somewhere. I know it. And I will come for you. I swear it. Just a moment. Here I am, as promised. I heard you talking, so I thought there was someone with you. But you're alone? It's only me, yes. I see. As I told you earlier, my perspective on events will do nothing to change Morgana's mind. I would still like to hear what you have to say. Alright. Not being from this land, I don't believe in the local god, nor do I think priests and preachers are any better than con artists. Where did that come from? What I'm trying to say is that if I give a confessional, it won't be to another human. You're an angel. Come again? The angel from the stained glass window. That's you, isn't it? Wait, how on earth did you come to that conclusion? I was thinking about everything you said earlier in the cellar. The fact that you knew about Morgana, the fact that you could see into my heart, and in particular, all your talk about saving people's souls. Salvation is not man's job. Which means it must be something else. I will tell you everything. Every foolish mistake, every terrible crime. In exchange, I would like you to tell me what I am to do next, to lead me down the path I am to take. I terrify myself. With every passing day, my ability to tell what direction I'm supposed to be heading in dulls. So after I tell my story, I want you to do that for me. Please, will you show me the way? I can no more decide the path you take than you. But you saw into my heart. Giselle, if you were here, you would encourage me to agree to his request, wouldn't you? Okay. I can't guarantee that anything y'all have to say will be of use, but I will do the best I can to lead you in the right direction. Thank you. Now, before I begin, there's one thing I need to clarify. I am not in love with Pauline. She does play an important role in my life, though, that much is true. She's your tether. Exactly. I suppose you could say, admire her. She is everything I am not, everything I cannot be. Is that something you should tell her, you think? I should tell her, you think? That I don't love her? That I am incapable of feeling love? Should I tell her that, knowing she genuinely loves me? My instinct tells me I shouldn't. I know very well I'm lying to her. There are circumstances in which a lie is preferable to the truth, are there not? With that said, I'm ready to begin. You have my full attention. As you know, I am not from this land. The issue is, I don't know any more about where I came from than you. I remember the Silk Road stretching out before me as far as the eye can see, clouds of dust wisping across the bare dirt trail. That endless expanse of red earth remains branded into the very fabric of my mind. But beyond that, most of my memories are gone. I can only clearly remember the last 5 years or so of my life. My oldest real memory, I was a slave. I didn't work on some nobleman estate, but instead I did physical labor, construction work. I built roads and buildings, tore down hills and mountains. That's where it was decided someone built like I am would be the most used, I suppose. And while I doubt I need to tell you this, living conditions were miserable. Other slaves withered away and died on a daily basis. Working on a noble estate would have been easier without a doubt, if only for the fact I would have a specific master. I don't remember anything about my life before becoming a slave. All I have are those few images, from which I can guess I was part of a caravan, or perhaps a messenger. I vaguely remember being waylaid. We were vastly outnumbered and massacred with little resistance. Or at least I assumed that's what happened. When I next woke up, I had been stripped bare and was surrounded by men I didn't recognize. The words I spoke were gibberish to my ears, but I could tell from their tone of voice and expressions that the things that were saying were not friendly. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing at me. As you might expect, I attempted to protest, but evidently I had been beaten quite badly while I was unconscious. My joints were stiff and swollen, on top of my dehydration, so I could barely move, let alone put up a fight. As strong as I might have been at full health, I was in no condition to do anything then. You have no idea what that's like, how it feels to be abused and humiliated, desperate for food and water. É engraçado isso, né? É engraçado isso, tipo, o Mel fala que você não sabe como é esse tipo de coisa acontecer com você. E ele fala, você não sabe como é que é isso. Só que o Michel sabe tudo isso. Oh, I see. Well, as I was saying, I was a slave for one grueling torturous year. No one treated me like a human being. There was no one from the same part of the world as me. And there was no one to come to my aid. Over time, I came to learn their language. Though I can only speak it, I don't know how to read or write. But to be honest, I think I was happier not understanding what people were saying about me. They had many words to describe me, none of them flattering. Some of them would even call me beast. And the longer I was treated as something less than human, the more I began to question whether I really was one. The darkness grew inside me with each repeated insult, wanting to make them pay for the daily abuse. And who wouldn't? A desire to exact vengeance when you've been mistreated is only natural. It's perfectly reasonable. But they were right about what I was deep down, a beast, and my revenge went far beyond what could be considered reasonable. Esse lugar de novo. 4 years ago, was sitting in a carriage as it rattled along a dirt road. This was not the kind of carriage it rode around town in, but a filthy slave transport. It was packed from front to back with slaves, or soon-to-be slaves, I suppose I should say. There were young men, young women, and even children. Everyone wore a look of hopelessness on their faces, and no one had the strength left to resist. It looks like me a year earlier, deprived of food and water and beaten into submission. The slave traders' guards were armed, of course, swords hanging from their hips, ready to cut down anyone who showed any sign of resistance. So they sat there, lamenting their fate. Standing beside me was a young girl, crying in silence. Glancing over at her, I caught a glimpse of her face. Large chunks of skin seemed to have fallen off it. It was, suffice to say, an unusual sight. But beyond that, I didn't think much of it. I didn't find it disturbing or unpleasant. Perhaps because I had a similarly unusual appearance. What caught my attention, though, was the way she was crying. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seemed different somehow from everyone else crying in the carriage. It was almost like her tears were not for herself. Why are you crying? At my question, the girl turned her head up to look at me. Surprise crossed her face for a few brief seconds, but that was her only reaction to my appearance. I assumed her thought process was roughly the same as mine, so she felt no need to fear me. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." Her response perplexed me to no end. Why was she concerned about showing gratitude? Why was she not despairing of her own circumstances? Why was that the emotion that gripped her in that moment, not hatred for the slave trader or sorrow for herself? To this day, I still don't understand. But that wasn't the only thing I found curious. Her voice, despite being soft, cut through the crying and wailing of the other slaves. I pictured it like a single patch of clear water in the middle of a swamp, untainted by its surroundings, gently undulating. One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calming about the sound of it. For a moment I was filled with a sense of tranquility. And though you may not believe it, I wanted to get her out of that filthy carriage, to undo the shackles threatening to taint her. And so I took action, driven by that desire. This is no lie, I promise. No, don't kill me! Please, you can have all my money, you can go free if that's what you want. I'll apologize, anything. Why are you laughing? Please spare me. I have a wife and children, please. I'm begging you. And why should I care? Holding a sword in my hand felt amazingly right. Whatever work I once did was that required me to use a blade. Even with shackles, the shackles still around my wrists, I had little trouble slaughtering the slave traders and their guards. They let their guard down because we were restrained. The thought of anyone resisting never once crossed their minds. Dead bodies sprawled all around me, corpses I had made, lives that had snuffed out. Look at this. See? No one can defeat me. They stood no chance against my strength. Come on. More. I need more. I need more. I don't have the words to describe the high it gave me killing those men, the power I felt over them. I was driven mad by the stench of blood filling the air. No, it just drew out what was always there. If I weren't already deranged, the corpses would have had nothing to stimulate in the first place. After taking the keys off of one of the slave traders, I returned to the carriage, doing my best to act calm and suppress the bubbling exhilaration. Hey, you, unlock my shackles for me. I would do it myself if I could. You. Say something, would you? But she said nothing, simply removing my shackles as commanded. If she had said even one word, let me hear that curiously calming voice of hers, and in all likelihood I probably would have stopped there. But she remained perfectly silent. Everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed, her included. In time, though, the slaves started cheering. The same people who had been wailing minutes earlier were now shouting praises. Oh, Savior! You are a savior! We're free to go home! We can have our lives back! Undo our shackles, please! I'm a beast. What? I'm not a savior, I'm not a man, I'm a beast. Isn't that right? I'm a beast, aren't I? But what are you? More. I need more. I thirst for more. What are you pointing your? I need more. In that moment, the last of my reason dissolved. I went into a frenzy, slaughtering the helpless slaves I had never intended to kill. I was euphoric. I couldn't get enough. I reveled in it. Never before had I felt such utter ecstasy. Their cries for mercy as I ripped through them were delicious. The look of fear in her eyes, the way their faces twisted, the splatters of blood around their mouths open in screams, the despair that filled them. I didn't care anymore that they were just as much victims as me, that they had suffered the same abuse and humiliation. All of that was buried beneath the waves of bliss that ravished me. Everyone who asked to be spared, I skewered. I worked my way around the inside of the carriage, killing dozens upon dozens of slaves. Heads went rolling off shoulders, hot geysers of blood spewing from open necks. I was practically wading through blood by that point. Some bodies I completely dismembered, others I disemboweled, leaving their entrails to hang out on their open guts. All of them had looks of agony frozen into their faces as death took them. I don't know if I was unconsciously avoiding her, or if it was just a coincidence. The girl was the only one left alive. She, of course, hadn't been spared the mess, so she sat there, drenched in sticky red gore. Her lips appeared to be trembling, though I couldn't tell for sure with so much of her skin missing. The fire inside me still burned white hot. She was the reason I had done any of this in the first place. I had stood up because I wanted to set her free, but my original intentions were long since gone from my mind. Raw pleasure overleveled any sense of reason. I approached the girl, pointing the sword at her neck. I expected her to scream, to beg for her life like the others, but she did nothing, simply stared up at me. Why didn't you run? With my question, the girl finally spoke. Why did you kill them? The sound of her voice quelled the furor within me. It baffled me. I had no control over it, yet this strange girl could pacify me with a single utterance. The words she used didn't matter. It was her voice. She could have called me a monster, and it would have had the same effect. Because I felt like it. I couldn't explain my reason for murdering the slaves. I didn't have the words to express the things that drove me. All I could tell her was that I did it because I felt like it. Why haven't you killed me yet? I couldn't find a sure answer to that question in my somewhat rattled mind either. In retrospect, I realize now that her voice was my first tether. But at the time, I had no idea why I didn't take her life in my frenzy. I had killed other children, other women, young, old, sad, miserable, it didn't matter. Nothing had so much as prickled my conscience. I don't know. I sat, and then I stepped off the carriage and walked away, left with questions I couldn't answer. Was I really a beast? Was unleashing my innate savagery and reveling in the massacre of helpless people really all I wanted? I didn't know. After escaping from the slave traders, I became something of a bandit. I had no hope of anyone taking me in. Not only was I a murderer, I was a foreigner. Nor did I have any chance of finding decent work. So I lived by the sword, killing and plundering. The money I honestly didn't give a damn about. I had no desire to be wealthy. It was simply a matter of survival. That and quenching my thirst. I went on for about 3 years like that. Until finally encountering something I couldn't defeat with my sword. No amount of muscle was enough to protect myself from disease. One day I woke up with the chills, my vision blurry, barely able to move my own limbs. I set off for a nearby village, hoping to see a doctor, but my body didn't last that long. I collapsed on the side of the road, drained of my last strength. It was a moderately busy road at that, so I assumed I had made it close to the city. Dozens of people passed by, silently pretending not to see anything. I didn't look like someone a respectable person would want to involve themselves in those circumstances. There was no surprise they weren't interested in a sick, filthy foreign man. Hell, I couldn't even remember the last time I had bathed. It was hard to look at me, let alone get anywhere near me. This is where I'm going to die, I thought. It seemed like a suitable end to a mad, murderous monster lives, withering away on the side of the road beneath sneering passers-by. The fact that I was still alive at all after 3 years of leeching off of other people's lives was itself wrong. I didn't lament my impending demise. I accepted that such was the way of the world. But then I glanced up to see a woman in a nun's habit looking down on me. Are you alright? Are you sick? I'm going to check your temperature, okay? Wow, you're burning up. You shouldn't be out here in this condition. Do you not have anywhere to go? Don't worry, I got you covered. There's a church not too far from here. Hang in there just a little longer and you'll be fine. And what is your God going to do for me? He helps people in need. It's not very big, but we've always got room for people who need it. You can rest up in one of the open beds, and I should be able to get you a little something to eat. I promise it'll be better than staying out here at any rate. Can you stand? Not a problem. We can do this together. Put your arm around my shoulders. The church isn't that far, we can do it. You are going to carry me? Yep. It'll be fine, we'll make it one way or another. We're almost there. Just a little longer. I'm heavy, aren't I? Very, very heavy, but that's not a problem. I can do anything if I put my mind to it. Just throw me into a ditch. Now, God doesn't like his children talking like that. Almost there. We're almost there. So, how are you feeling? Better, I hope. I've left some applesauce on the bedstand if you're feeling up to eating anything. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to. Why did you help me? Because that's what people do. They help each other. That's not what most people do. I like to think it is. You church people are exceptions. I'm not sure I agree with that. This woman is only showing me compassion because she doesn't know what I am. She wouldn't be so friendly if she knew I was a madman and a murderer. If there's anything else you want, let me know. I can't make you any fancy dinners, but if it's anything I can get, I will. Could you tell me your name? I'm Marie. Marie. After, who was it? The Virgin? You're not familiar with the Virgin Mary? Just look at me. I'm clearly not from these parts. Ah, yeah, I can see that. So that would make you a traveler, huh? You speak the language really well, though. I take it you've been here a while then? Yes, I have. Oh, exciting. So, when you're feeling better, maybe you could tell me about the country you came from. I've never been far from home, so I'm curious what it's like elsewhere. There's nothing I could tell you. It could be anything. Tell me about yourself if you want. We've been less inclined to do that. Get better soon, okay? I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. I'm not sure there's anyone out there more deserving of the Virgin Mary's name. What was that? Your name. It suits you. Oh, no, not at all. I'm incredibly flattered to hear you say that, but I hardly live up to the name. What's your name, by the way? I have no name. You don't? If you want something to call me by, you can choose a name for me. Anything you want. I am nameless. You give me a name. I think you should be the one to choose your name. I'd be more than happy to help though. But you should go with the name you think is best. I see. Well, I should get going. I'll be around, so if you need anything, just holla. Bye then. How am I supposed to choose a name for myself when I don't know anything about me? I recovered quickly with a proper bed and a roof over my head. Out on the road I had been certain it stood no chance, but I was back on my feet after only 3 days at the church. My wife was more resilient than what? Than I knew. And now that I was back in health, I had no intention of sticking around. Thank you for everything. I would be dead if it weren't for you. No thanks necessary. I'm just glad to see you're feeling better. There's no need to be in such a rush to leave, you know. Stay a bit longer, make sure everything is alright. I'm not going to stay any longer than necessary. You're sure? Take this as payment for the food and lodgings. I can't accept that, no. We don't charge for charity. Charity is not free. You paid for it, let me pay you back. I can't. Please take the money. If you insist, I can accept it as a tithe. A tithe. Think of it like a donation to the church. Like you said, the work we do isn't free. Alright then, a tithe it is. Thank you, and may God bless you for your generosity. So long. Hey, if we're ever in the area, maybe we could stop by sometime. I never did get the chance to have a talk with you. I was really looking forward to it too. I just caused you more trouble. What? No, you wouldn't. Why makes you think that? I'm afraid you'll scare people off because you look different. I really don't think you need to be worried about that. It's not just my appearance, Do you even mean it? That it won't be any trouble having me around? I absolutely mean it. Okay, I'll consider it. Wonderful. I can't wait to see you again. Yeah. Believe me, I knew I had no place involving myself with her. A killer making himself comfortable in the house of God. I don't even believe in their deity, and I still knew there was nothing, if not extremely disrespectful. The money I had donated to her church wasn't even clean. It was stolen. I didn't feel the slightest bit of guilty about it though. I was more than conscious of what I was doing, but none of that mattered to me. She had smiled when she took it. That was enough. Seeing the nun's smile put my heart at ease. Much like the sound of the slave girl's voice had several years before. It restrained me, suppressed my urges. The smiling face was my new tether. I had always believed that I was at my happiest while torturing people, and my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul. But as exhilarating as taking others' lives was, there was a part of me that yearned for peace. I had gotten a taste of that with her, and I wanted more. Even knowing I had no place in that world, that peace was something I would never attain. I longed for it. It started with brief visits every few months. In time though, their frequency began to increase. Soon it was once a month, then twice, then once a week. The length of my visits gradually grew as well. Every time I showed up, the nun greeted me with a smile, quenching my thirst without the need for blood. The more we met, the more I endeavored to be a normal man around her, or to play the part for me. I thought that if I acted like there was nothing wrong with me, then I wouldn't be out of place at her side. I wanted to feel like I belonged in a peaceful world where she lived.
Ah, it's the giant man, Mary, the giant man's here.
Giant. Oh, hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week. I was having trouble deciding what to bring you. You always come here, you know? You don't have to bribe yourself in, but I appreciate it, thank you. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't bring something. I bought a variety of fruits for you today. You can share them with the children. They'll be delighted. Thank you so much. It's nothing, really. So, have you decided on a name for yourself yet? Not yet, no. Nothing at all? It makes talking to you a little awkward not having anything to call you. In that case, the giant man is as good as anything. Did he get under your skin? Cara, eu lembro disso. Falando sobre Giant Man em algum momento. Provavelmente era a segunda porta, mas quem foi? Little. I'm not that big, am I? We're all giants to little kids. I do wish they'd be a little less blunt about it sometimes, though. Indeed. I suppose it's better than them being afraid of me. The children here have strong nerves. They're ordinary kids. You're just not a scary person. They only assume I'm harmless because I'm with you. But you make it sound like you actually are dangerous or something. Because I am. Don't get worked up about it. The only thing different about us is our race. Everything else is exactly the same. I'm not so sure. You must have had some pretty awful experiences because of your appearance then. Make you so concerned about it. I wish I could say I understood your pain. That's not necessary. But if I could, then maybe I'd feel a little closer to you. If only I could even be half of the same race as you. You have nothing to gain from being more like me.
You don't think so? I think there's a lot that would be nice about it. We'll probably have really pretty black hair at least. If I'm ever reborn, I'd like to be more like you.
Why are you so obsessed with being like me?
I just am?
Oh,
Yeah.
that was about the time I started noticing the feeling she had for me. At first, I thought she was simply being egotistical. There was no way a woman like her would be interested in men like me. But I couldn't think of any other explanation for the way she looked at me. Back then, I loved her too, and that if we could be together as man and woman, that I would finally be able to attain the peace I so sought. That I could wash my hands off the killer within me, defeat the urges once and for all. That I could step out of the darkness I had lived in for so long. That I would be able to see the light. That I would be able to experience love like any other ordinary man. So in the name of that hope, I took action. That foolish, naive hope.
What are we doing out here so late at night?
Sorry for asking to meet me on such short notice. I hope it wasn't too much trouble sneaking out.
Certainly wasn't easy. So you had something to tell me?
What I'm about to tell you, every last word is sincere. And then once you've heard me out, I want you to turn me down.
What?
Over these past few months, I've come to at least somewhat understand the responsibilities and restrictions placed on you as a nun. But even ignoring the obligations you have, I know good and well I'm not a suitable match for you. Which is why, as I said, I would like you to turn me down.
I still want to hear it.
I love you. I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere near you, but every time we met, my desire to be with you grew stronger and stronger until it was out of my control. Turn me down, Mary, please, and I will stop trying to get close to you.
I'm not Mary.
You're not what?
My real name is Pauline.
Pauline.
Mary is my baptismal name. It's not the name I was given at birth. I love you too. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you. I know it's forbidden, but I want to be with you too. Any free time I have, I want to spend it with you.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Thank you for being honest with me.
No, thank you for not turning me down.
Wow, talk about an anxious day. When you asked me to meet you out here tonight, I wondered if that might be what it was about. It felt like my heart was going to explode all day.
Heart explode?
Guys get nervous about telling girls how they feel too, don't they?
Yeah, we do.
Until now, I had no idea falling in love was so hard on the nerves. Just thinking about you makes my mind turn to mush. It's hard to work like that, you know.
Is it really that stressful?
Is it like that for you too?
Yeah. Thinking about you makes it impossible to concentrate.
Chill.
Tell me something, Pauline.
What is it?
How exactly is it hard on your nerves?
What? How exactly? It's like, I'm in the clouds and I want to scream and I want to jump into a lake all the time.
That doesn't help me much. Could you be a little more specific?
Really, are you trying to embarrass me? It's like my whole body gets really hot.
You mean you get aroused?
Aroused? No, to put it bluntly, yes.
I see.
You're a real jerk, you know? You shouldn't go around trying to humiliate ladies.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, you.
Well, that was insightful. So I'm not in love with her, or romantically attracted to her, or even physically attracted to her. All I want from her is her smile. Being around her doesn't arouse me. In fact, it does exactly the opposite. My fire burns brightest when I'm not with her. It all makes sense now. O cara realmente é o Saito. Puta que pariu, viu? I just want someone to keep me placated. I'm disturbed through and through. A murderer and a beast. See, that's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you would laugh at me. I'm sorry. I truly am. I did ultimately get what I wanted out of the arrangement. It became my tether, became an invaluable part of my life, even if I had no real love for her. When I was with her, I was at peace. That said, her presence didn't completely rid me of my urges. I was still occasionally struck with bouts of insatiable thirst, overwhelming desire to mutilate anyone who came into my line of sight. And sometimes Pauline became the object of that desire. It goes without saying that I never did draw my sword on her, but I had no way of knowing when I might lose control. And if I ever did kill her, then there would be nothing left for me to keep me from regressing completely into a beast. Pauline and I arranged regular nighttime meetings, though never once did I tell her what I truly felt, and I had no intention to either. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover. She never questioned my love for her, and expressing hers for me caused her to smile even more than normal. The happier she was, the more beneficial it was to me. Spending time with her in this capacity, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of what kind of person Pauline was. She was a deeply generous and compassionate woman. While I now understand her near-compulsive deeds of charity were a result of the stress and uncertainty she felt about herself, at the time, I believe she was doing it because she genuinely wanted to. I believe she wanted to save absolutely everyone, to be the saintess she had come to be known as. She gave assistance to anyone who sought it from her, without question, and as a result, the church's coffers quickly dried up. Her God did not supply her with an endless store of bread and wine either. In the end, any endeavor, no matter the intentions, requires money. In time, her generosity turned excessive, self-destructive. She would even skip meals so that others could eat. In retrospect, that was probably my fault too. As I pushed her toward wanting to be a regular girl, she pushed back against that desire by being even more charitable. Soon, her actions started making the other nuns' lives difficult, giving her a less than favorable reputation within the church. Still, she would tell me when we met up how she wished she could help even more people. If doing so would give her peace, and if I could be part of that peace, then I wanted to grant her wish. But what could a killer like me do to help? Petty theory wouldn't make me nearly enough money to keep a church and orphanage running. And a raid large enough in scale to do so would inevitably be traced back to the source, which ruined the church forever. I was a murderer to acquire such a large sum of money. I was ready to jump at any opportunity that presented itself. When I received a summons from the Lord, I take it you're the Oriental man who's been buzzing around the local church of late. When I first saw the Lord, I was surprised at just how young he looked. There couldn't have been a more couple years difference between us. I had envisioned him as an elderly, or at the very least a middle-aged man. That would be me, yes, what of it? What do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show me some damned respect. Apologies, I'm not very familiar with local customs or language. For well then, you're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that car full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that? Ha! I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have a confirmation. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that would be you. That's right. You make one hell of a mess out there. Am I here to be punished? That depends on how our talk goes. You think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work being an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe off on your near, some unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't it comical then that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? I absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're going to help me out with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what exactly? Something that's going to make me a lot of money. And if you lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. A lot with a charge you're so fond of, and that none you've taken a liking to. That none of yours has made quite a name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the Saintess. You're right about that, she is. Ha! The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But, saint or not, you can't simply create fruit for nothing. Her work has caused financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church. One where she has completely control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her. What would you have me to do? Jumping at the first with the scraps. You really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. Now let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land when she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, then none would be able to save more people than she does now. So how does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We turn the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to patrons of the church. In exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but that's what you want to think of it, by all means. The commoners' beloved Saintess handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. And in turn, you make a fortune. Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all we'll cause for everyone here to come out happy. So, what'll it be? Will it help or will it have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside for your nun, and where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to go get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you had to say at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. You even have a conscience. Don't act like you're any different. I assure you I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean you're as much of a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level. I agreed to the Lord's terms. A couple days later, I made my way to the location the Lord had given me, a small cottage by a lake where the witch was said to live. I had been instructed to take her alive, but not that I wasn't allowed to harm her, so my plan was to force my way in and immobilize her as soon as she opened the door. The Lord was right. I didn't have anything resembling a conscience. I was too far gone to be bothered by the prospect of disabling a witch. Not even the fact that I had found a degree of solace in my relationship with Pauline would change that. However, who's there? When I heard the witch's voice through the door, I froze. It was a girl from 4 years earlier. I didn't even have to see her. I knew right away. I wouldn't mistake that voice, that stream of pure, clear water cutting through the grime, for anything. I would never forget the first thing that had ever managed to suppress my desires, my first tether. When the Lord told me about the witch, I never expected it to be her.
Who is it?
Are you the witch with the miracle blood? My hand rested on the hilt of my sword. I had at first meant to break down the door if she wouldn't open it for me.
Please leave.
However, when I heard that voice, my hand felt limp.
Please stay away from my home.
I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little?
I have nothing to spare for a man like you.
My blood is only for the sick and needy, so please go away.
Stay away from me, I'm begging you.
Get away from this place.
You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you, so please just go away.
As you say. As she had commanded, I took my leave of her cottage, in somewhat of a haze. It should have come as no surprise, but in the 4 years since our last encounter, she had no kind words left to spare me. Yet even in her decision, I still felt myself being calmed by the sound of her voice. I debated with myself. Should I do as the Lord requested and capture her? Or should I let her go free as I had done 4 years earlier? You already know what I decided to do though, don't you? That's right, I went with the first option. After all, I had no need for two feathers. While breaking down her door was still an option, the witch was wary of me. If she were to somehow manage to escape, there was nothing saying how the Lord might react. So I stood watch, waiting for her to step outside. The problem was she never opened her door. It wasn't just me. It seemed she was wary of everyone. There was one exception though. The boy. She left the cottage for him. They went on walks together around the lake.
It's been a while since we last went on one of our walks, huh? I haven't been sleeping much, taking care of Nelly. Is her condition worsening again? Yeah. Rest assured, I will give her my blessings as many times as she needs. Thanks. I really appreciate it. The weather's kind of not that great today, huh? Looks like we might get rain. It's probably not smart to stay outside much longer. Yesterday. I should get going. See you.
Watching the two of them, it occurred to me that I could make good use of the boy. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch,
Get away.
or you help me capture her.
Get away from her right now.
And if you choose the witch, I'll kill the girl.
Get away.
Make your decision.
Get away from her.
You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. To get your sword out of her face. I'll kill her.
I thought you'd hold on until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. Gritaram, foi mal, gente. Até eu tenho os meus limites. Tá tarde, eu tô cansado. Nota esse capítulo enorme.
Get back. No. Stay away from me. No. Help. Don't kill me.
Take it.
What?
That's your share. Should last you long enough. Eu tô pescando aqui um pouco. Eu ainda tô, tipo, o suficiente pra prestar atenção, mas no fim eu não tava esperando o capítulo ser tão longo.
Why did you take
my arm. What do you mean by share? Why? Why? My arm. My arm. My arm. No, put me down, please. Help! Someone, please help! The witch with the miracle blood had regressed into an ordinary girl, and she cried in pain like a small child. I wasn't going to get very far with her wailing, so I gagged her, tied her up, and threw her into a burlap sack. Nothing personal, I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. So don't take it personally, kid. I tossed the sack into the cart I had waiting outside. I made my way to the mansion as per the Lord's instructions. The two of us then locked the witch in the observation tower. When I told the Lord I had used a boy as bait to get her to open the door, he gave an exasperated sigh and said, "Involving a third party was not part of the plan. Is there anything at all in the head of yours, dog? I can kill him if that's a problem. Don't be hasty. Describe him for me. He seemed like he came from a wealthy family. He's young, still in his teens. He lives with his little sister. He looks reasonably well off, probably of noble blood. Picks one hell of a target to use as your bait. Should I kill him? There are people in this world who can make disappear quietly. People no one will notice have gone missing. You're one of them. The boy, he most likely isn't. Was the boy at all interested in the witch's blood? He seemed to be. Well, that makes things a little easier. You just have to make him an accomplice then. That's everything up to about 6 months ago. You know what happened next, I presume. I threatened Mel, forced him to join us. He needed the blood for his sister, but even without that excuse, he didn't have the courage to run. Me, on the other hand, I involved myself of my own will. I had no reason to try to get back out. In fact, being put in charge of one of the 3 keys gave me an excuse to meet up with her more often. The arrangement was quite beneficial for me.
Hey, I heard the news. We're selected to be part of the Lord's personal guard? Now we got it made. Congratulations.
You exaggerate. It's nothing.
Oh, now, no need to be so humble. He wouldn't have picked you if he didn't really trust you. Everyone around here knows just how hard it is to earn the Lord's trust.
If you say so.
It hasn't been easy for him, I hear. He only signs those he really trusts to work close to him.
I hope you're right.
He trusts you, I'm sure of it.
I certainly can't tell her the real reason I certainly became his guard.
And I've got some more exciting news too. The Lord sent a messenger for me earlier. Apparently he's been in a new church and wants me to serve as a nun there. Can you believe it?
You shouldn't be surprised. You are the city saintess after all. It's little wonder you would be his first choice.
I really don't think I'm that important.
Do you not want the position?
No, I'm delighted to have such an incredible opportunity. This will allow me to help so many more people than before. It's wonderful news.
That's good to hear. Tell me, I'm not wrong in thinking helping people is the one thing you want more than anything else, am I?
Right. That's what I want more than anything in the world.
I see. Hey, smile for me, would you?
Huh? I've been silent this whole time, haven't I?
Not just now. Forever. Of course, when I'm with you, nothing could possibly take the smile off my face. I'm glad to hear it. I never knew someone could lose so much weight while still eating every day. We might have to increase your portions. If there's anything in particular you want, just tell me. I hear children's voices. From outside, I hear children's voices. Ah, the kids here to see the Saint Tess. It's gotten quite noisy out there of late, yes. Oh, the Saint Tess. Her voice has gotten raspy too. What's that my doing? After watching Zeppela HQ's MTQ captures Drac Ness, Savix's Matsui Zekai, Jesse Cox, Maryland, Zarlars, after watching YouTube videos, YouTube recommends me your streams. Well, welcome, Minfilia. The one and only Minfilia. Wow. I'm not really a Final Fantasy XIV channel though, but hey, enjoy your stay. I have played the game, might have, but still. Did I take your voice? That's unfortunate. To me, your voice held far more value than your blood, and I took that away from you. Yes, you three took everything from me. Tem que fazer de acordo. So we did. Enough chatter, dog. The Lord's scheme was a success. The witch's blood brought with it an influx of donations, which the Lord invested in various business in the city. I have no idea if the blood actually has miraculous powers, but there were certainly people claiming to have been healed by it. It wasn't long before people who weren't sick started making use of the supposed cure-all medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. As word of the elixir spread, the Lord's prophets grew mankind. One fact was undeniable. The witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth. And that's everything. Appalling, is it not? Morgana. If you hate me for what I did to her, you can take this sword and kill me with it. And you can have my key. I won't put up a fight. You have the right to exact punishment on me. Killing you would accomplish nothing. It is neither my place to forgive nor punish you. As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I would like you to give me a little time though. I need time to cool down enough that I can talk to you with a clear head. Of course. So you are still willing to speak with me? I gave you my word. I told you I would help figure out what path you should take. You're an honorable man. I will not force your hand if you don't want to do this. You can tell me to leave and I'll walk right out the door. More than anger or hatred, I'm simply deeply pained. Não lembrava como esse capítulo era longo. Pois é, fi. Quase 8 horas. Holy shit. E sabe, nessas horas eu fico surpreso como que eu aguento. Porque é 8 horas de eu falando sem parar. Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as sympathetic as a man as you. People are supposed to be able to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't though, which must make me a beast. When you first met Morgana, you felt a desire to rescue her from the slave traders, did you not? You thought of someone other than yourself. I never saw the desire through though. My thirst far overpowered anything I may have wanted to do for her. And the next time we met, I sold her to the Lord. As I said before, there is no room for interpretation in the things I have done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, it's all meaningless now. Regardless, anything I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit, because it's what I need. No matter how selfish your motivations may ultimately be, please let me believe some part of you does genuinely want to help her. Alright, I know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I want. When I cut off her arm, I didn't feel any of the thrill or euphoria that I usually do when I take my sword to someone. I can't say whether that means I had a conscience, if but for a moment, or I just wasn't myself at the time. You can save her though. Please do. I can't do anything. If I try, I'll only make things worse. I cannot do everything on my own either. Give me your word that you will atone to Morgana for your actions. While I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes, if that is what you want me to do, that is what I will do. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tell me more about my next life. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make, all the details. I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you can imagine. Do you still want to hear it? I do, and I have little doubt that I will believe it. If you're worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword. You can tie me up too if you want. That won't be necessary. I'm going to trust you. I'll tell you the whole hopelessly tragic truth. Everything I saw with no embellishments. Please do. Incrível como o Michel tem uma memória boa, né? And so he told me the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. That he lost his memory in a shipwreck. He was treated like a beast by the people in the land where he washed up. That he massacred countless people. And that he took the life of his lover who had come in search of him, never wavering in her belief that he was still alive. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things they made Giselle do. I didn't hide anything. As I spoke, he would occasionally grimace or his eyes would go wide for a moment, but not once did he interrupt me. He sat there in silence until I finished. You weren't kidding. That was far worse than I had imagined. It is the truth, though. You become the target of Morgana's loathing, and you are led back to this mansion. Literalmente lutou pra ter essas memórias de volta. Bom, mas assim, pô, mano. O cara ainda é bom, né? Tem que falar, tem que comentar, é bom. That is what lies in your future. As difficult as it may be to comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you. I really am a beast. A horrendously precarious creature. As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundation you had built, and as a result, you were no longer able to maintain that balance. Would that mean that what I am now is, comparatively speaking, human? No, I'm no different now. I have no more control over myself when I'm killing people than the man you described. You've seen me do reprehensible things, and in spite of that, you were never condescending or insulting, never acted disgusted or afraid of me. Are all angels as compassionate as you? I am not an angel. I was simply biting my tongue. Are you afraid of me then? I am not afraid of you, no. What are you then? I don't understand. I am of the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions. My task is to save Morgana. If I'm able to be honest with you for a moment, I despise the man you are in the future. but I'm also equally frustrated at myself. You're right, the things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocents, you killed a woman who came searching for you. But on a personal level, what angers me the most is that you put blood on the hands of the woman I love. I know very well that to you it's something you haven't done yet, but it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside that I couldn't return in time to stop it. You'll be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry to know someone they care about had received that kind of treatment. I suppose. If that's how you feel though, aren't you interested in taking revenge on me? As I mentioned before, there are times when allowing your emotions to take the reins is the wrong course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. If I can eliminate Morgana's hatred, the three of you, your souls will be set free as well. Are you going to save me too? Yes, I am. I don't consider myself worthy of redemption, especially not after hearing about the things I will do. I'm a beast through and through, a twisted psychopathic monster. You were conflicted though. You struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true that you found perverted joy in violence and murder, but you also felt kindness, which caused a part of you to seek peace. And the same can be said of you in this time as well. If you actually were nothing but a beast, or rather, nothing but a man that derived pleasure in killing, maybe then I could have truly reviled you. Then you would be irredeemable, no matter what had turned you into that. No matter how much pain and suffering had driven you to that point. But your instability, your constantly shifting desires, or mental frailty, all appear to me as very human traits. Tell me, how should I live my life from here on? What is it you want most? The easiest road for me would be the one I walk now, to continue being a killer. No fighting my desires, no resisting what's inside me. Would that be my salvation? To abandon my humanity entirely? I don't know what I should do, what I'm supposed to do. I'm at a complete loss about everything. I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is sincere. And that's what I want for you too. It will be the more trying path, yes, because you will have to fight against your nature to stay on it. We will live in the human world, and you also have Pauline who wants the same thing, extending her hand for you, inviting you to join her. So I encourage you to suppress your urges. Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take the rocky road for your own sake and for hers. Even if it means my entire life is built on a foundation of lies. Before today, I believed it was wrong not to be true to oneself. But as I listened to you tell your story, I came to realize that maybe there are exceptions. Some things you can, and possibly should, keep locked inside you, where they can't hurt anyone else. However, I also think you have a tendency to try and act too perfect around her, both in this life and the next. You cover up so much of yourself and become an entirely different person. You can be your conflicted, imperfect self around her, the man you are right now, lost and trying to find his way. I have little doubt you will accept that man. What you need most is restraint. I see. Oh, tell me, do you think my future can be changed? I don't know for certain, so all I can do is speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future incarnation. I have my work cut out for me then. Pauline, she believed in me. She put her faith in the beast and went out in search of him. I cannot allow myself to be that kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. You can do it. When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make my next one better. Thank you for listening to me and for giving me guidance. I can't say I'm particularly suited for the job, knowing that my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure. I don't know, I'd say you pull it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, you'll make a damned convincing missionary. Do you want to change it? The future? I have no interest in being a missionary, and as I've told you, I'm not an angel. That's too bad. I joined the Church of Michelle. Don't look at me like that, I'm just kidding. Now can I get angry at you? As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way like you seem to think I am. You're not ordinary. You're different, but not in the same way I am. I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to lead my life. I see. Although, what passes for normal differs from person to person, I suppose. Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are the people who do. Perhaps. Or maybe they're just able to see my desire to be normal. Well, that's everything I have to tell you. You're going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume? That's right. I'm going to convince him to hand over his key, and then I'm going to set Morgana free. I doubt you have much luck convincing him of anything, but I'll help in any way I can. I appreciate it. I'll get him to come to supper tonight. You'll be there too. Okay, I'll be there. I could ask you one favor though, to try to arrange that for as late as possible. That should be doable, but why? There's someone else I need to speak with first. Alright, I'll do what I can. Thank you. See you this evening then. Did I lead him to the correct path? Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? No, I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't, in this life, there's enough of a chance that he will in his next. One left, and that's it. I'm almost there, Giselle. I've almost made it to Morgana. I've come this far. All that's left is to speak with the Lord. Stay focused, Michelle. The pieces I have still don't fit together yet. Morgana told it the Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him. He wasn't much different in the swordsman's telling of events either. Are those portrayals the full picture of what kind of man he is? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hatred? And he really is exactly the man he's made out to be. Then how do you explain his internal struggles from the third door? That his core personality changed with the times. Everyone else I've met has been fundamentally the same though. Are you the exception, Jacopo? Morgana found joy in her life during her 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them. So maybe Maria is more likely to be able to assuage Morgana's animosity. I have to hear what she has to say. I can barely move my right arm. I can barely move my fingers at all. It burns. Managed this long, but damned if it doesn't hurt. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? I know that voice. I'm looking up at someone, a woman. She's draped in a black fog and I can't make out many details. But even through the darkness, I know immediately who she is. She is Mother. No, she is not my mother. She is... me. Fuck. Um, technically... Oh. Olha, veja bem, se pensarmos bem sobre o título da stream, fala... isso acaba hoje. Terminando hoje. Ou alguma coisa assim. Acaba hoje. Se considerarmos hoje, então eu posso terminar hoje, ou tipo, de noite. Glória a Deus, carnaval. Obrigado, Jesus, por essa bênção que você nos deu de carnaval. Então, voltamos hoje à noite. Sabe? Tipo, quando todo mundo dormir, passar a tarde e tudo mais, hoje à noite a gente volta. Pois é, ainda bem que caiu bem no carnaval, senão ia ser foda. Assim, eu provavelmente teria parado mais cedo, ia ficar tipo, olhar a hora e ficar tipo, ok, não dá mais pra continuar, mas se for desse jeito. Mas não deve estar faltando muita coisa. Se eu fosse fazer um chute, deve ser no máximo 2 horas que estão faltando. É capítulo longo, 8 horas, filho. Puta que pariu. Minha garganta está morta. Mentira, eu ainda tô falando muito bem. E é isso. Então a gente volta daqui a 16 horas. É isso. Vamos dormir. Sem enrolações. Vamos dormir. Tchau.